so slow.
I told you I was done with basic browsers.
Your setup wants operagx, and you're holding it back.
Better know about the stress-filled days.
To the gaming browser.
Baby on the way, mad bills to pay.
Every moment of your journey.
My audio work?
Clear. Landscapes.
Audio. Check.
Close-ups.
Check.
And full of vibe. Group shots packed with detail. Zoom in on one face.
I was
Still
born sinner,
flawless.
the opposite
Colors so
of a
real.
winner.
Every scene, every smile.
I used to eat
unforgettable.
sardines for dinner.
Oppo Find X9
Check.
series. Hasselblad telephoto. Zoom into detail.
Check. Does my audio work? Check.
Gives you wings.
Born sinner, the opposite of a winner. Born. Does my audio work? Alright, my audio works. Thank you very much for this. HD quality. 1080p. $2K even. Damn, son, where'd you find this? 8K? No way. 8K? Can we get a 16K? Can we get a 16K? Somebody give me a 16K right now.
Got this old thing and the bill from the store where I got it. Figured you could beat it with a better deal than one of these big boys.
Man, it doesn't work that way.
Living like
Guess
a
you're not so surprised.
Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill for a better deal. You don't know that?
Hey. What's up, lingering? 32K. We just skipped over everything. Went straight to 32K.
It's at Worlds where
Yamada is my favorite bald streamer. Honestly, I'll take it. Thank you. That was always my goal, to be your favorite bald streamer. Always my mission. Billy is so ass.
Operational.
First message of the day from Nybronze. It's a prime, and he chooses to speak facts based. Who's going home today? I honestly think Paris Saint-Germain is going home. Paris Saint-Germain. And I think that the Fanatics. Who do you think you are? Dreaming of stuff. Mbappe? What happened to Mbappe? What happened to Mbappe?
These guys came to fight. What's a god to 5 non-believers? Are you ready?
How complicated is it to make a whatnot page? The live shopping marketplace. I like the Avengers music. Dum 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 dum. Should we check out the Fanatic subreddit? Let's check out the Fanatic subreddit. Fanatic will win Worlds. I've seen the future. We win tomorrow and then beat the frauds in the next round against Shaker. You heard it here first. Let's go. Ending the title draw after 7 years. Always Fanatic. They laugh at us now, but I also think we can win worlds. We just need to turn wherever they are training at to a space where time doesn't go forward and where you don't need to eat, drink, or sleep. After we do that, we need to find a way to play against a simulated version of Genji that perfectly replicates how they draft and play. Then we force the players to play against it until they win 100 BO5s in a row. After they have accomplished that, we release them back into reality and watch them demolish everyone for the rest of the tournament and lift that glorious Worlds trophy. Come on, guy, let's believe. I love these posts. I love these posts. Let's read this post. If the guys want to have a chance of winning, they need to play together and release the pressure. Low expectations might actually help them perform better. Coaches really need to step up and draft wisely. Buying Java shouldn't be prioritized unless there's a good angle. Both can be easily countered by chains with mobility and self-peel. They're more effective in later games with BO3 or BO5. Wukong and Xin are much better and safer options. In the game against CFO, there were far better alternatives than Ezreal and Nautilus. Blows my mind how badly they got outdrafted! Exclamation mark. For example, they could have picked Sivir or Jinx in R3 and banned the difficult matchups, letting Oscar pick a good tank against Sion in R4 and let Mickey last pick. Mickey did last pick. Depending on the matchup, they could have gone for an enchanter. They still might have worked if they picked the top with good damage, like Gwen, but they should also consider lane swaps and CFO picks Swain. Pick Sion, who is one of the best champs in lane swaps. Wait, what? They should consider a lane swap since CFO picked Sion? Why is the Fnatic fan American? Because he's fucking, he represents the flag. This is my American Navy SEAL voice. I've been in the army for 7 years. I've got PTSD. My wife cheated on me. And I have nothing to show for it but this medal. That explains the Fnatic drafts. Who's gonna carry the Fanatics and the logs? Hobie's parents. Hobie's obligation is not just win, but to show courage and passion of a young player. Damn, that's cool. Yo, now I want them to win.
2025 live from the
I want them to win. Look how sweet they are.
In Beijing, China, for the first elimination matches of the Swiss stage, as we see MKOI getting in the arena. They
get to watch him be in Elo hell.
Excited. And Fnatic does as well. It is gonna be an LEC versus LEC matchup here in the hope of keeping the Worlds run alive.
And hey, Law, it's a guaranteed win for the
BOG
LEC.
announces new partnership with Cup Noodle Brand after they lose to G2.
Also true.
We'll see. Hold that thought for a bit, because we'll see what happens with your teams, Raz. But for now, as you said, it is going to be LEC versus LEC. The stage is ready. Everything is set. What do you have on this whiteboard?
Damas y caballeros,
bienvenidos a Madrid.
En Beijing.
Beautiful. Beautiful.
There we go. That's for my Spanish fans out there.
A rematch of what we've seen in Madrid. How are you guys feeling?
I feel pretty good. You know, today feels lower stakes for me than some other days that we had. I feel like there's a lot of pressure on you two.
Me?
Rewind it.
Team. Fuck top, fuck jungle, fuck ADC, no control word, fuck media. Everybody fuck.
based.
Yes 不是，就这个比赛谁看谁不红啊？
你太丢脸了，你太丢人了，标记，你真的太丢脸了。
Damn.
他妈是人类啊！你逼我。
Ain't no way. Jesus, bro. That is crazy, bro. That is.
不是，就这个比赛谁看谁不红啊？
你太丢脸了，你太丢人了，标记，你真的太丢脸了。
是人吗？
他妈是人类啊
Jesus Christ.
积极返校，纯纯享受。我 LPL 大王，没有美轮翻彩头。我 BLG 不装了，就是想回家了。歌如姐说我中伤。BLG 你太丢人了。
You're making us cringe hard.
加油，跟组队回家的。哎，你刷也无所谓，反正我们这儿只支持 BLG。
2-1很重要啊，这把欧洲最后希望
来了，
只能这么说了。因为美洲是有 Flag Crush 的顶着的，对吧？百道也完成了爆冷，现在欧洲是完全没建树的。欧洲唯一一胜现在是在内战中拿的。我看网上那个欧美观众已经在说了，本届欧洲有可能达成所有胜场在自己同胞上面拿。
标记怎么说？
接受，瑞兹太适合豆了，豆要搞事啊！
有啊，这什么新英雄？哦，有大招，基督有
Well,
大招。
stop ready. They're making fun of IG.
你要干嘛？波坑 Bray？
维鲁斯这用太弱了，现在。
Bro, I need to learn how to co-stream like these guys, bro.
啥意思？惹晒粉丝。
What are you doing, the shy fans?
你有种去上单！
上单维鲁斯打一切，我要证明自己，我要做到了。下一个没做到，我要做到 BB。不可能吧？应该是 AD 的，兄弟们。
这版本 AD 维鲁斯，这个应该世界赛第一次登场，
从来没有人玩这个，除了塞大哥。你等着，其实是很喜欢玩这种狗胆包天这个队伍，但是没卵用的，一般玩这种死得很快的，都是送的。
我们看一下 G2，第二选。
G2今天有大招，法洛士加赵信。
这样的话 ，BLG 这边的话应该是巨魔了吧？这样的话。
加拉，夏豆哥开始炸鱼了。
齐安娜
了，
比那个玩奎桑了，比那个。
认真了，斌哥，认真了。
哎，波比专门克齐安娜的，选出来是波比。
赵信
必打魁桑体好像是有说法的。
哎，那这样的话我有点好奇，他不是要玩是吗？就凤凰60，瑞兹40，这个胜率比已经是那种铁血 counter 的情况。
Oh, they called the Nivea as well.
哦，他不是
啊，选错人了吧？
我操！
真来了！我真凤凰来。
Anivia speaks but stays silent. Bro, why are they always so profound, bro? Like, it's so profound. Like, Jesus. Anivia speaks but stays silent.
说话，弹幕说话，
牛逼！
喜欢狗叫，弹幕说话。
Barking but no words.
C 确实用过，加强了，加强很多。中单兵甲，我操！我说了，欧洲加油！我们
又有盾，又有逼咚，又有坚定风采，
Well, Anivia
还他妈有
combo.
星月护卫。
But I'll back up.
博雷尔卓德铁桶阵他来了。
对，接触这种选挺好的。
我这把我跟你讲，
哇，这个了人，我说。
但是我
这把有点看好 G2 了，右边阵容确实比左边好啊。
看不懂的，
this is
就
so
玩这种
ugly.
看不懂的，感觉是对的。
Dom showed me, but this combo, like, look how Shadow Griefs is dead.
BLG 拼基本功，他肯定赢不了的。
这把有点看好 G2 了，右边阵容确实比左边好啊。左边下路也打不过，中路也不好，没那么好打，等级高了。然后上单也打不过，这怎么玩啊？
我今天能骂吗？这个 BP 是人做的吗？这个 BP 是人做的吗？我就问，有人类吗？
What the fuck? Bro, why is he so angry, bro? What the fuck? What is he angry about?
没那么好打，等级高了。然后上单也打不过，这怎么玩啊？
我今天能骂吗？这个 BP 是人做的吗？这个 BP 是人做的吗？我就问，有人类吗？这站在台上6个人有人类吗？
这把其实 G2
I think he's talking about pick ban, bro. I think he's talking about pick ban. There's no way, like, I think it's PB, no? Or ban pick, like BP, pick ban, not BB. Because 6, there's the only way to make sense. Only way to make sense of it. Like, if 6 people are in the room, you know?
是有赢点的 ，G2 这个阵容赢点很多，他真是有东西。打着了是吧？ 这把赢一把的，这把我就放心看，我是觉得放心看，因为我觉得 BRG 阵容很稳，BRG 阵容是要想赢的阵容了。
哎，等下我们先看军怎么打龙团。
哎，这波很关键。
没什么要接吗？随便打呀，来吧，回上
Xing Tian, my goat, bro. I haven't seen Xing Tian in a long time. That's Xing Tian, no?
边不随便跑吗？
顶哥打呀 ，W 4个带回来，
就一个。
看风，哇 Q 3，哦。
小心回头在骗。
他真的 great 的抓。
兵哥这波卖的好啊！
兵啊！
莫大果死把我弄进来，但是还要杀了没东西。
死了 ，nice，Night 2个头，
相当不错，兄弟。
哦，这波赵信给机会啊！哎，开车。
还要来吗？
送3只，来找冰鸟。
冰鸟没蛋呐，有机会吗
？Q 一下，没毛病。
好操作，我操！他肿起来了。
我操，光投3个头，舒服这波。
来感觉了，玩的好激进啊 ，BLG。
基托好像大爆炸了 ，BJ 了。
赵信为什么捅回去？
汉萨玛出来又死掉了，喜欢玩下水道英雄。
BLG 的实力已经开始展现了。
撤退！
Oh no, I want to see how they react to the fight, the Drake fight. Oh yeah. Let's see how they react to the Drake fight. This is gonna be good, guys. This is gonna be great.
冠军相已经浮现了。这一把如果补充一波，好吧，就这么人机下去，我感觉 BLG 真有点冠军相了。
要打小龙团，这波团双方都不想让，
对双方来说都至关重要。
让了吗？
It was an interstellar.
你得直接踢过来啊！要打的话。
I think it's Inception, right?
龙是击出了，这波要不行就算了呗。
啊，兵也没有选择 TP 过来，现在来的有点晚。
不要打架，大招被布隆杰没收了，
又被挡了一个，输了呀！
死了
啊！
完了，兵哥
兵怎么说？就想弄。
兵 W 没了，兵这个 W 交的也太随意了吧！
兵大哥飞天大绕，兵哥。
兵大哥来吧！
可是这边蛋的过不来啊，大哥你的蛋的过不来。
Pancake bag, your bag stuck.
大哥，
大哥怎么这么
Why so abstract?
全世界要追一个人玩吗？要这样玩吗？干嘛这个？
International game when you play like this.
给我搬了，你下来！我说不要了嘛，这龙都放来干嘛呢？
啊，放呀！
全部送回去了，哥们经济。
干嘛呢？听我去。
这波为什么要去？
要说那个为什么
Everyone just quiet.
为什么呢？
你给了就给了呀，为什么还要？哇 ，BLG 这波选择是最差的。
为什么都他妈会跑到？
寄过来就算了，这 W 这样教的。傲慢输了，兄弟，本来是垃圾时间的，这 BLG 自己给自己送输了又。
但这把真的就是 BLG，感觉就是整年的一个缩影。
说明 BLG
Feels like the whole year condensed.
换个强，这种真正有纪律性的强队来，早就一波推平了，真的。
Is this a gift? How is this a
整
gift?
年的一个缩影。
说明 BLG 自己绝对有问题啊！这换个强，这种
Or does
真
he
正有
just
纪律性的强队来，
stream like this all the
早
time?
就一波推平了，真的。
难道还下一波提万了吗？下一波提万，又等提万，怕提万进不来，打提万了。
上路这里顶起来，兵已经打不过了，送了一波之后打不过了。
他妈我兵大哥，大
哇兵
啊！
兵大哥怎么被抽了？
还敢 W 回去吗，兵大哥啊？胆傻，兄弟，胆傻！
啊哈哈哈哈哈！哎，
完了，辅助也死了。
哦，大哥，不是，干嘛
Holy shit, bro!
干嘛呢
Bro, they are suffering, bro.
旅行。
布隆是真的好兄弟。
上路是怎么个回
They
事
are suffering, man.
我比单杀这个等级没事吧？
兄弟，上单差2级，然后中单原来等级0，现在等级没了，
很少。
中单的 ADC 3个人全在抢人头，妈呀！在 BLG 这个队友，
哇，这把得看。
世界赛的表现真没什么毛病，就包括去年其实也是一样，去年他打的真也挺好的。
感觉 BLG 这队纯靠 Night 呀，我操！来了世界赛之后，感觉艾奥克跟宾感觉有点没什么味儿啊，其他3个人其实玩的还可以，就是沙斗啊，然后那个北川玩的也没啥味儿，沙斗 Night 还有欧恩玩的都还可以，但是感觉上
你们组队超话烧好吗？这操，是不是这个兄弟？成分太明显了，兄弟！我操 ，Caps 做先锋，拍电影呢？
那不是在下雨？
在这里烧，他在这里干嘛呢 ？Caps，
他想上车。
我操 ，Caps 做先锋，拍电影呢？
那不是在下雨吗？那不是做直接？
老帽了 ，baby。
老帽卖自己拿一个
杂耍。
不是
在这拖时间，让队友打了拿命，打了打看，这个想法也不错。
怕不是拿命帮队伍拿到了一个2打3啊！
哇，英雄联盟是什么游戏？
历史冥王姐姐。
Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! I'm hyped for this.
我踢喽！哎，干嘛？山洞啊！
怎么跳下去了？
啊！都在下雨，咋都在下大暴雨？这样的话我有点完蛋了呀！
沙豆为什么跳
下去了？
啊！都在下雨，咋都在下大暴雨？这样的话我有点完。
山洞历史前3。
I need to link this to Dom. I need to link this to Dom. I need to link this to Dom. Wait. I need to link this to Dom.
历史
冥王姐姐。麻辣酱油。
我踢喽！哎，干嘛？山洞啊！
怎么跳下去了？
啊！都在下雨，咋都在下大暴雨？这样的话我有点完蛋了呀！
沙豆为什么能跳下去啊？波比在脸上跳下去撞墙呗！亚娜很怕波比的呀。不是他这下比伟大哥那下还要变态啊！
This game is crazier than other things one.
龙魂没了，傻豆。
完了，龙魂没了呀！
这不就完了吗？
龙魂怎么去啊？
这他妈就是 BLG。
沙克，不是欧大哥，大招啊，得跑呀，这位置。
不能再打了，不能再打了，兄弟不要再打了，求求你了 BOG。
没招踢了，
这边还在追，
没了。
我操，大龙没了呀 ！BLG 在干嘛？
我打你弼马温，真的。
我都不知道。
再吃对面狼 buff， 妈呀，是卡拉比！我操，这个人，这不是昨天的卡拉比吗？你切了有闪有惩戒都不过来抢一下，我操了
！BL 又输100踢又输，居住吗
Why did Konami get strains?
他们赢了。
欧洲3号。
这 BOG 输给100T 之后，心态影响很大呀。
就别赢了，赶紧回家吧，就这么简单，就别他妈丢人了，还丢什么人呢？在那丢什么人呢？在这世界上面世界赛上面丢什么人呢？现在连欧洲队伍也打不过，北美也打不过，你还能打过谁呢？
不是他妈前面那么大优势，
那么大的优势能玩成这样，确实是神人队啊，这太神了。
BLG 不是一直这样吗？
还是老毛病啊，还是只会拼肌肉。
被波比抓，直接不小心把左手打得动吗？多哥，操，干嘛呀？打不了一点，这是挑死兵鸟呀！
我告诉你们最恐怖的消息啊，波比不在，这部团4打5兄弟
，4打5都打不过啊！
打不过了呀！
哎呦！
这是兵鸟加波比，
一波了，
在干嘛呀？
披萨！
不知道说什么了。
除了一句牛逼，我还能说什么呢，兄弟们？不是，就这比赛他妈谁看谁不红啊，兄弟啊！就这比赛谁看谁能不红？
我都丢不起这个人。
BLG
Can't take this. I'd rather eat dirt. Ain't no way. I'd rather eat dirt.
支持流程抽个 T1 给你们上点压力了。
认真打韩国队，别
白了，你还闹？
现在在发抖了。
对啊 ，T1 干嘛了？怎么打 BLG
？T1 最害怕的一集。
我说白了，你给 T1 送回家，这事儿就算了。
I don't know. This guy gives me deji energy. I don't know why. It gives me deji energy. It's just straight up deji, you know? Deji energy.
No team has started 0-2 and then made out of Swiss.
觉得之后的比赛就是打得比较激进的队伍会比较有优势吧，因为毕竟是生死关头了。
Eu acho que o sonho de qualquer brasileiro é conseguir fazer uma performance melhor para o Brasil no Mundial. Eu acho que todo mundo sempre busca sair da fase suíça e chegar nos playoffs porque é algo que o Brasil nunca alcançou. Então essa é a minha maior ambição, para falar a verdade.
要是在生死关头你还打得畏畏缩缩的，可能就没什么优势了。就是还是要保持我们能赢的心态，继续玩一把。
Todos os dias, todas as horas possíveis para mostrar um resultado melhor para o Brasil.
支持 PSG 跟支持我的粉丝们，我们会在最后的几场比赛好好的打，然后拿下来。国家不会是我们。 사실 제 프로 인생에서 첫 올즈라 되게 기대감도 많이 있고 너무 설레는 마음으로 경기 준비하고 그러는데 이번
least the new team will win
지금까지
today.
너무 아쉬움밖에 안 남는 첫 올즈인 것 같아요.
Let's see how they play. Like there's a chance that both lose. Let's wait for them, okay?
In the match against Z2, I think I completely underperformed and I'm really disappointed. I let myself down and also my team.
As you can see, Hug
Yo, Jax was fucking ass, bro.
It feels rough.
다음 경기는 뭔가 저희가 최대한 연습해온 방향으로 잘 준비해서 뱀픽이나 그런 부분도 잘 준비하면 좋을 것 같아요. 사실 2패를 한 상황에서 심적으로 좀 압박도 받고 많이 힘들긴 하겠지만 저희 팀은 끝까지 포기하지 않고 다 같이 하루하루 그냥 다 같이 으쌰으쌰해서 다음.
Did you see the Deji show? I don't know what the Deji show is.
I think we are really good under pressure. We just have to.
Yeah, I'm thinking about it for how many bits. What happened to EU? I haven't watched pro play for the last 4 years. Oh yeah,
It's not only for myself.
Bad GMing, players gone, players left, other regions getting better, STK in particular.
남지 않은 팀들끼리
It's a mix of many factors.
끝까지 포기하지 않고 최선 다해서 좋은 경기 만들었으면 좋겠습니다.
I don't think any EU team make it out of Swiss, bro. G2 has 2 chances and there's many draws that is very easy, so I wouldn't be so sure, you know.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Worlds 2025. It's a big day today here in Beijing because it is our first elimination day of the tournament. Today, our amount of teams reduces from 16 to 14 here on the
I missed some
main
subs, sorry guys. Golden Copper Train!
Joined by Dagda, and we've got
Yo, pizza time and night, bro, and thank you very much, homies. Appreciate it. And Shiny Miguelito. Alright, we got Golden Copper in the building, guys.
I'm excited, my friend.
I think it's going to be a banger. I am very excited to see what the two matchups have, especially because we start off.
Bro, I feel so bad for Captain Flowers because he's made it public, right, that he's allergic to soy. That is so tough, no? Being allergic to soy.
Battle cruiser operational.
Yo, the Dublin, thank you very much. Welcome to the Golden Copper Train. All right, let's dance. Rise is open.
All right, let's go ahead. The bans are already underway.
Rise is open. Wukong is banned.
Immediately in this first one. It's
but you just banned Talia. Do I like that? Ain't no way, guys. These teams are about to first pick by the way.
Common bans that we've seen so
the
far
most European thing ever.
In these first few days. Do want to point
Fanatic
out
is like, all right, we get Aurora Vi. Come on now.
Imkoi that stands out to me as we go over to their side. And they will first lock the Rise there in the mid lane, most likely.
Come on, motherfucker, it's kind of been the JoJo special. He actually started to bring it out initially in the LEC and was kind of his pocket pick before everyone started to pick up on the trend. So not fully surprised to see that. On the upside though, I think we'll get to see kind of that focus more towards the things like the Vi, maybe even the Jarvan here, because the Vi Kai'Sa has been the Fanatic special all year. And we'll have to see if that is going to be the plan. As no, actually going to top over towards the Pantheon. It was Elyoya on that Pantheon.
No more Vi. Cassio from the Popster.
So Razork wants his
500s, whichever team is behind at 15 wins.
In the game, I think the playmaking opportunity on this champion is absolutely huge.
Both of these teams can throw
when you have
easily,
some powerful split pushers, powerful side laners.
It's time to lock in Sion Mirren for the free win.
Grand Starfall, but I'm
can
also
you do
not
it?
surprised at all to see
Kiana
Cassiopeia being locked in here. Always either a counter or at minimum an answer when Rise is locked.
Kiana Sion? I think the Pantheon here is more about that early game aggression. Last
Kiana Sion, come on now.
All about the bot lane for these two teams. Who can try and come out on top?
Sion?
So Pantheon going to be able to facilitate that early play towards the bottom side of the
Sayonara.
map and making sure you can try and snowball, upset.
Sayonara, or I'm running ads right now, guys.
Kiana, take it for Elyoya on the opposite side. He's
join the Golden Copper Train.
Got going on it, but couldn't
pick Sion, bro. Back to Fries.
See if MKoi can try and right those wrongs.
Don't pick your Santa, please, into Cassio showing. Just pick Sion. If you don't play Sion at this tournament, honestly, thank you. Alright, GG.
You need to get rolling. You need to stay ahead of the curve. You need to keep your economy going.
MKoi won the game.
The impact you can have from knowing that exact timing of when you need to go in, when to place that big, supreme display of talent. If that ultimate can live up to its name, Elyoya can define the game.
It is going to be kind of hard though. You're up against the Cassiopeia who has that miasma, who has that lockdown. Same with the Pantheon. So you have to be very careful here as Elyoya as to exactly when you try to go in. But Oscarinen looks like going to round out this third pick with Mbessa to answer into that Sion. So Fnatic definitely opted into it. You were already saying, Flowers, that opportunity to try and play side lanes with this Mbessa and trying to then set up for a strong team fight as well. With
I think you ban Kai'Sa here if you're MKoi.
And I do like seeing
one of the few champions I think Upstick can carry with. You ban Kai'Sa.
enemy team. We've seen multiple games so far.
No Kaiser Yonara, I don't think Ups is going to carry the game. And the boats and the logs. Unless Ups plays like Kog'Maw Braum.
Unstoppable brick wall.
Kog'Maw Braum
so
4-5
is going to be charged with the tall task of dealing with the massive meatball there in the top lane.
And I think for Fnatic, they're kind of hoping they can avoid the meatball in some of the
I swear the European teams, did they scrim only each other or what?
There's always a chance you can draw that Sion to a side lane, make it a little bit more
betting
difficult
Israel
to participate in these fights. Especially Fnatic can start up with, already the Pantheon is a strong engage. You can look towards something like a Nautilus or an Alistar or even the Rel for making that bottom side. That is where
if they don't ban Kaiser, I swear. I swear.
It looks like they're going to be able to move themselves over towards strong engage for Alvaro, which has been their comfortable spot. And then Supa, he has been spectacular. Honestly, top 2 of the AD carries that we have in the LEC right now.
Oh my lord, by the way.
As long as he's comfortable on his pick.
By the way.
Okay, so we've got Ezreal, Nautilus, Tristana, Nico, all banned away here in this second half.
Ezreal,
Nautilus immediately slammed there by Fnatic. Always a great pick going up against something that's going to try to one-shot assassinate you.
Super
like
punish.
What do we want to see from Imkoi here for their bottom?
What kind of range traps do you have?
I still think you have to go.
You can even play Zeri if you want. Play long range AD. Long range AD.
Shined on, so I wouldn't be fully surprised to see that one.
Legit, you can play Ziggs. Ziggs is complete free win, by the way.
Has played things like
can you play Ziggs Super?
Maybe they really want to try and go for Caitlyn and Bully out of the bot side. But the only thing I'm worried about is if you go the Caitlyn,
not a long range.
So it will be the Zeri.
What is EU meta, man?
Okay, the very scary hyper carry Zeri, the thing that has terrorized League of Legends in the past in the metagame, of course. Far yeah, exactly. There we go, picking it up. But we've got not obviously that level of Zeri in the past that dominated the meta, but can still be a very powerful pick, very big carry throughout the game. And you have a strong front line there with the Sion. You have Ryze that can also create a lot of space around her. And now Rakan locked in next to the Zeri for that big initiation potential for the team fights.
Yeah, and that's I wasn't sure what the answer here was
really picking Alistar into Rakan.
Was hovering the Bard, and if you change over to the Bard, I feel like it changes a lot of the identity that Fnatic had here, because it ends up teetering more into that pick style composition with the Bard. But at least having the Alistar here, you now have a strong front line in both the Pantheon and this Alistar that can set up now for the DPS tools of the Sion, the Cassiopeia. Whereas an MKOI side, some side lane that can be answered here with the Ryze, but definitely wanting to play that front to back with Yoya threatening on the flank.
Let's try.
So looking at both of the drafts now, we've got all 10 champions
Fnatic
locked
versus
in.
MKOI,
Do we
game
feel like
1
either side has a specific edge, or is it more of just differentiation in styles?
I think the fact that you have the Cassiopeia means that you can deal with the Sion in team fights as Fnatic. It will still be tough, but I think a lot of this is going to come down to execution. One of the things I've loved about this Kiana Ryze combo from like the top teams that we've seen playing it, like guys from like Tarzan and that, where it's you use the Realm Warp to reposition Kiana mid-fight so she can find a flank. And I think that's something that's really cool that you can try and do. So if MKOI have been practicing this combo, it can open up Elyoya to be a strong carry. If he's not able to get into those positions though, and Fnatic are able to play that,
I have to play to Dom,
I
right
think
back
they should have a lot of tools.
I finally have LEC co-stream rights, true.
What we get here, an LEC rematch of a head-to-head we've seen plenty of times throughout the year, but now with the biggest stakes of the year, whoever comes out on top in this best of 3 gets to stay here at Worlds at least a while longer. But one of these two teams' journeys ends here today. I want to see all the stops pulled out. I want to see both these squads bring in their best shot here. Obviously, Worlds has not gone the way they wanted it to thus far, but you can always try to turn things around, and you got to start right now. As Jojo and Poby, it's just a quick trade of a Noxious Blast for nothing there, so Poby gets first strike in mid lane.
Yeah, I think the issues that we've seen from both these teams in the LEC have only been exemplified on the main stage, where MKOI have got off to great starts, but they haven't been able to close it out. Whereas for Fnatic, it's just kind of been that team cohesion and finding the success that they really want. So I think both teams with a lot to prove, but we'll have to see who's going to be able to take
higher quality
Okay, runes on your screen right now. The thing
they
that I
have really
always look
insane
at,
mobility. They curve out really good.
Split in professional League of Legends is the presence of the spellbook for the supports. Both of them having it this time
would you ever consider going back to coaching?
Neither one of these two are really playing to slam the lane.
I'm talking with teams, but it's like it's hard to convince people if I can't do the whole full-time thing. But I just want to work remote in a more senior position. That would be like my way back into esports competition. Like I'm talking with some teams about doing something in a capacity where I help coaches and help teams, and I'm there at the beginning of the year and at playoffs.
Yeah, I
but
mean,
we'll
the
see.
main ones to look at are those last two, right? Like, you can see in our summer playoffs, end up facing off twice. It went to 5 games the first time around. It really looked like it was coming down to the wire. But the second time we saw them face off, honestly, it was MKOI dominating for a large portion of that. And that came down to a solid game plan of, we want to access the bot lane. We want to snowball super.
I would do similar to Dom, but more, let's say, I would fly out way more often, you know, or go out there more often.
Kind of ease of setup on the level 3s, the level 4s to look for the dives. So this may make Pantheon a little bit easier to work with.
So checking out where our junglers are here at the very beginning, it is going to be cross-map starts for them, both of them starting on their own respective.
You're going to be a scheming eunuch?
You're going to see
What?
take a quick back after that first.
Why would I be Varus?
Pick up the additional longsword for the extra clearing power.
All right,
Poby. Trade back and forth here in the
Holy, Jojo with the flash.
Though, forcing out the response
Holy.
flash from Poby.
Ooh, Poby movement though. Jojo had an idea. He had
no flashes available.
He had an idea.
Mobile mid laners, Dagda. I'm feeling like this is a big flashing red light for either one of the junglers.
Razorko activo. Flash advantage. Come on, Razor! Do it! You can do it!
They don't see him early.
You can do it!
Flash from Razork into the point.
Lila!
It's done. First blood, Fanatic.
Great response from Razork.
One Wing Avery, thank you very much for the subscription. 3 months in advance.
But not going to be able to find any success. And it's a little unfortunate from Jojo. I love the idea.
Did they just go Xayah to deny Rakan? What? They could just pick Rakan if they wanted to deny Rakan.
So it was a slow rather than the stun when he hit those buttons. And it means that you actually end up with Poby escaping.
All right, we're getting level 3 ganked.
Tough, man. I feel like if you're going to play
we're getting level 3 ganked.
Flashes, you've got to respect the possible presence of the jungler. Jojo doesn't do so, and it means
who do you rather win? I don't really care, bro.
On this Pantheon, a champion
if Genjiano asks to join Genji as a support analyst for them, would you take the offer? 100%. Are you kidding me, bro?
You catch somebody off guard with an early ultimate, but now it's MKOI invading the jungle. Razork trying to clear his blue buff here, as now it's a flash engage. Razork.
All right, Razork no flash. Nice punish from MKOI.
His revenge. MKOI, nice, seizing the opportunity there. Again, recognizing
Rakan is not a fake combo. It's just that Xayah's and AD is not good in every game. Like, this game turned out to be like a fine Xayah game, but what happens here if Super just picks a long-range champion? Do you think it's playable at all for Xayah? It's not. But they went Zeri.
The early death, right? You don't want your Ryze to get set behind. You want to make sure he's able to keep stacking.
What if Genji Xayah was like 30k a year?
That one, but still 34 to 20 in terms of the farm
count. It depends what it would entice.
Of course, the gold still mostly even between the junglers because Razork was the beneficiary of the first blood, but that was Elyoya's flash.
Only EU teams have lost so far on Sion, guys. Is it going to happen again? What do you think of the narrative that Upset is a KDA player having coached him?
Yeah, I agree.
I think Upset can be a KDA player when he doesn't believe in his team. Which might sound as a cop-out, but like when we were at our peak with Fnatic and he was laning with Hilly, he was the most balls-to-the-walls player in Europe. So
honestly, Elyoya is in a fantastic spot as he bets to take over the
I do think it matters.
Ooh, nice engage there from Mickey. Headbutt pull followed up by the immediate feather root there from Upset.
Good combo from Mickey. Good laning.
Bottom lane duo does take a chunk of HP, but they return some good firepower themselves. They've got the wave pushing into their opponents, but Mickey and Upset able to freeze it outside of tower range right now. That first Drake of the game has spawned as of about
Made the Fnatic hey watch, yeah, you're welcome to do that, bro. Like, we are unhappy with Fnatic this tournament.
When we have these attempts on mid laners and junglers early, the Dragons are naturally going to be a bit more delayed, but Razork now looking at the bottom lane.
Are you rooting for either team? Nah, after I saw the draft, honestly, I want them all to go home.
Especially as this wave is frozen, but it doesn't really matter, right?
This tournament has turned me into a 100 Thieves fan. That's where I'm at.
Yeah, that wave frozen.
I'm excited to watch 100 Thieves next year as well as a follow-up. Like, it's going to be really cool to follow the journey of 100 Thieves.
Buffering through the wall.
That's going to be amazing.
From Supa means the Zeri gets away very easily. Ward dropped in the Dragon Pit there from Fnatic just to keep an eye on it, just to make sure they're not going to try to sneak that one away after seeing Razork show up down here. But instead, it's the mid lane. That's your target. Beautifully done from Elyoya.
And that's a snack. MKOI have legit early games, honestly. Ooh, Mickey flashed that. Flash that. All on the floors. Flash that. Give me some more. Flash that. Till you get so. Flash that. Whoa.
But
It's
Alvaro
over, guys.
comes in on the teleport play,
It's
sets
Jover.
up them with his jungle, and manages to get a perfect
It's
play
Jover.
in that mid lane.
And here's the thing,
I think
Becca.
Fnatic, the dream is collapsing.
Yep, they know that MKOI's taking it. Nope, they have
Aren't they
nothing to
leaving the
say
scene?
about
That's
it
the joke.
Because their mid laner is dead. He's just making his way back out onto the map right now. And Jojo and Elyoya have plenty of damage
It's okay,
to be able
guys.
to secure this first objective. So that one's done. And nicely on top of that, if you note in the top left, it's still
The game have good lanes, but when it comes to this image, they fall apart. No, they have good early game. I think they know how to base well, they sync up well, they play around mid super well. I think Georgia is a good laner, so gives them opportunities. But the mid to late game is trash. Fnatic did get first blood though, so based. You watched UFC today? No, I didn't. I don't know. I'm kind of bored of UFC. Don't you dare use sarcasm on me. I have you know I'm autistic.
if they try to engage on him. So
Honestly, I think the majority of people that are involved in League, I think the majority of us are on the spectrum.
Unbreakable will really start the fight off with impunity. Alvaro also pretty far away from being able to have the grand entrance.
Do you leave the MKOI roster next year? I don't know. I feel like they've had like a steady progression, but they've also had the same problem the entire time. So how the fuck do you bang it into this team's head? I do feel like this team could definitely. I don't know. The issue seems so solvable, but it's been there for such a long time. So I don't know.
First grub already secured there with the smite, and now they're going to go in. Supreme display of talent onto Mickey. He's already down. Razork wants to
it's
get
so
away, but here
Jover,
comes
guys.
the realm warp to seal
Send them
his
home.
fate.
Send them
He'll
home.
warp straight into the grave. It's a double kill.
Send them home, bro.
For the Zeri, for Supa. It's
Send
a
them home.
4-1 game with a 2,000 gold lead, and every
Jeez,
single
send them home.
grub
Book
is
the
gonna
flights.
go the way of
Book the
MKOI.
flights
This
right now,
early
bro.
game, they are slamming it.
Book the flights right now.
The fact that Fnatic couldn't match those lane assignments from MKOI came back to bite them.
Book the flights.
Push mid, Jojo's able to isolate.
Book the flights, man.
Joining the fight, and in a 3v4,
Book the flights.
MKOI take down Fnatic.
Put them in storage.
Is a rough game.
And what if I should become as harsh as the LPL streamers? Oh wow, you did something proactive. Okay, Fnatic. I'm proud of you. Do more of this, and less of the other thing.
Yeah, still the kill going to Razork isn't ideal. They would have liked to have given that to Oscar in and to try and have something, but Mickey gone too far forward.
Yeah, Mickey very far forward into enemy territory.
Mickey looking for constellations. Varo's no mana. Here comes Jojo Pubes. Jojo Pubes. But the moves from Crab doesn't connect. Jojo Pune taking over top wave makes sense. Mickey 1 HP.
Mickey down to 50 HP. Brother, you have got to get out of here.
Yeah, I think if you want to stick around, it's not going to be a good time for Mickey's. May not be for Oscar in as well. Again, the overextension from Mickey causing so many members of Fnatic to try and
Alright, Gayuntal on Zeri. Profane Hydra on Elyoya. Elyoyito.
MKOI are dominating this early game.
This is about as much as I think you could ask for. You've already claimed
3 grubs, 1 dragon, 1 dragon spawns in 2 minutes.
One more objective.
I think Rice should do well in Ambessa, honestly.
In their entirety because they secured first
Like in the 1v1, I mean. I don't think Ambessa can do much. Mickey's gonna look for Hex Flash over the wall. I don't think they have lethal, no? On Rise, do they have lethal? Do they have lethal, guys?
To get this first play does a lot of damage to Oscar, but now got to be a little bit careful. Here's public execution. Jojo taking a ton of damage from the initial.
They do have lethal. Fuck me, Ambessa damage is so high, bro.
But he
Damn.
cannot stay alive long enough. Nice.
Jojo has Ruby Crystal.
And a much needed pickup for Fnatic. The fact that they'd already started to lose out across
Damn.
the board and now
Okay.
Oscar in and gets something back.
Like, that was by a decent margin too, bro. Rise was paper.
Nicely done by Fnatic as MKOI might be looking to
Fucking
answer
the
back
Tom
here.
Rubery didn't come through, bro.
Okay, Mickey now with the level 6 on the Alistar has Unbreakable Will. Far harder to catch him out and burst him down like we saw in the fight by the Grubs. Razork jumping in after Alvaro. Mickey wants to
Oh, that was real flash, guys. Real flash.
To not get caught.
Real flash.
So slippy when
I don't think already used W as well, so
time and again he's been able to step
kind of
away
dry.
from him, and it just leaves Fnatic wanting. Poby, though, has been able to sit in the side lane at least for a little while and, you know, get some of this farm and get into a position where he's relatively comfortable, but it's a long way from Fnatic scaling into
No Juntal yet on Zaya. Zeri is also fully stacked. He doesn't know the leap trick. If you're a Zeri player out there stacking Juntal, just know that you can hit 2 minions at the same time, or even 3 with the same Q and stack 3 times. If you just Q at the edge of a minion and let the bullets stray to other ones, because it all applies on hit effects once on each target. And Juntal stacking is
that MKOI could potentially play around later on in the game. Yeah, it's where they have been putting their focus, right, is having, hey, Jojo in the side lane, we're going to try and play off of his pressure into potential invades, into putting down wards, and now it's opening up that opportunity to keep pressure on both mid and bot.
I don't know, 3-2 is pretty OP, I would say.
I mean, for Fnatic, they need someone to try and face check it, but I don't know who does.
All right, top side, neither one of these top laners has their teleport available to join the bot.
Yeah, both these teams are in the running for airport speedrun.
Unless you can try to get Sion out of the lane and use the ulti, but no, the dragon is already secured. And considering Elyoya and Alvaro,
LPL didn't need to go airport, they just went on a bus.
However, Supa
the IG bus
there versus Upset. Does not want to take any more of the fight though, considering Mickey was nearby, would be able to turn that into an unfair fight very quickly.
Alright, they just gave up Drake.
From MKOI. 2 dragons to their name, already with a gold lead, and there just
2 minutes
doesn't
till
really
Herald.
seem to be a way for Fnatic to break this. You now are so far behind, it just makes it difficult, and in the goal difference you can see
Oh, these are cool statistics that they just dropped.
Gold lead fairly much went at the game. Razor, can you try and change that?
Yeah, he wants to try to alleviate some of that gold lead, but the Grand Starfall just ends up resulting in a whole lot of nothing. So Pantheon ulti ending up being a whiff. That feels so painful. The cooldown on that ultimate is pretty long. You really want to get value whenever you're making those plays, because not only are you not getting the value you hoped for, now your opponents have 2 minutes to just sit there and say, okay, we don't have to worry about Pantheon ult. We can make the map moves we want to make.
It does feel a bit bizarre to be trying to play around Poby, though, in this sort of regard, because one of the things I love about Pantheon and Ambessa is that setup, but Mickey wants to be that setup.
Yeah, Mickey trying to set it up for the Cassiopeia, gets trapped in the Rune Prison here as Jojo wants to buy a little time.
Many ways to cancel ult. Miasma.
Jojo wanted to use the
kind of a waste of an ult.
Trapped in the Petrifying Gaze. Redemption coming down, but Jojo is already dead. Elyoya cannot arrive in time. Nicely done from Fnatic to get another pick onto Jojo. That's 3 of their 4 kills on the enemy mid laner, and the game is tied up, at least in kill regards.
Yeah, and at least it's going to Poby, who can do.
Would you accept coaching any LEC next split if you got good offer? No, of course not.
Instead of trying to come in with the Grand Starfall, where you have plenty of time to try and run away.
The teams I would join are very specific, so
they actually managed to get the flank.
I don't mind if it does not.
MKOI trying to respond to the mid lane, but Fnatic starting to move out and should be in the position to defend this.
Yeah, MKOI.
I could have coached LEC every year of my life, but I don't want to coach a team I don't believe in or work with people I don't trust or don't value.
Dragon, but they haven't made any plays against their opponents specifically. So Fnatic have done a good job being able to fight back a little bit, because remember, right after the Void Grub fight that MKOI just slammed, this gold lead was 2.2, 2.3 thousand gold. So Fnatic have come back into the game almost 1,500.
Yeah, and a lot of that has been them MKOI trying to set up for Elyoya with division and potential invades and seeing if maybe they can.
I like Arnold and Ruler. I would join for them. LEC is dead, or LTA is dead, bro. LTA literally doesn't exist. You even dead named it. To coach the Lakers, also, I would love to carry on the legacy of Phil Jackson.
The biggest goal
I'll be done.
Individually in the game is Supa on that Zeri, like you're talking about.
Phil Jackson even coached Lakers? He did for a while, no? Am I crazy? Might be crazy.
But it is Fnatic. First two
he has 11 rings, no? Some of them on Lakers.
Already. Oscar in here off to the side.
After the Bulls.
Looking to distract him as now MKOI wants to move forward. Fnatic all grouped up around the pit. Alvaro going in here with a quickness as immediately Razor going to lose about half HP, but now
alright, they got Herald, but it's ugly.
First kill going over to Fnatic.
Holy damn! Kiana na na na. Okay. Supa. 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 E.
And they are cutting off the hopes of Fnatic. Upset and Mickey
trying
to get themselves away back through the triangle. And Jojo on the chase. Mickey with the flash.
Supa.
Right after him. Upset, the last man standing.
Oh!
To try to get
Get
away.
in the car!
Maybe
Get in the car!
taxi home. A little bit more damage might just be able to stop it, but no. Upset will use the Herald to be the only man.
I wonder if you know. Have you been to Tokyo? Fast and Furious!
who has to use it to escape.
Right.
MKoi played that fight so incredibly well, but Razork finds Elyoya.
Yeah, Elyoya sticking around a little bit too long, perhaps. Dodges the Comet Spear there. Did not want
I understand why people are fans of MKoi, bro. It's so fun to say their names.
As he does escape through the invisibility. That is Pantheon ulti down again. And there's what I was talking about.
Waste Herald to protect KD.
All game, up to almost 3,500.
Ain't no way.
The Herald makes a very long walk back down the top lane. And this could be a very long journey.
Alright,
back
Ali
to the
Babi.
fountain.
Elyoya didn't base yet, guys. This is really troll from MKoi. Oh, yeah, MKoi. MKoi. Elyoya.
And it looks like he's got nowhere to go.
MKoi, question mark?
Screen does try to pop the ulti there, is interrupted by Mickey
What
X.
the fuck? Look at Poby. He's also milking top. He's milking.
He's pretty tanky, but surely they're able to catch up to him here. Decimating Smash, trying to make a little bit of extra distance, but no, it's headbutt pulverized. And with a shutdown going over to upset.
What's MKoi just do, bro?
What Fnatic was hoping for.
MKoi just tossed that gold lead out the window. The fact that you managed to get all those kills in the jungle, and you're going to get that top tower, plus you're getting set up for the dragon now that's about to spawn.
Miki trying to put vision on the doesn't understand while Super is trapping him.
With the lightning crash, it's going to be Mickey X the target now. As
Ain't no way. It's so ugly. It's so unforced.
They get an amazing punish. They force MKoi
like, what is
into a bad
this?
spot after MKoi wanted to get more in their own jungle, but then Fnatic is possessed by the same greed. They invade the MKoi jungle.
Hello,
and the damage is just massive. Now
yo,
the
Lost.
dragon that
Thank you
you're
very much for the tier 1. Appreciate that. Thank you. Far too kind.
Instead is just one step closer to MKoi, securing a very early soul.
Lars, what in the name of God is going on?
This is a bit of a crazy game, my friend. We've got 18 kills in 18 minutes, but every objective sans the Herald has gone to
This might be the worst game of world so far. Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm down with that.
Like,
I'm down with that.
Ambulance, but not for me when it came to the invade on the bottom
Also
side. And then Fnatic were like, no, we'd like an ambulance as well, actually, if you wouldn't mind. Yeah. One for me, one for you, and one for the viewers who are very upset at what has been happening. But across the board, as you say, MKoi is still in a very strong position. They're now getting access to this bottom side and starting to crack open the turrets in their favor. And with Jojo having this lead, he is now in a very strong spot to actually be that threat in the side.
Do you think Poby hype was real or not? Poby hype? What was the Poby hype, bro?
Poby, as you can see, can eventually clear out waves, but against the Rise, if you end up with the Kiana coming over the wall,
Poby hype was just a meme, no? People weren't serious.
If he's left alone.
Poby's Cassiopeia, 4 stacks on his Rod of Ages, fully charged. Seraph's Embrace over on the other side.
I think the only way I would join NA would be to work with Dom. Otherwise, I don't want to be in NA. I don't see a different circumstance where I would want to work in NA. I would only want to work with Dom. Otherwise, no. I would never want to. I don't want to go North America.
Take down the remaining tier 1 turret from Fnatic. Pick a couple of flower petals along the way. They'll place him on the grave of Razork. And
Soul point, baby. It's very quick.
MKoi, there's been obviously hiccups here.
My favorite gay homies.
What MKoi has made their name from the LEC.
Probably the Poacher.
Strong early game where they can very quickly garner these leads, start to try and play through side lanes, and when you've got this combo of Alvaro and Elyoya that is so potent with the CC into the sheer amount of DPS that this Kiana can provide,
look at this guy.
It's difficult for Fnatic to even approach their own jungle.
Everything on that scoreboard
like Photoshop some tattoos on my knuckles.
Pick and choose, but it's really jungle and AD carry where the 2 largest advantages find themselves. Elyoya.
Guys, this Flagless team has been together for 2 years. I don't think this Flagless team is staying together, bro.
That just means Mickey is alone in no man's land.
Yeah, I think Fnatic has given up, bros.
Yeah, and that Adicon looks fairly lonely, but I don't know if it's about to have a bunch of MKoi friends coming over to say hi in a couple of moments as well.
Yeah, MKoi, you know, it's like
the TP coming in. It's an MKoi
I enjoy watching them way more than Fnatic.
On the LEC that has been for us in the LTA throughout the year, which is if he survives until 21 minutes without somebody trying to attack him, it's pretty surprising.
Don't you think that Casey deserved 3rd place? Fuck no.
Not welcome on the Rift, except this time around, because they got the free pick right beforehand. There's just no way for Fnatic to try to challenge, so it ends up being a free objective for the MKOI side. 31 petals to 13 is a ton.
If you were to win, bring NA to win Worlds and you get invited to White House, what would you say to Trump? I say, Trump, we just beat China. We don't need to tariff China, Trump. We're beating them on the rift. Let's stop doing this trade war. We don't gotta do it.
Takes him down to about 1/3 HP. Poby slithers into the area to be.
And then I'll say, Trump,
but this is a 7,000 gold.
this Netanyahu character is talk shit about you behind your back.
This is a very dangerous soul.
You should.
Team that has Rise and Zeri.
Yeah, it's not going to be
He's disrespecting you, Trump. He's disrespecting you.
MKOI have been finding the picks. They've been playing so well. And the last time
he said you're fat.
Actually bring out the Kiana, he got off to a fantastic early game lead, but they couldn't find ways to enable him in team fights to actually carry that gold lead into a victory. This time around, though, he's been playing on the flanks incredibly well.
He said your toupee is not believable. He never said thank you. Never said thank you.
As you can see on your screen, even domestically, there's been a couple of hiccups.
We played League. We played some of the best League.
It's nearly insurmountable.
Right. These ones, you know, you're looking at a couple thousand
against China.
Ends up turning into a throw. This time around, though, this is absolutely dire.
Why are you doing Trump accent? You're the one saying it. Yeah, but
on the clock until that cloud
I'm speaking to Trump,
and you can see
so I need to speak.
So dark for Fnatic. Anything past their own
I need to speak in a way that makes sense to him.
It's a very scary place to try to approach. Yeah, Mickey or Razork could try. Mickey's got Unbreakable Will, Razork has his shield, but then if somebody gets caught, you're pretty much forced into a fight, and those fights are not going to go your way unless you start them off with some kind of a pick, some kind of a big engage. Mickey with
all right, let's see it. Soul in 15 seconds, guys. I see 3 items on Zeri. I see Fnatic having no hope.
Here in the mid lane,
no hope, no hope, no hope,
Still 2 stacks to go on the Rod of Ages.
Good game from Elioya. I like the Elioya's game. Put good ganks in, good management on jungle. They couldn't get the engage. That's a CC chain. I think Super gets Penta here. Super Penta, guys. Super Penta. Alright, Rakam Penta, Rakam Penta. Rakam Penta.
Poby's gonna be melted by Elioya. Razor can't stand any longer either.
Rakam
And
Penta.
Fnatic fall to pieces again. It's only Upset left alive. Try as he might.
Oh,
he can't win the fight.
Upset.
Before the Dragon Soul. And
That's ugly, Upset. That's very, very ugly. Thank you for the gift and sub, Lost. That was so ugly, Elias lip.
Even if you're not getting full value from the ultis, Alvaro sets up that engage, sets up the turnaround, and MKOI sweeping through Fnatic.
MKOI, they get themselves their clean ace. I could see the desperation. And let's take another look here.
Fnatic level 3 gang mid and Pantheon ulted top. What is Fnatic's problem in your opinion? I don't know. I think they just have too many players that are boosted.
Sets up perfectly
straight up.
For Jojo Pyun to follow through. They managed to finish off any sort of threat on towards Super, and he's happy to follow through then to pick off the remaining members of Fnatic.
I tried to go on the Zeri. I mean Kiana.
You can see there, just kind of like there's not a whole lot to react to. Just, you know, you're trying, but when you're 7,500
Super.
down, you have to go with the flash Pantheon stun.
Nice comms.
You just throw the Hail Mary.
Yeah, you're just trying to play for the 2% chance because otherwise it's a 1, right? And now
where does Health Bar go?
Yeah, I don't think this
Oscarini
is
Panini.
long for this world. That is not.
Guys, I think Cloud Soul is good on Zeri.
That one is. That one's out of here.
Well, to be fair, Arcane didn't go too well for her either. You know.
Okay, all right, you got me there.
Fnatic would go winless at the World Championship, guys.
A possibly inferable spoil. But now it's 13,000 gold.
I think how boosted they are is legit. They are listed in order, no? Fnatic.
About 2,000 golds worth of adaptive force.
It's top to bot.
And Baron is on the map, so
they are listed in the order of
like a pretty safe bet. You can
how
just
they are.
Baron, force them to come
their skill.
answer, and then you either get the Baron and run into their base, or you just ace them, and you probably don't even need it at that point.
Yeah, I think if you're Fnatic, you hope that for a brief second, MKOI forget how to play the game for about 5 to 10 seconds. Don't hit any of their buttons, and then you have a chance.
I feel bad for Bobby though. Bobby gets no flame. Bobby's doing his best. Mickey's the best. Mickey's by far the best on this team, guys. Like, Mickey's by far the best on this team. Like, it's not even close. It's actually not close, guys.
It's a 1500 Red Bull Baron power play because there was no attempt from Fnatic.
Like, just because Mickey dies trying to do something or trying to put some vision down when he can't because the game is just, like, tough, you don't judge him based off this, because, like you're just kind of, you're doing, like, the Inglourious Bastards thing, you know, like, of just, you're just squealing on yourself, you know?
Can Fnatic do it?
Well, there's already a ward right where the unsealed teleport was coming in from Mickey. Jojo flashes to the other side, but Mickey's ready to flash after him. Alvaro coming in to cover
Ruby
for
Crystal,
his
guys,
mid laner as
and
Jojo
Archangels.
is still alive now. Fnatic continue trying to press the assault, but now Mirwin
Rip
is
Bozo.
charging in from behind. A supreme display of talent right back in the wall. Fnatic tried, Fnatic died. There's no way to stop MKOI now. Oscar
Fnatic is so soft. Overtime was such a bad bet.
There, an ace to end the game, 24-7 with an 18,000 gold lead. What'll be a 20,000.
I thought it would be a bigger shit show, but MKOI is just 50 times better than this team.
If those towers give it to us, it'll be just shy, but it won't matter. 27 minutes into the game, MKOI slam game number 1.
That was sheer and utter dominance from the MKOI side. I mean, Fnatic just didn't look like they showed up at all.
Yeah, inspired Caps upset Mickey, it would be the perfect top laner.
We got to see them make the play. Razor got the first blood.
I don't know, I think like Whip or Broken Blade are very strong team players, you know? I think both of them would be good.
But after that, once MKOI got ahead, they just never really gave it up.
Yeah, and I think
How do you recover mentally from this game? You don't. You go home.
and Alvaro
You go home, like, straight up.
Setup and making things very difficult for Fnatic.
All right, that's game number 1 done and taken care of. MKOI are looking good. Desk, what do you guys think?
Very good.
I don't even know, man. I don't even know. What was this? Is my mic on? Maybe it is. Yeah, okay, it's good. What was that?
Yeah, I mean,
what
to
happened?
me, this was definitely not like completely clean from the side of MKOI. That there was a couple of mistakes, a couple of moments where they overstepped and got caught out. But generally, overall, the tempo vibes were always in favor of MKOI there.
I'm speechless. I was expecting something kind of what we've been seeing in the LEC this year, but not at all. It doesn't even, like, there was no way they could fight back. For me, it was just spectating your own game from the side of Fnatic.
Well, she just called them cucks. Lore just said Fnatic were big cucks in this game. They were cuckolds.
When they went up against KT, when they went up against G2,
they were sitting in that wooden chair that you get in your hotel room that's really uncomfortable and it was just there for no reason.
Yes, Jojo died early to the gank.
Is she wrong? No.
Right back in
No.
and they knew he didn't finish his clear.
Based.
He just went for a level 3 gank,
Based.
so they ended up being able to challenge that. And it was nice to see them double back straight towards Poby.
And I love this trio, the mid-jungle support, working together. This gang squad that was just getting action done early. And then this...
Is Oscar actually a top 3 top lane in the EU now?
This setup that ends up coming
He's
through
had one good
this,
series against Kana.
This ult from Elyoya, I feel like all game, him and Alvaro, the
Kana
setup
just
of the team
played bad
fight was
as
so
well.
effective. And Fnatic just weren't ready for this engage to come through.
Yeah, and this is what I just generally love about MKOI is that when they see an angle, when they see the fight, they will pull their support for it, and they will just pull the trigger. There is no hesitation. That was a lesson that they learned at MSI. This was a lesson they learned early in LEC, and they will go for it. As you can see in front of you, yes, they, at the 20-minute mark, 5,000 gold, but the fact that at 15 minutes, it was like a 900 gold. And then at every minute afterwards, it expanded and ballooned to something as ridiculous as this with Drake control. Beautiful to see.
It's crazy to see the level of confidence on the side of MKOI so far in this game and in this series, because for them to play
Fnatic was not this trash in LEC, I agreed, yeah.
leads that fast.
They just want to go home, bro.
I gotta say, if Fnatic doesn't wake up and come up with a
everyone in
plan,
that room knows. Everyone in that room knows that absolutely fucking nobody, like that team is not staying together, bro.
Fnatic did make the attempt, like 10 minutes, 13 minutes. EX on like the Alistar, hex flashing and really trying to punish Rise on sides. Like they were making the attempts, it was just not like all for naught.
Yeah, it felt like it was a lot of just little moments, picks, some oversteps, some MKOI that were punished, but it never really translated to anything more.
Yes.
I think that was the issue, really, and it felt like, especially the setups for the team fights were so spectacular for MKOI.
I want to take a look at our HyperX Reflex replay here, because maybe the international audience doesn't know that Elyoya has a Kiana, but they found out the hard way here during this game with a beautiful ult.
And the focus isn't really on the Herald, they go for the fight. It's a great Rakan ult to start things off, a sacrifice from Alvaro, and this ult here, Elyoya gets the CC on both carries, then dips over the wall, takes out the jungler, and Poby an upset. They
Razgan and Oscar for sure out. Yeah,
at low HP.
I think so.
Elyoya's on this flank, cutting them off. And yeah, Upset does make the run away, but the fight is won at this point. It's just cleaning up the kills.
That's the thing. That's what I love about Kiana. There's two angles to the fight. Like
yeah, LPL had by far the best format this year. Like, it's not even close. I'm gonna run some ads, guys, and move around a little bit.
Elyoya is so talented on these carry options, and the fact that he's able to get the assassination, like take attention of 3 players, he creates so much space for Supa, who went massive this game.
And I'm just going to be real, we had a lot of Kiana games in the LCK and a lot of Kiana losses, right? It is not the easiest champion to execute, and Elyoya really made it work here.
Something I want to ask you guys, looking at the compositions, do you feel like there was a comeback potential on the side of Fnatic? Outside of the mental aspect, outside of what we've seen from these players individually?
Like
I think Fnatic needs to rename. Like the org just needs to rename.
Right? Like they had the damage from the Cassio, Xayah to be able to deal with Sion. I think the Xayah pick was fine in the sense that they were dealing with a mid-range composition with Kiana, like Sion and everything, so they could deal with it, especially the Rakan. Like I thought it was okay. There was some comeback potential, but you just weren't in a position to do much. Like as much as I say about the Cassio DPS, there's still so many like threats in the opposing side that she couldn't really deal much damage at all. Like she wasn't given that space like Supa was.
Yeah, to me this was so much more about the execution than the draft itself.
Yeah.
All right, moving forward, it's do or die. It's back to the drawing board and come back with something ASAP or just go back to Berlin here. What do we want to see from Fnatic? We want to see something. We haven't seen anything yet so far at Worlds, and especially this last game. One last chance to prove it all.
It sucks because I think if they want to take those fights on Herald or Grubs, being willing to pull more members, because MKOI are bloodthirsty. They will look for the fights. You know they will look for the fights. So at least in the early Grubs fight or something, if you want to pull the Cassio earlier on, sure, it might be a risk. You might lose a little bit on sides, but that's something that MKOI is looking for. You need to be able to match them.
I think I've been saying it a lot already, but proactivity, I think you need to be one starting the fight. You need to be one engaging. And it feels like in a lot of the other games, and this one too, it was the other team leading the charge, and Fnatic just kind of getting caught up in the mixer.
And so far, Summoner's Rift belongs to MKOI in this elimination series. Fnatic will be on the blue side for next game. Let's see if they can come up with something.
I don't know, bros. I feel so full and lazy, bro. I feel so full and lazy.
So. Catch front, Pant will die. Can I? Pant no flash, okay? Slow. I'm best around. That's 1 HP. Nice done. That's 1 HP, Pete. Slow. We win this, okay? Catch front. All them no flash. Keep going. No flash. Dale. I go. I'm coming. Look my position, okay? I can bait them. I'll bait them. 3. I'm going to.
Doom.
Ready?
The summer of '69.
An update is required.
Well, let's see, what interviews do we have? This is what Dom was reading when I checked in his room. Should we read it too? Let's read it. I have 2 streamers open? I have 2 streams open, what the fuck? That's crazy, bro. Pushing the limits of my internet. Overall take on today's match. We lost because we drafted poorly. I feel sorry to the players. Why did you leave Oriana available on the first rotation? We were Oriana as a top tier pick, but its red side would constrain on bans. We plan was to trade a meta pick for the priority elsewhere. What was the idea behind Wukong plus Aurora? Yes, given Roberts with the let's counter with Wukong plus Aurora. I think this is a perfectly fine plan, by the way. They drafted a protect Oriana scaling combo, and that read on our side turned out to be an error. How do you see Sion versus Ambessa? I think Sion is a bigger issue, honestly, in this draft. It's like, I think red side teams should start to, like, if you want to trade Wukong for a mid laner, you need to ban Sion, I think, on red side. You just have to ban. I think Sion is too OP with Trundle out. Like, G2 was onto something, but the difference is that they first pick Sion, so the enemy could pick Trundle and Aatrox into it. Then it's fucking useless. But I think if you're picking jungle 1-2 and you're trading that for an OP first pick, you need to fucking start banning Sion on red side. I think plain and simple. If you want to trade Wukong or Orianna, then fucking ban Sion, I think. Internally, we rate Sion as strong dispatch, and Bessa can fire back once the first core item is done. With so many early skirmishes in the meta, both picks make sense depending on timing. Second phase, bet you talk many ADCs. I can't go into all details. In short, our bans follow the priority, okay? White Kaiser, she threatens the enemy backline fits our engage concept. That's the issue. Like, I think conceptually, you should never draft like this. Like people think that poke goes together with poke, but it really doesn't. You need to have range in your comp. Like, this is such a common misconception, I think, in the community, where like, people think just because you have an engage comp, you should pick more engage. No, you should pick range. Like, when you have already melee, you don't want to invite champions even harder that are going to counter you. Because in this game, right, Genji versus T1, like, Poppy is obviously countering their whole top side. So if you pick Kaiser, Poppy counters even Kaiser and also the champions that you pair together with Kaiser. Imagine a scenario here where T1 picked Corki here on 4. The enemy goes Poppy, and then you pick Karma, and then suddenly it's a different game. Like, Gumayushi didn't play good. Like, he played some fights bad. But the issue is that the draft is unplayable. So that's like, they should just pick Corki on 4. Think about this, right? Let me show you this, for example. This is LCK. This is season playoffs. I show you pick and ban. HLE is a team that understands as well, for example. Or like, look at this, for example. How Alive? They have Zinzao, Jax, Alistar, Silas. And they pick Smolder on 5. They're not like, we need... Like, we need a champion that goes in with us. Woo! Like, that's not League, you know? Like, obviously in this game, Smolder has a lot of value. The enemy's playing like this counter-engage champions, like these that want to be engaged on, Cassio and Gragas. And then Smolder just pressures them so much before the fight starts. So this is a very, very good read, you know? So in a situation where you have, you know, the draft that we showed from T1, it's like you keep yourself so inflexible by picking Kaiser on 4. So that's like really, really bad, you know? Like, you really, really don't want to be in those spots. Like, it's just that people need to stop thinking that Aurora, Wukong, and Bessa need to ult in. Like, you don't need to. No one forces you to. If you outrange on one champion, the enemy needs to engage on you, and you can play position, you can play your champions. Every champion in the game is better if it gets engaged on. There's literally no champion. It's like any champion, if you're playing a tank that has big engage, always, if you force the enemy come into you, you're going to have more value. The enemy has to pay a price to breach your sphere of influence. Xerath? Of course, Xerath. You're going to engage with Xerath? You're throwing spells with Xerath and inviting the enemy to step into your sphere of influence. Hecarim? Yeah, of course, Hecarim too. Every champion. It's like Ash Arrow. Good job. It's like Ash Arrow is the only thing that gets penalized. It's just how the game works. Hecarim is better engaging? No, it's not, bro. What are you talking about? Like, if the enemy's coming into me and I can kite with my W, start stacking my Q, and kite backwards, hold E, and then snap into them as they're entering, obviously I get way more value. It's just, people are too ingrained in this idea that, oh, I am this champion, I have to go in. You lose ult value? Bro. I can't help you, man. I can't help you. How do the enemy engage into you? You know you can kite with Hecarim. Like, I'm assuming people have hands, you know, when I'm talking about this. Like, you're basically, like, imagine the enemy needs to enter into your sphere of influence. You're kiting with Q with Hecarim, you're charging your E, and then you're threatening with your ult. You're gonna get a shit ton of value. Plain and simple, if the enemy enters into your sphere of influence, you're going to do better. Kiana, maybe, coach? Guys, just stop. You don't need to filter through every champion in the game and think of an answer. Just listen to what I'm saying, for the love of God. I'm explaining to you simple. Anyone, if you need to enter and breach someone else's sphere of influence, you're paying a price for that. Obviously, there's champions that are way better at doing that, and there's chances and games where you really need to do that. And there's going to be games where you, of course, there's going to be games where it's like an additional detail is, like, there's a reason why range isn't like the most important thing. Like so sometimes people talk about champs or whatever. It's sometimes like whenever I hear a take from like LS, he doesn't understand this concept, and a lot of people don't do either. Is that if I'm stronger on side, right? If I'm stronger on side and I force enemy top lane to catch, let's say he's an Ornn. Wow, Ornn scales so good. He's so good champion. But if I'm pushing him always, and I as a solo laner, I have the initiative, which means that I'm going to be first in river, right? If I'm first in river and I'm stronger in the 3v3s, right? Usually melee champions, they are stronger in 3v3s. Like champions that are weaker in team fights and AoE situations are stronger on side. They are going to, of course, be able to create gold advantages through skirmishes and through initiative. And through that gold advantage, you create positional advantages. The thing is, if the enemy is in fog of war, suddenly their sphere of influence becomes massive. Their theoretical range becomes massive. That's why, like, a champion like Alistar or these champions that are melee can thrive. They can easily thrive, or Ryze can thrive, even though he's short range. It's because he dominates side. That's the whole point. And if you dominate side, the enemy needs to pay the enemy needs to pay a big price in terms of economy to be first in some situations. That's why a tank should be theoretically weaker. Why is Sion OP? Sion is OP because he gets prio, and he's first in river, and he is here ready to ult because he gets push in against a lot of top lanes. That's why Sion is OP. My point being, right? My point being is the champions that are strong on side in a 5v5. If you have space advantage, let's say the enemy is blind and they have no vision over this area that I just marked, and I'm playing Ryze and I'm in this space. My theoretical range is very large, right? The enemy needs to phase check into my sphere of influence, and then that range disadvantage doesn't matter anymore, right? If I'm playing Xerath and I have the longest range in the game, or I'm Veigar, if the enemy is beating me on side, that's why, like, champions that create fortresses aren't insta wins, because the game expands beyond that. Right? It's like Anivia, theoretically, in a standoff, should be broken, but she's weaker on side, which means that she needs to, in a lot of cases, pay a price to take initiative. If she wins side, she can be very, very OP, right? But the point being is this detail of being stronger in skirmishes, being stronger on side, and how that generates more gold, and how that gives you initiative in river, that's something that people don't understand in a lot of cases. And people think that you can just draft a draft that is just better 5v5 and you're going to win the game. No, it's not that fucking simple. Quack the Duck, you're looking at it too black and white. Like, I'm telling it to you very simple. If I'm stronger on side, that should give me a gold lead, and that should give me the choice of which fights I take by being first in river. If you're first in river, the enemy needs to pay a price to enter into river. And if your comp is that OP that you can pay that price to enter into river and still win, then that is what it is, and that can be easily, fantastic. But in some cases, you losing that initiative and losing gold can definitely be like losing. I think that MKOI win really fucking hard. This is rare, really good Fnatic Kassadin spot. Very, very rare, like insane Kassadin spot, no? Kassadin against Rumble, Victor, an enemy has Poppy Jarvan. It's a fucking... It's like either Kassadin is good this game or this champion is complete dog shit fucking useless. That's what it is. And it might be the case that this champion is complete dog shit useless. But what the kit is supposed to represent, if this champion doesn't do good in this game, this champion should be reworked and put in the toilet.
And again, it works very well, not only as you're saying with the lack of CC, but the fact that everything
Fnatic draft is so bad that Kassadin is good? No, I'm saying what Kassadin's kit is supposed to be is good against these champions. But I don't know if currently item like number-wise that it's good.
But I feel like that's not going to happen this time around.
Yeah, I think we're going to see a little bit of family therapy here in this one, as it's do or die for Fnatic as we
It's a miserable Poppy game, I think, but it's okay.
Versus Imkoi. Summoner Spellbook for the Bard there from Alvaro, but Mickey running the Hail of Blades on the Poppy for the extra.
Too big of a question, I see Flip. Like we are watching a game, man.
Not going to have that same level of utility. Here's a look at the runes that JoJo is running on his.
Just tell them the truth.
You can see he's got the
Whose draft you like? I kind of like the red side, but I have to say Alvaro is one of the most disgusting bard players I've ever seen.
This is a little greedy though from JoJo as we get a little bit of trading on the bottom side, because I would have expected him to go for the inspiration tree and try and get the biscuits and that, especially against the Victor who
Don't disrespect the Halo Blades, Poppy.
Trade effectively. For you to try and survive in this early stage, it can be a little bit of a pickle, but for JoJo feeling happy enough to try and take those runes that will empower him later in this.
I have a bullet idea. Might be bold, but I need to see what the odds are. I need to see what the odds are for first to 5 Fnatic.
Ultimate Hunter on top of the items he already likes to build is just going to be it's Earth mode Kassadin, right? Like this could be a problem.
I think Mickey. Ooh. A JJ.
First blood.
Holy. Holy.
1 minute and 45
Come on now.
seconds into the game. Mickey X is
Nice, I didn't get my bullet in. I didn't get my bullet in. Stribo.
Last game of the year, I'm picking up first blood.
Stribo, you can DM me, bro.
Against the wall. You've got to be willing to put all the cards on the table. You've got to be willing to pull out the pocket picks. Mickey there with the Hex flash out of the brush, just seeing if maybe he could have got another slam there.
Or you can go on Discord and write me on Discord and I'll help you out.
Poby having to push in
We try to keep it low-key on stream, you know, so it's not in people's faces.
Kassadin's job is not to win lane. It's not even to break even. It is to lose as gracefully as possible in the early stages. Then once you get to level 6,
Kassadin suffering as fuck in the matchup, so.
Yeah, it does give Fnatic a lot of windows of opportunity to be aggressive in the early stage, and that's why I like Razork's pathing here. He's going to.
Here we go again. Jarvan looping around, dodging the ward. Razorko is activo. Alright, I want to see a nice EQ into flash. Hey, hey, hey. Alright. Okay. Alright, Fnatic, you should be able to win this. Come on now. I'm so sad I didn't get the bullet in, guys.
Set up upset for success. It's
I was just locked out.
what we're seeing here, being able to put that resource into the bottom lane, and now you've got 2 kills already to the Fnatic side.
And I mentioned in draft how this Sivir was the most played for Supa throughout the summer in the LEC. Well, Kais is also the most played for Upset throughout the summer. This is a champion he's got a lot of reps on. This is a champion that hopefully, with this early extra gold, with this extra early power, he's going to feel empowered on.
And this is what I was saying. I love this pathing from Razork, avoiding all the vision that could potentially be set up, making his way in towards this bottom side. And Supa knows he has to push out this wave, or he's going to be in a terrible spot. Fnatic used that to punish, the follow on the flash from Razork was perfect there.
Nicely done, and now a death for both.
Keep in mind, there's a big chance that Kassadin is just a completely fucking useless champ. And his rune page is extremely fucking greedy. Is some serious fucking Poby disrespect.
Of course, every time Alvaro gets to stop by mid, he can place down some more of those hot
Mickey has 1v9 games against fucking T1, bro.
Like weak health potion to be able to have some extra sustain in lane, which he is going to need a lot of.
Yeah, you've heard of Mojo Jojo, now it's Coco Jojo.
Yeah, Coco Jojo is what he's going to need a lot of here to get to level 6, have a little bit more presence in the lane.
Poppy W doesn't stop it, guys.
Void Seeker doesn't hit him. Mickey's going to take a little bit of damage here. Only one side of the Boomerang Blade connects, however, so Mickey not feeling too bad.
Yeah, again, I think you're perfectly happy for Fnatic with the way this early game has gone. And again, you kind of get to continue this for a little bit. Elyoya wants to be level 6 before he really starts to interact with the lanes. Doesn't have great setup anywhere if he tries to interact. And Alvaro, actually.
Yeah, Alvaro is going to find a level 4 Razork waiting on him. This Bard is level 2. It is very difficult to deal with a
Alvaro Bard is the worst one in the business, guys. I like Alvaro, but he's a pig. He's a pig on this champ. Straight up. Straight up piggy, bro. Just a pig, bro.
And looking very impressive doing it. This is when, again, Fnatic have looked at their best and most confident, and Mickey is zoning Super off entirely by himself and denying him from being able to re-access this lane.
I like Alvaro, guys. I like Alvaro, but whenever he's played Bard, he's been a pig, man.
No way that anybody on IMCOI is even approaching this first Drake.
Just straight up haram.
The total control over the bottom
This Bard pick has to be a deny. No, Bard is fine in this game. Bard makes sense. Enemy shows Poppy, you pick Bard into it. Enemy has Victor, Bard, like your range champ into Popushka. So I think it makes sense.
Just finish off the smite, take the Drake.
It's not crazy.
Not even a full minute after the Drake spawn. That's the Mountain Drake. That's the tanky one, and it already belongs to Fnatic.
Yeah, and again, they kind of just get to keep.
I think you overestimate players. They're like, I think Bard is good here. Pick me Bard.
He's going to be spotted, but using Razork to just hold.
But every time Alvaro has played Bard, he just straight up did nasty business.
This AD carry. Now, obviously, again, as the game goes on, you do have a lot of threats for this Kaisa in the Wukong and this Kassadin, but it doesn't really look like Fnatic.
Oh no, Escalating, please let your team win the game, bro.
Yeah, I mean,
please.
Aggressive here on Oscar, but
please.
Scoreboard, Oscar's an entire kill's worth of gold ahead of Mirwin just based off of farming because there haven't been.
I don't understand what you guys are saying, bro. Yeah, I'm saying he's fucking bad at the champ. They locked it in. Like, why are we speculating on why they locked it in? I don't know, bro.
And Elyoya, like you said earlier, is just trying to power farm.
Oh, sorry, it's Sunday. The chat. Today, I don't know what's happening. Maybe it's me. Maybe I'm the problem, guys. Maybe I'm the problem. Maybe I'm the problem.
Using this push to try and reset for the Void Grubs on the top side can work out well as well. You can already see Super trying to move up into that top side and prevent that push. But if I'm Fnatic, I think just rotating upside and Mickey to continue matching into.
Did you eat yet, coach? Yeah, I ate. I had a fucking lovely meal. I had a great morning.
Elyoya is to making a play. He is level 6. We do have the Cyclone available on the Wukong. But they're going to need to find a good angle if they want to go for anything. When you're this far down in gold,
no, but it's like I'm explaining a concept of the game that whoever is engaging and face checking is always at a disadvantage because you have to pay a price to enter people's sphere of influence. And the same people that argue against me are like, does Poppy W cancel Kassadin R? Like,
is building
come on, man.
Bruiser itemization towards what should be Sundered Sky, of course, and then back in mid lane.
Rafaki Yura, thank you for Prime Game. I appreciate that. You far too kind. Thank you, lovely.
A whole lot here just yet, but still 500 gold lead from the farm advantage plus the kill. He's feeling great.
I do like these rotations.
Well, Jojo stabilized, so his greed is okay. His greed is okay. He's a very greedy page, but it's working.
So using this Rumble instead as this touch point with the Jarvan can be crucial to the success. But it looks like it's going to be a Void Group fight.
Okay, you've got Cataclysm plus Equalizer. Equalizer, of course, still on cooldown for about half of that duration right now. Exactly, the spicy hot pot combo. Very deadly.
Do you think this lead is enough for Fnatic's comp?
Makes his way up towards the top lane. IMCOI trying
I think like they got an early enough dragon, so it's entirely possible. Kassadin spikes at like level 11. Nice E from Super. EQ, Alvarito. Oh, Fnatic looks a lot of tools here. You don't ult that? Midwin? Question mark? What? Midwin? He died. Sorry guys, that upset me. That really upset me.
The kill afterwards, despite their disadvantages in the game so far. IMCOI find a decent play there.
Turpin's a very good laner. Nice, we're just inting. We're just in-feeding, guys. We're in-feeding. We kill enemy Jarvan tavern, and then enemy, like, we use our health and our tools, and then we walk into river and give a free kill. Our region is so unserious. Okay. Is Cassante balanced? Okay, Poby. Poby. Hey, Midwin just lost so many Qs. Okay. Poby clutches up. Holy moly, Poby. I like that from Dagda.
Damage from Mirwin and just outlast him until he could get this done. Really well played by the Fanatic mid lane.
I love Dagda's accent. Outlast him! Before the stun! Beautiful from the Fanatic mid laner. Nah, I can't even do the accent. I became fucking Australian.
Lands that gravity field
Just became Australian.
to land it just at the very edge. Mirwin can't escape in time. So
that's an MSI title for RNG.
Feats of warfare secured.
RNG.
Objectives, and the next Drake is spawning in 30 seconds.
I think for Fnatic, as long as you can try and keep up this pressure, kind of do what MKOI did to you in the last game, you should be in a decent spot. Reset's starting to come through. I don't think Upset will have finished his Kraken Slayer just yet, but
alright, this Drake is very important.
The lack of ultimate from Oscar Rinnan again was used to good effect. So
Do you think LB would be a better pick here on F5? I think that Kassadin scales quite good here, and Poppy Kaiser way better against LeBlanc than Kassadin is. But yeah, like as I said, like if Kassadin is not useful in this game, this champion needs to be just deleted from the game, you know? Plain and simple. Like this champion, if it's not good in this game, then it's just the most useless champion in the game. And that can be possibly true. I'm still just saying number-wise, you know? As a kit, it's supposed to be good in this game.
Slower completion on that item, so time is of course always in your favor when you are a Kassadin, but that clock ticking forward is going to feel
decent matchup. It's not a decent matchup. Like, why would LeBlanc be good against Victor?
The Drake is alive, and already Mickey is in the pit.
Victor places W on your W and Q ease you and outrades you, bro.
Lets you know that MKOI just they're not going to try to contest this. Okay, Elyoya going forward, but no. The Cyclone misses. There's just no play to be found from MKOI,
it's good for Kassadin to just lane against this. I wonder if he's going to do like some pseudo tank type build with MR or something, Bissell or something. Because coaching Arcane, Victor beat LeBlanc. Did she? Did he? I don't think he did.
At the moment, there's no real response, but there are several members of MKOI here.
Okay, let's see if
MKOI LeBlanc like giga powerful and like basically destroyed all of Piltover from fucking outside.
Good roam from Upset as well, knowing that if they could get some damage down, have that killer instinct to try and follow through.
Arcane,
so
like LeBlanc is still
out of that top side, and Oscar Rinnan stays safe.
Okay, Oscar doing a good job absorbing the pressure from MKOI's only possible move if they weren't going to try to contest the Drake.
And the problem for MKOI is they're
haha guys, I'm bald.
Hang on, Mirwin, you should be fine. But the
Fnatic
two double dragons being taken, you want that time to buy for your Sivir, your Kassadin, even
I think that the LeBlanc is the bro, like this was a side quest for her, bro, and she ruined.
You're gonna be forced to fight at this next dragon. You do not want to give it cross.
Like she fucking. Alright, Razorko Ativo doesn't get killed by Bardo. Elyoya has Trinity Force, not like the last fight. Holy moly, bro. All the LEC players in this game were jealous of this crap because he was on a flight to a different country.
I mean, look,
he went to Cancun.
Look at him. He's having a fun out time, waddling along.
He's seeing the sights, sounds, and smells of Summoner's Rift in places and ways that he never has before. And now he got beat over the head by Wukong, and he's dead.
Well,
is Alvaro bad at Bard? I think he's bad at Bard. Let's see if he cooks this game. You're bad at Bard until you're not bad at Bard anymore. Then you're no longer bad at Bard. And now Jojo Bune is cooking, bro. He's frying. He's also building his Roa very late in the game, so he might be fishing for a 16 spike. It's a very late Roa, you know?
It's been kind of hard to feel like you've got good ground to stand.
Thank you very much, Nevi.
Again, that has been the Fnatic game plan for not only their series against MKOI,
Party's on the line
now. Let him be that main carry. And again, that focus has paid dividends for them now. As Super and Alvaro always love to play aggressive on that bottom side, but sometimes it can come back to bite them.
So looking at EXP,
now I ruined it for everybody. Holy Alvarito!
Alvaro has the stun into the follow-up.
Alvarito! Alvarito!
And again, they try to put the pressure on Poby, but they don't have enough gas in the tank.
I don't think it's crazy that Kassadin doesn't have Elita, you know? He doesn't fucking...
able to get that gravity well down, which gave him the chance to step away. It's a little bit worse for wear on that top side.
Cassidy
But
misplayed.
he'll be happy enough that he escaped with his life.
Hey, he's got buddies coming up to help him. operagx wandering through here. You can see by the extra terrain, it will be a top side.
Me and Funk Flex looked for some operagx.
The previous one. JoJo still about
in the index.
To level 11. Pretty big power spike there for Cassidy. Obviously, every level in
no Ruby Victor.
Significantly better cooldown on that ability.
Yeah, probably not going raw this game means that he's gonna get cooked on side.
So bad, but that is still a long way away, my friend. And we are seeing first items coming online in a few different spaces, a few different places. 14 minutes and 40 seconds on the clock as JoJo completes his Rod of Ages. That's a pretty slow completion on the rods, so that one's still going to take almost 25 minutes into the game, almost on Baron spawn before it's 10 stacks.
I mean,
yeah, like basically Fnatic is going to play a very fast game here.
You do get the level later, which
if mCoy get one dragon somehow, like if they get Drake 3 here, I am...
Not ideal in the
we just mCoy is gonna win the game.
The lack of money on the Kassadin is definitely going to play an issue, and especially
because the issue right now for mCoy is that the game is curving out in a way where Fnatic is going to end the game before 3 items.
Access towards River, and there's no real play into JoJo in that top side.
So the thing that I'm noticing, Mirwin is walking up. Neither one of the top laners have their teleport available to join in this fight if they want to stay down to the bottom lane and split push. But mCoy is saying, all
that
right,
is weird
Mirwin,
that Atacant spawn top side.
That side lane
You're right.
Side lane EXP and make your way up here
what the
manually
fuck?
instead, because we want to fight for the Herald, and that's what they're going to do. Herald started up by mCoy now, as Oscar's just going to take the opportunity to push the wave down here in the bottom lane. Oscar looked like he was thinking about maybe moving up towards the Herald. Instead, realizes he won't be able to reach the objective in time, so just goes back down to split push instead. Herald is secured by the side of mCoy. Mickey was charging the Keeper's Verdict there, thinking about maybe if there's an opportunity to try to allow Razork to go in and steal, but they think better of it. So it's Herald over to mCoy.
Yeah, Herald goes the way of mCoy.
I got
Can they get value out of it though is going to be the real question, because you can see in that bottom side with the lack of TP available for mCoy.
Why don't you coach anymore? I'm not super interested.
Oh, actually, I was going to say I should have been able to take it, but
bro, after the whole KC debacle, bro, like it fucking demotivated me so hard. There's so many teams that I just think are straight terribly ran in Europe, and I have no interest in traveling to LTA, and I sacrificed a big part of my life to coach in the LEC too, and for me, like, I estranged myself from family and all that jazz. You know, I estranged my, like, I don't see my family at all. I only work in the league, and that's the only way to work. There's no other way, you know. Alright, Kobe Bryant. Oh, yeah, big battles. Okay, Alvarito. Super with the late ultimate. Razork Activo finds him. Upset jumps after him too. Upset E forward. Did Alvarito not have... Alvarito didn't have Q off the ult? Nice poppy ult though from Mickey on Cassidy. GG. Who do we send to Brazil?
It's an absolute slaughter for Fnatic. Fnatic aren't done yet at Worlds 2025. Finding this fight, it looked a little dicey. I'm going to be honest, Poby not in the best of positions there, but doesn't even burn the flash. Just as happy, tanks the Bard ult. With that ultimate from Mickey, knows there's no real threat coming through from the Kassadin. And instead, Fnatic turned the tides, killing off Supa, and Oscar Rinnan's able to deal with Mirwin alongside Mickey on that top side to keep this fight rolling in Fnatic's
You're coming to Brazil?
They are going to roll over the fight. They can then immediately translate that into taking the Dragon. They take the tier 1 turret mid. They take the tier 1 turret bot. They have the wave shoved into the tier 1 turret top. Dagda, they just doubled their gold lead and moved to Soul Point off of that fight.
Yeah, this makes it incredibly difficult.
Yeah, I could consider coming back to teams more in a GM capacity. That's where I would think to be.
Going to be looking down the barrel of that Infernal Soul, plus position now to take this top lane tower.
First Javan win, first Javan win.
This game state, this gold lead is almost
Mirwin is horrible, K'Sante. I think that take is horrible. Okay, if you say Mirwin is just a bad player, okay, but K'Sante is just his best champ.
To surrender another dragon for the rest of the game. The timer on the
Is it a
Dragon
motivation discipline issue in LEC that makes coaching bad? No. You are working for people that you can't trust in most cases in Europe, at least in my case. Coaching sucks, generally speaking, yes. But I think my track record is pretty fucking good. I don't care what people say, like my track record is pretty fucking insane. By anyone who has a brain like that can think beyond like winning a fucking split in terms of how that defines you.
But it's just been disaster from minute one, and I mean that.
But yeah, there's just not a lot of trustworthy people in esports, I think. But I think it's just not in esports as well. Like I think people that I talk to in fucking any industry, like they are people that just suck ass. I have no idea how they got into their positions of decision making. Yeah, and like I worked how many years in LEC? Like 7 years, 8 years, and during those 8 years I give up everything else, which is fine. Like it's fine for me, you know, I don't mind. That's the only way to work. Like if you compete, this is the only way to work. There's no other way to do it. But I have to evaluate things a lot more heavily. Like I'm not going to like burger flip shit for nothing, you know, because I don't want to make these sacrifices for nobody.
The only two from either side that aren't here just yet. Upset going to join up with the rest of the team now, as Jojo is still making his way over.
Fnatic, GG.
Otacon is dying pretty quickly.
Look at you guys. Good game.
Fnatic there, but the Otacon's already going to be secured. Keeper's verdict knocks the enemy jungler out of the fight, and Imkoi took too long standing around watching the Otacon get taken. Mirwin's already down. Razor
oh, nice bottled. Is it enough? I don't think it's enough. Is it enough? Guess it does no damage. Upset is a little bit deep. He flashes damage. Sidin does no damage. No, this champ is just fucking useless.
2-for-1 trade after. They're chasing after Imkoi. I don't think they're going to find anybody else, but they already got what they came for.
I thought that Tempered Fate might have been enough to turn the fight, but as he said, Flowers, the Otacon goes
I don't
down
know.
so quickly.
It looked like Sidin was supposed to do damage here, but
Supa pops his own on the hook,
he did not.
but doesn't catch Mirwin, so he doesn't get the speed up, ends up falling down. Imkoi get one back where they deal with J4, and I thought
that's what pisses me off the most is that like the stream was doing so well before we joined KC, and then I just didn't stream for 3-4 months, and I felt like I had to start from scratch. But this fucking bullshit KC cloud hanging over my head. That made me pretty fucking bitter, if I'm gonna be honest.
I always like to bring this up because
but it's okay.
Something that's so easy to
that's
gloss
life, I
over
guess.
with Otacon being a new objective, with the stats being kind of invisible in terms of the overall gold lead. 33 flower petals to 12 flower petals.
I have nothing to complain about. Like I got to do a lot of shit in esports, and I met a lot of fucking. I have my closest friends from esports, and I have some memories that I will carry with me for the rest of my life. You know.
That's your Infernal Soul. That's your massive power spike again. Jojo, level 13 on the Kassadin, still has to tick forward.
Fnatic get it done with the low win ratio champs.
1-8, Kai'Sa at the event. 0-9.
Yeah, this game is fucking over, guys.
At Worlds 2025.
The Soul coming up as well.
This is looking like it just
might be too big of a goal disadvantage.
Yeah, I mean, look, not quite the 0-10 power spike, but Fnatic going to be
happy. Kassadin's just a garbage champ. I'm not gonna lie, guys. He's just the worst champion in the game. Like no joke.
Have been famous for in the LEC, now making it work against their LEC counterparts. It looks like as Imkoi stepping in early to this river, hoping.
I hope you guys get my point. Like if Kassadin is not useful this game, then it's just never useful. Poppy ult kind of trash from Mickey. Upset jumps on Supa. Alright, upset. Upset Penta.
Jojo has no damage. He's dead now as well. The arcane storm
a
is half as big as the enemy jungle, and Fnatic get 4 for nothing.
That is exactly what Fnatic needed. They wiped the fight. They will take the soul, and after they've taken
actually
the
going to game 3, guys.
They might just take this game as well.
8,000 gold. Infernal Soul. 25 flowers. Not sure what Imkoi does.
Yeah, if that isn't a MasterCard priceless moment right there, I don't know what it is with the soul and everything.
I might just open up a cat cafe, guys, and do a 24-hour stream of the cats and how I take care of them with my fiance.
For game number 1. And again, I love
maybe that's gonna be my life.
Flashes immediately on towards Elyoya, forces Alvaro to
that's not that idea excites me super much, by the way.
But again, Upset, This is what he started to change in summer in the LEC. This ability
Let's
to
take
be
care of a couple of
not
cats.
care about the KDA and put his life on the line to make things happen for Fnatic. He barely survives.
And you can see a little bit of frustration there from Elyoya. And I mean, hey, it's a frustrating game. It has been from the very beginning. Fnatic has run the show on this one, and now they've got everything they need. And it feels like every single time we're counting a new big thing that Fnatic has achieved for themselves. Whether it's a big
Do
team
you think this game will give Fnatic confidence, make him favorites for next game? I don't feel like MKOI is the type of team to fall apart, but I feel like these two teams, at least regionally, they've always like close enough for both teams to be able to win.
But where the hell does this leave us if we can get to a game number 3 for Fnatic?
This is a fine game for Fnatic, but I also have to say, like, how Alvaro died level 1 is just pathetic. Like, Alvaro died level 1 like a bot.
It has been about their team fights in game number 2. And honestly, I think
he died like a bot.
for MKOI with their draft that Fnatic have been able to punish and now find themselves just moments away from taking down MKOI in game number 2.
Okay, so the one big thing I will point your attention towards, Jojo did have his Rod of Ages finally proc, and it procced, I believe, once he was level 14 to spike him to 15, like you were talking about earlier. He needs 5% more EXP, and he will hit level 16. A level 16 Kassadin might be the only chance.
What would you pick instead of Kasa, Galio? I don't remember what was open. Like, I was so distracted in Champion Select, if I'm going to be honest.
is already down to half HP, and Fnatic still commands a 9,000 lead with an Infernal Soul. MKOI on the approach. Tempered Fate doesn't hit anyone. Baron at 2,000 HP, and it's already going to get secured by Fnatic. Mirwin trying to escape now. Razork still pushing forward. Poby's also got a stasis. Keep your eyes on that
MKOI is drafted way too many useless champs. And then Fnatic just had better skirmishing and they got ahead. Nice. Rumble Javan ult combo. Nice Rumble ult. First Javan win, baby. Second Kaiser win. Kaiser's also 1-8. Was BO3 failures? Yeah.
They've got the lead. They've got their eyes on the Nexus. And that first inhibitor turret is not going to stop them. Mid lane inhibitor about to die next as Mirwin, Elyoya,
Is J for Black Cleaver correct? Yeah, I think it's better than Star. Cooldown is a very OP stat on Java.
A little bit of damage, has to again ult backwards, trying to escape the gravity field. Mirwin burns down and upset is godlike. First Nexus turret down to half HP.
Kassadin is level 16, guys. Watch out!
Alvaro's back alive, but it's
he will explode enemy Nexus.
He can't do a whole lot about this. Tempered Fate's not even available to cast. The minions continuing to fire into the turrets. Super back alive now too, into the back line. Goes MKOI, Jojo wants
nice
upset,
flash from Upset.
But Upset's having none of it. MKOI, they couldn't scale in time. Fnatic ran the game from minute number 1, and even faster than they lost the first one. They'll win the second one. We're going to game 3.
It's a Fnatic Jarvan skin for a reason. Fnatic able to pick up the win against
Kassadin.
MKOI.
Like, what is Kassadin's win ratio on solo queue? It has to be like the worst in history, no?
One of these LEC teams.
I haven't seen it.
Showing that they are not ready to go home
Wait, what the fuck?
We have had two incredibly
what the fuck? Kassadin's doing so well. What?
Desk. What is going on for our third game?
Ignitus Maximus.
Well, before we go into that first game, I want to say I'm happy that Fnatic finally arrived at Worlds. Great first victory for them. Took them ages, but guys, better late than never. First win on Jarvan, first win for Fnatic.
It's like the sample size is not that bad. 3% pick rate.
The looping logic of picking the worst win rate champions gives you the greatest chance of victory.
Yeah, the Jarvan and the Kai'Sa, it's your elimination game. You lose and you're out. You pick two of the picks that just haven't been working for a lot of teams, and you just lock in. It's that simple.
It's that simple.
Yeah, absolutely.
Check higher,
honestly, we have two compositions that wanted to do the exact opposite. On the side of Fnatic, you want to win fast. On the side of MKOI, you want to stall for as long as you can. Turns out they were not able to do it, and thanks to the reliable system network, Razork hits a flash, follow again to lead Fnatic and J4 to their first win here at Worlds.
I say Alvaro is one of the worst part players I've ever seen, and he just walks lane and gets tackled into the wall, bro. It's fucking unbelievable.
You know, it's
like Halo Blades presence this game. That's like where it's useful. Not only this is, by the way, following up of a 2v2
That's
kill
crazy, bro.
that Upset and Mickey X were able to get on towards
my take was
MKOI bottom lane. So it seems like they looked at MKOI's early games to the last few games. They're like, no, we must be proactive. You definitely wanted to be able to see it, and we got it this game.
Yeah, you know, Mickey took Halo Blades and Ignite on the Poppy. Like, he wanted that early aggression, and it's something we've been criticizing Fnatic for not being proactive enough, for not being aggressive enough. And I feel like maybe MKOI picking the casting was like a call-out. Like, we're going to pick a champion where if you're not proactive, we'll just hit level 16 and you lose the game. And Fnatic said, bet.
And from this first place, they just kept on going, and it was Razork every time being at the initiative of this. We talked about Qiyana on game 1, Razork on game 2. Is that just a jungle diff?
Oh, looking like it. It's kind of looking like it. Even just here, being able to catch out Alvaro with no tunnel and just being able to catch him in the banana bush. So this is just nice to be able to see Fnatic not only get the early kills, follow it through early. Yes, at times you were expecting them to be on sides. They knew that MKOI wanted to be able to take these fights even from a deficit, and they challenged them.
And this fight as well, using the Cataclysm to get the flash there from Super and then the follow-up with the flag and drag. I feel like some of these fights just played so well, and it's crazy this is the same team that we saw get demolished in game 1, just the turnaround. I don't know what was said behind the stage between game 1 and game 2, but Fnatic finally, as you said, Law, have come and arrived at this tournament.
Yeah, that's actually what I'm wondering. I'm going to follow up on that later. What do you tell your players when nothing has been working for them to come up so convincingly with that much confidence, especially with champions that haven't found any success in the tournament so far?
Yeah, a lot of it, I think it does help to your point. Like, bot lane's winning after that 2v2 bot side. Mid lane has push. Top lane has push because it's Rumble into Cassante. So they did have 3 hard winning lanes early. And if you're going to get disrespected in the way that you are getting based off that draft, and you're like, okay, we must like push for advantages. And they did. So really kudos to Razork, who throughout his entire career, he's never going to get criticized to being sleepy in the early game. He is going to try and push for you. And it was Fnatic's teammates that really rallied around it. I didn't want them to, like, you know, be disoriented, like maybe Rumble be on sides or something. No, they recognized the team fights were happening through mid, like the last replay, and they were together for that one. So they were sacking waves for it.
Yeah, and LEC, the first region to get a win with Jarvan, which is pretty good. Also, the first region to lose to Jarvan.
I didn't think that this first Jarvan win would come from Fnatic. From every team, honestly, they're not the ones that I believed in here, but they make it happen. They save the day, and they save this series here as well. Now, Elioya was telling us it is going to be about that jungle matchup. It is going to be about me versus Razork, because that is exactly what it's been about all year long in the LEC for both teams.
Yeah, honestly, for the past couple of years, you know this better than anyone, Laura. Like, these two junglers, one of the best early game junglers, mechanically skilled junglers. Even when Elioya is talking about it in that interview earlier on today with G-Sun, that he does think it's going to be about those two. It's not ego. It's just true. It's just the reality. So maybe you should be looking to build a draft around it, but I think MKOI realized that you just can't build something like this and expect that, you know, that Razork won't just punch you in the mouth.
And now everything is on the line. One last game to prove it all. For both of those teams, we see MKOI backstage sipping coffee, good. Get that energy, get everything you need, Alvaro, to make this one work, because it is going to come down to this one game, this last game, to save the world's run.
Well,
what are we looking at here?
I think things like the casting...
Jojo Pyun is just, I have to say, Jojo Pyun are not only the best player in...
combo we saw in game 1,
he's just good.
I think just play like
he's
the
just
last
good.
Game potentially at Worlds, and be active, try and make
In Emerald Soulkey with Cassidy in lane, it doesn't matter. It's like the strength of the champion, when we look at the sample size like that, is still like relevant, you know?
Knows that more than anybody. So
I just want to have volume.
Really play well
like,
around,
if bad players perform with a champ,
just following up your point.
In a lot of cases that can mean that the champion is good, you know?
MKOI had the upper hand. They were favored in this matchup, given what we haven't seen from Fnatic. They wait.
Difficulty of execution is a very important metric.
Are you willing to make that take?
I'm not willing to make that take yet.
I'm not willing to make that take, Lore.
I'm making that take.
Oh,
I think they could do it. I think they could do it. Yeah, that's right. I have the flag in front of me.
Okay, it's the aura.
Let's see what happens here. It all comes down to this.
As a Fnatic fan, can we send both teams home? They will be sent home.
Let's see who takes this right after this.
They will just be used as a trampoline. Cassidy is a trash champ. I don't think Cassidy was the problem here. Like, let's be honest. Like, MKOI's bot lane just int-fed.
No flash, no?
It's as simple as that, you know, like you press tab, you even see it as Cassidy, big win for you, you know, you're winning side, and then you press tab, and like your bar died 2 times in 3 minutes. Like.
Guys, I can dive here. I can dive. I tank tower. I tank tower. I keep tanking. I'm out now. I can Q. Nice, boys. Fuck them up.
Miki just looks like he wants to go home, bro. I'm not gonna lie. He just wants to go home.
In the world are here. They can just burn this one down. Oh my god, forward by 9. You are going to see them like you've never seen them before. It will as the Arcane Storm doing so much work in Gen G. They are just going to ace them.
누구 만나도 이길 수 있다는 자신감 정도로만 생각하고 있습니다.
Gen G, the EWC winners.
Did you see the Mickey Reddit post on Fanatic? Yeah. Look, I love Mickey, but I also think Mickey, like if I would talk to Mickey, I would tell him, Mickey, like you are so deep into your career, regardless of who your teammates are, you don't get to act like a little bitch. That might sound harsh, but I think regardless of your fucking teammates, being a fucking doomer is such a weak look, you know? A very weak look. Download operagx, guys. This guy looks like AI, I swear, bro. I always think he's AI. MasterCard. Should I show you guys my MasterCard? Look. Guys, I bought some Pikachu cookies and I got I high rolled. I got the Pikachu sticker. I'm trying to open it, but my hands are too rough. I don't want to break it. I can't open it. I have a knife here, maybe with the knife.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Red Bull gives you wings. Right, I need to stop being tilted. I don't know why I'm so tilted today, guys. I'm gonna stop being a bitch as well. How do you think Los Atones would do in the Switch stage? I don't think they would win a single game. Maybe Crowny could carry one game. I don't think Jitsu is ever going back to Mickey. I think this was like for sure Joker, and I think that Labrov has shown enough. Nah, I don't think that Los Otones could have a chance against even the worst version of Billy Billy. I think people are coping really hard about how good people are in ERLs. Nah, it's a scam, by the way. Like, the picture had Captain Pikachu, and then I had this guy. I don't even know what his name is. Fucking frog. For Coco. What a jam. We think it wins game 3. Let's take a look at the draft. Miss coaching Fnatic? No, not really. Not really, bro. Not really, bro. To be honest, neither MKOI or Fnatic deserve to advance, judging by how bad they play in comparison to other teams in the world. It's like watching 3 AM solo queue games. Yeah, but someone has to be the worst team in the tournament, right?
In this first elimination best of 3.
Somebody has to be.
Fnatic and MKOI. MKOI slammed.
It was a fun time, wasn't it?
A 20,000
yeah, it was fun time.
27 minutes of gameplay. But in game number 2,
coaching two like extremely difficult situations and getting a lot out of it, bro. Look, bro. It might sound crazy, but I'm very proud. I'm very pissed that I couldn't get more because those years were kind of free to win the LEC, in my opinion. If I should have gotten a trophy, it was then. But knowing what I know now about how it was internally, bro, I'm a saint, bro.
Over on the other side,
I just think I'm the most patient man on earth.
Alongside Yunara and Vi.
But it was fun, bro. It was fun.
I'm surprised the Vi taken away by Fnatic because that has kind of been their go-to in these sorts of situations.
Fucking Whippo jungle.
We'll have to see what that first pick is going to be.
Whippo jungle.
Getting deep in towards the draft.
Whippo jungle. Adam top.
Say left open. Going to be immediately locked in. That has been, again, one of those Jojo Pion specials. Good in team fights, good in side
into Hilly, Humanoid, Razork, Upset, Wunder combo. Bro, it's interesting to work with a team with players that have won. That won the LEC in different ways, except Upset, of course, and me.
Last time around, it was Mickey's Poppy that made so many plays. It's what facilitated
Talia first pick into Asia.
He absolutely gapped Alvaro in support in game number 2.
But it was a good time. It was a good time. It was funny. It was funny in its own way. Did you agree kicking Silva and Whippo roll swap? Yeah, of course.
And the Ezreal hasn't
it was the only way for us to do it. I said we need to put Whippo jungle.
There is no sign.
I was convincing Whippo jungle every day, bro.
Wants to go back towards the Ornn.
I think that it was insane.
Going to immediately go over towards what has been the other go-to pick in the jungle. With the
I said Whippo jungle or continue the same way. I think no, we couldn't have gotten any other jungle.
Right. We always look at Trundle as one of those picks that feels really good about Xin Zhao. So much of Xin Zhao's power budget as a champion is target access. He
we
has
picked
the ability
Ezreal
to threaten carries in the back line. Trundle's target access is much more limited, but if you're standing there fighting him in melee range, he's very, very powerful. So it looks like we'll get the... wait, not locked in just quite yet. I'm not going to get ahead of myself here.
Think about Joshua.
Picked up for MKOI for their support.
If you were one average master player, you could pick who they replace. Do you think they would still win LEC? What would the chances be? I think if I joined Gen G, we would win LEC. But honestly, I think if I full-time practice League, I think I could become pretty good. Like, maybe it's cope. Like, it could be straight up cope. Like, but I'm a competitor, you know, so I need to be delusional by nature, you know. But I think that if I played, if I played for Gen G and I wouldn't play mid lane or ADC, I think we could win. Like if I jungled for Gen G, are you serious, bro? We would still win the LEC. Are you kidding me? Me with Keen, Chovy, Ruler, we win LEC, bro. Easy. Are you kidding?
It's incredibly potent.
I'm gonna play Trundle, Jarvan.
Look at Fnatic. I'm kind
of
unsure what way MKOI want to take the remainder of their draft. There's still a lot of AD carries that can be picked up.
I don't mind the Trundle lock-in into Xin Zhao showing.
And Mirwin, the specialty that this guy has
is
that flexibility.
Mickey, it's time to play Karma, bro.
So maybe if you want to try and limit that, something like the Rek'Sai, if you are going to go for a tank in the next rotation.
Okay, let's see here.
You're so delusional, I can't. Bro, when I'm back in Europe and Worlds is over, I might just do a fucking climb. Just so I can fucking shit talk perma. I might just do a fucking try-hard climb when I'm back in Europe. Like we just do a Sabaton, like hardcore climb. That's what's up.
Will they? Now Fnatic continue with these AD carry bans. It is kind of taking away those picks that have that safety.
Yep.
And going to be the Caitlyn taken away. So definitely wanting to force MKOI onto something that's a bit more steady and immobile which is perfect again for what I think could be an order rotation here for Oscarina if they really want to.
Arcana's out, Karma's out, Bada's out.
When you're banning out Caitlyn, when you're banning
There's
out
not a lot of exciting
long-range
range champions you
AD
can
carries,
play.
it's
Yeah,
telling
before
me that
Mickey
you're
plays
kind of
Nami.
thinking, okay, well, if we force you onto something shorter range, we can play Ezreal Karma and just terrorize the lane. So Imkoi's got that read. They're going to ban the Karma out. Looks
Mozzarella.
like Fnatic are going to think about their support here. I feel like this makes a lot of sense. You're on red side. You want to get some kind of a value.
How do you rate Ezreal currently?
Here for your 5th pick, so they'll just lock in
You can get away with playing Ezreal in this game, I think, because you have Azir and Trundle frontline DPS, so it'll be okay.
That was immediately locked in. That's a Vayne.
That's an instant Vayne. I'm just checking.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm just checking.
I don't know. I think Vayne is not good this game, guys.
Vaynes for never mind. But there's a Vayne.
I don't think Vayne is good in this game.
This is Supa's first
This Vayne is not good, no? Aren't they gonna just lose?
I don't know if he played
no. Earlier on. No, it was not a thing.
Oh shit, Oscarine Jace? Are we staking it on Oscarine Jace?
Here in their elimination game for
Holy.
I love this rotation from Mkoi because we were talking about the.
I kind of hate that rotation from Mkoi. Does Fnatic just win, guys? Or does Blue Side have too good early game? Because I worry that Mkoi is just gonna like find value with Braum and Xin Zhao, but this Vayne is so useless, you know? I hate Vayne.
This Vayne essentially gets to run through these team fights, and up against an Ezreal should have a relatively easy lane.
Isn't Vayne so ass here?
For this. I have not seen a Vayne game in a little while, my friend.
Vayne being good into Ezreal, I think is really fake.
Can be a little bit of a problem with the Counter-Strike, being able to dodge.
Can they ever kill Vayne? Guys, they have Azir Ezreal. Like, what do you want them, like, they don't need to go in ever.
Ezreal has nothing to lock her down.
Bro, isn't this... This Vayne sucks, no? Why do people...
Easy to get away from the pillar pretty easily. If Azir doesn't catch Vayne in the shuffle,
Vayne is good against Trundle Jax. Guys, the Trundle Jax don't need to act.
Across Taliyah,
I don't know, bro.
Across Braum,
Fuck
across Ornn, across Xin Zhao. It's like, that's a lot of CC that's on the opposite side, trying to prevent you from doing just that. I love this pick from Supa, and I'm so excited to see now if it can pop off.
I'm ready to see it, man. We've got terrain creation on both sides. We've got so much space creation on both sides. I'm really excited to see how well Imkoi can try to enable this Vayne, because this is it. This is the season for both of these teams. Your 2025 ends here if you lose as we get onto the Rift. Taking a look at the
I'm on Fnatic win, fuck it, bro.
If I'm Mkoi, though, and there is someone that I want to put that responsibility on, it is Supa. This guy has consistently been that top performer for Mkoi. He has looked absolutely spectacular. Memed a little bit when he first entered the league, but now has really risen to be the carry that you want on your squad.
I mean, I just wouldn't want to play Vayne
has an opportunity
you play Vayne into this?
But I don't know why you pick Ornn into mobile carries plus a Trundle.
I don't know, bro. Like that 4-5, bro. They think it's 2016.
And make sure this Vayne never gets going.
Okay, I just double-checked to make
sure. Guys, Ezreal can just push. Like, Vayne never gets any initiative.
It's not that I didn't believe you. It's that I had to make sure that every time I said first time...
No Ornn swap? I thought they're swapping at least. They're not swapping?
Like a hell of a way to say this is what we're putting our faith in. This is how we're keeping our world's dreams alive for Imkoi. And remember that in the previous game, it was Mickey and Upset getting first blood before 2 minutes. So this time around, Supa and Alvaro have got to have a better time in the bottom lane.
Yeah, you can see, though, like, it is something that Supa has played in the past. He's 2-4 over the course of his career on Vayne. Played that when he was back in the
Mkoi winning this? Nah, I think Fnatic win this, bro. Unless Fnatic choke. But I think this 4-5 rotation is just trash from Mkoi, if I'm going to be honest with you guys.
First time in Tier 1 being an elimination game at Worlds is a seriously Chad play. I have to. It's either seriously Chad or seriously bad, depending on the outcome. And that's what the fans are going to remember. So for Supa's sake, for Imkoi's sake, I hope that they can find the way to protect this Vayne and allow Supa the space he needs, because you know that Vayne kills pretty much everybody in 6 hits, right? 2 rotations of Silver Bolts. As long as she's got plenty of damage, it hurts. And this champ can be a serious, serious problem. And there it is, immediately.
They won level 2? How?
Silver Bolts, and Mickey takes
Do BL3s count for reverse sweeps? No, of course not.
Razork, though, Is he making his way immediately down towards his bottom side?
What, how do we lose push with Ezreal?
Side of the map. Alvaro going to look for the ward.
Okay, but immediately Mickey going in, Super with the early flash, but Alvaro's your target now. Razork continuing to move forward. Alvaro has to flash
We don't flash
away.
that? What? We don't kill him?
Remember that he has the Winter's Bite.
What? We don't kill him?
Stand behind me wasn't available. That means that he has to commit the flash.
Koi hard one draft? Nah, bro.
Jojo's TP'd very aggressively in towards his mid wave, though. I think they want to try and look for an evade.
I really don't think so. I think this 4-5. Like, why are we picking Ornn into these champs? Like, what does Ornn do in this game, bro?
HP and a bit worried about Poby on his.
Like, you think Ornn is good this game?
Yeah, both mid laners taking a very early first back plus first teleport. I mean, it's
like Ornn into double mobile carries. Double mobile carries and Trundle? They're playing Ornn?
Generally earlier than they would like to make that first recall, as Elyoya is going to have control over the
Ornn gives free value gold even if they lose.
Looks like we're going to see
whatever, I'm not going to fucking argue with these takes.
His first purchase as well.
I'm curious what Razork wants to do in this sort of situation, though. He's about to finish off his camp, should be able to reset first, then come back out onto the map.
It's like people acting as if as if Ornn isn't balanced around the fact that he builds items.
We don't see the Trundle on the top side. He could be anywhere.
It's like, you know, other champions, they get value from their passive.
We've got some game 1 versus game 2. This is the games that each team respectively won. It was Fnatic getting first blood in both of them, but now we've got the jungler showing up down here with the bottom side. Alvaro trying to get away, but win becomes lightning coming out from Elyoya.
Why is Razork clicking like a bot? Why doesn't he pillar?
Elyoya might die, but Supa wants to get one back. He tumbles and he finds the shot, but Upset
Supa. Nah. I was about to flame you so hard, Oscarinin. I was about to flame you so hard, you have no idea.
But this game is already becoming bloody flowers. The kills on the bottom
side.
Bro,
you guys have no idea.
Showing up in the bottom lane, and that's what I was talking about. Is a good read from Razork.
I was about to drop that. I would rather eat dirt type of shit, you know.
But also prevent Elyoya from showing up in that bot lane once more. Now Fnatic
okay.
Crab and potentially just vision into this topside jungle.
And the fact that both AD carries get the kills, the money is right where both teams would want it. Let's take another look.
But this, remember I was saying, but Razork had a chance.
You're about to drop a poem, yeah.
Jungle level 4 versus level 3, you can make the play, but that CC was clutch onto Mickey.
I was about to drop like some Chinese wisdom, you know, like I would be like, even the winds on the tallest mountain whisper the tales of your disgusting nature. I was about to drop some poetry, you know, like I was about to fucking beatbox.
About having double buffs on that Ezreal now, very effective champion to be commanding those on level 4, Supa, level 4 on the Vayne as well, but Upset is much closer to level 5, because remember, he's not the one who died in that scrap in the bottom lane 2v2, or 3v3 I guess I should call it.
Wait, what's happening mid, bro?
We're also there. So now we've got
what the hell?
lane duos here in mid.
Why is Poby 20 Cs behind?
On the grubs. Dragon has already
did he like base?
Those are harder to take than some of the other ones because of the tankiness of the objective.
What?
And it looks like Alvaro is going to go ahead and be the first
to
step out of lane here. Just get a little vision at the entryway to the jungle.
Well, Jojo, like, did he get a monster wave bot? Oh, he got a monster wave bot.
Moving into Xin Zhao's territory, comfortable dueling against him if he finds him. So they just want to make sure that Razork isn't trying to steal away those resources.
I think he just got a monster wave bot, like 2 waves after pushing mid-wave.
While you have the opportunity for Trundle to try and come in onto this bottom side. So instead, making things a bit easier for Supa and Razork finding Jojo, but
ooh, Jojo.
Is this how we lose Flash? Is this how we lose Flash? It is how we lose Flash. Jojo.
Good flash from Jojo to get over the Azir wall. Although this pressure is coming through, and I like seeing Razork taking these aggressive trades. Knows he's stronger when it comes towards the backup he has and how just
Absolute just freestyle really bad on Kai'Sa stream, no?
For Fnatic and buy them a little bit of space on this bottom side.
All right. So also the thing that I'm looking at once we get
Vayne is like strong in skirmishes, but I don't know. How do you play Vayne?
Mickey and Upset going to keep looking for
how do you play Vayne against Azir, guys?
Protecting his AD carry. You already mentioned the amount of CC that the team built around this Vayne is able to provide. But the other thing that I'm looking at, Ornn makes
everybody.
Jojo makes the entire Weaver's wall. Trundle even makes a pillar. there's a lot of stuff for
Drop
Vayne's
your
Condemned to knock people
body
into,
in.
and Supa's going to have a lot of extra tools
Backstreet's
through that to play
back.
around in these
All
team
right.
fights to knock back whoever's trying to dive onto
Murder's
it.
Ward.
That's the thing. I think if I'm Supa, that's
Best
the
JoJo
key
part in
to
your
this
opinion?
is
Part
not
1.
using that Condemn proactively.
Part 1
in a
is
lot of these
fucking great,
situations.
man.
Have enough people that
Part
can
1
use that
is,
terrain
I don't know, Part 1 is
as well.
way
Like,
better than
Warren
all
is
of the parts,
fantastic. Talia
I
can
think.
work well with this. You don't need to be the one
There's fucking
using your Condemn.
Speedwagon.
Use it for whoever manages
There's
to
the
slip their way
fucking-
through all the cracks. Keep them pushed back. And as long as you know you're not getting locked up by Oscar and CC or Mickey CC, you can carry these engages.
Elyoya happy to start up the Void Grubs here. Gonna be
Joseph
jumping on those
Joestar.
shortly after they spawn. Mickey is
Deal.
around the area, going to step forward and at least see what he's up to.
Uzi
Elyoya
co-stream
has
in
secured
Worlds
the
and he
first
is
grub,
shirtless now
so
because
even
of Vayne.
Fnatic wants to overload this area.
Nice.
There's no way for them to grab all three. Mickey just going to kill the little grub mites there as Elyoya heads back towards the area. Double buffs on this Xin Zhao. Does
To be
make it
fair,
very
I didn't
strong.
watch much JoJo
Upset
Bizarre
showing in the
Adventure
wave,
because
and now he and Elyoya can rotate over with Mickey to get priority over the topside river.
Yeah, Fnatic going to be able to push this back. One of the
Deal.
So because we're seeing the Blade of the Rune King build coming out from Supa, this is where you are going to be much stronger in a fight with your bad contesting on the wave, which is where you're going to have Upset continue to be able to shove these waves in and Supa approaching later.
Okay, now bottom
Has
side. JoJo
best
gets
Pokemon
shuffled
gen,
back by
Pokemon
Poby.
Fire Red,
No
Leaf
flash
Green.
available on the Talia. Remember that already had to be used last
He has no
time.
flash. If Poby
Poby
solo
gets some
kills
good
him, bro,
damage under the
he's
Imcore
fucking
mid laner.
Poby is.
JoJo
Come on,
continues to
Poby.
make
Come
his
on,
exit. Poby flash
Poby.
forward. Fetal Warfare claimed by Fnatic. Poby with the solo kill down in the bottom lane as Oscar Renan survives with 200 HP up here on the top side. Imcoy's not going to get anything back here just yet. Oscar
Oscarini Panini.
and he's executed by the
What?
ultimate
He
of
didn't have Q?
Elyoya.
Like-
The counter strike he was hoping would be able to keep him alive there, but Xin Zhao ulti with just enough burst damage to take him down. With the enemy top laner dead, that actually opens
Let's
up the
drop
window
some
for
more
Elyoya
Chinese
to
wisdom
secure
here
the
to
remaining
flame
two grubs.
Oscarini.
Yeah, I'm
What would they
surprised that,
say?
honestly, Mickey didn't block us or Oscar
The
Renan
bar
didn't use
was
his
set
flash. No
so low
communication
for
what was
you,
happening to Supa.
but
down to
somehow
about 400 HP here. Mickey also low.
here you are,
Again, just doing what
limbo
Braum was drafted to
dancing
do and
with the
protecting
devil.
this vein.
Yeah, the thing is though, on that play, because Fnatic had just got the solo kill for Poby on the bottom side, he had shoved in the wave, would have been able to reset and TP to the fight if you needed him to do so, and that could have been the Fnatic win con just for those Void Grubs, but instead, because Oscar ends up going down and there's that miscommunication, it gives Imcoy that little bit of a chance now to get the Void Grubs, which is so crucial.
Is there any way
for the
Fnatic
short
loses
range
this?
composition. We see here though the play, JoJo tries to go forward, but Poby immediately
Bro,
cuts
limbo
him off,
dancing with the
knowing
devil.
that JoJo doesn't have that flash.
Limbo dancing with the devil. Like imagine how low in the ground you are, bro.
JoJo, but still burns the flash and has managed to pick him off.
Like, bro, you're in the dirt, you're in hell, and then you're limbo dancing in hell.
Yeah, tried to go all in
Think
on
about that
Mirwin,
image.
not respecting where Elyoya was.
That's
on the
how
map.
low of a
Again,
bar,
the
bro.
CC chain very, very strong. Managed to escape, but here I thought Mickey would just block the shot. You have the flash, you have his crash down as well to get the space that you need. But neither the flash
That's
from
okay.
Oscar Renan to dodge the
That means you're good at limbo dancing, guys. Limbo, the bar was set so low, and somehow he undershot that bar.
This next Drake not spawning for another minute.
Come on, guys. Come on, guys.
It's one neutral objective
Come on,
to
man.
either side, as we did have the first.
At
Drake
least
go the way of Fnatic.
I know that my
We did
chat
have
keeps me
all of
honest.
The grubs go the way of Imcoy. Poby now.
Poby movement.
footwork
Oh, he's
there,
Korean.
making sure that he does
He's
not
Korean.
get caught out by the seismic shove into the unraveled
That's the
earth.
point of
60 seconds
limbo.
left
Yeah,
on
that's
our
why
Drake
it's
timer.
an
Upset
apt
doing a good
fucking.
job trading into Supa. As we still see
okay.
neither one of those 80 carries having their first item fully completed. And critically, with this dragon fight becoming imminent, the Sundered Sky completed for Elyoya. This is one of the strongest single item power spikes in the game. He has his item fully completed. Razork does not. All of these Trinity Force
Here we go.
members
Here we
are
go.
pieces of their Trinity. And
He
now
intentionally
Mila's
picked
gonna try
Ornn,
to get away.
but he's gonna walk
Oscar
away.
and Razork wanna
Big
make the move
boy.
on the Imcoy top laner, but they don't have the damage.
Razor goes to just
Whose draft do you like, coach? I like red side.
So it means that Razor's not able to get in position. I don't think they wanted to overcommit to this play anyway, because as you say, Dragon is just over
Samana,
time,
eh,
hoping they could
waka,
burn a
waka,
flash or
eh,
an ultimate
eh.
for Mirwin before that objective starts. And now Yoya looking
Samana,
insane,
no,
but Oscar Renan Spidey senses were tingling.
Exactly, he knew. He's like, all right, if my guy was doing it, his guy is probably at least thinking about doing it. We do have teleports
Fnatic still
available
behind on
for
gold.
both of those top laners to join up with this dragon
With these
fight
mid lane
if they want
CS
to do
numbers.
it. We have
Skip
items
probably solo
completed in
killed.
both mid lane inventories now, with the Archangel staff critically not fully stacked into the Seraph's Embrace for Jojo Pyun.
They aren't out of the lurch just yet, guys. They aren't out of the lurch. You excited for the World Cup? Not at all, if I'm going to be honest.
So everybody's kind of hitting the same
I'm not following football at all, man.
Which means nobody's got a decisive advantage in this dragon fight aside from the jungle role.
Upset. He's got Trinity Force. He's getting isolated here though. Trinity Force. Alright, upset with the trade. Super's gonna lifesteal.
Fnatic, who are trying desperately to use this bot lane to gain access, but they might have just found Mickey.
Good sidestep though. Not getting tagged by the Winter's Bite means he doesn't have to use the crash down defensively over the wall to make sure that he stays safe. Shattering Strike does not hit. Alvaro now could be in a little bit of danger for the Glacial Fissure. Right back onto Mickey. He's the target.
Mickey uses heal.
Secures the kill. Now Razork.
Oh no, Elias Lip. Elias Lip. Elias Lip.
Supa's on the chase. Elyoya wants
to
hit
Elias Lip.
And Supa flashes forward. Upsets out of there. And
what is Fnatic doing?
Just goes in on him. Supa forcing the duel versus Upset.
Can't believe I put a bullet on Fnatic. What the Fnatic? What did he just do, bro?
Was expecting Supa to chase down.
Steps a little bit too far forward. He's just disrespecting Imkoy's control over the area, and Razork is punished. Enemy jungler dead. Here's your blank check for dragon money.
Told you Mkoy has better draft.
As Mickey's back,
nah, that's a permaban, bro.
He's trying to find some vision to clear out.
That is fucking crazy.
Be able to take this Drake, no problem.
That is fucking crazy.
Poby has stuck around on this bottom side. Mickey just trying to be a bit of a nuisance, but Elyoya chasing him down. The dragon does a reset here?
No, patience isn't ticking down quite yet. He's at the very edge of his patience, Dagda, as Mickey continues to take a little bit more damage. Supa finally arrives. Dragon's finally going to lose some patience there, but ultimately secured by Elyoya. Mickey did a good job of being a distraction, but could not distract enough. Ultimately, as the TP is going to bring Jojo up into the top lane. This was a little bit sketchy. Does manage to use that seismic shove to knock Oscar into the
Oscarin doesn't want to kill Talia.
Unraveled earth, stun him up and stay alive. But Jojo losing 60% HP there off of a little bit of an aggressive teleport. Not exactly what you want to see.
No, at least Alvaro coming up here to help him out and ensure that he can continue to push in this wave. Even having Elyoya to back him up as well means he should be fine.
What's he doing, bro.
With Rift Herald here.
Oh, nice pillar coming out from Razork. Immediately pops the subjugate as well. Supa is the target, and Fnatic needs a little bit more damage to secure the kill.
Upset! Fucking kill him, Upset!
And Mickey dying gives triumph over to Supa. There's no way for the Trundle damage to get the kill, plus Blade of the Ruined King with a lifesteal. Supa stays alive. Fnatic overplays their hand. And with the enemy jungler ultimate down, with the enemy support dead, Imkoy will say thank you very much, collect a free Herald.
And it's Fnatic members just dying.
There's no way he's playing around Braum WE here, right?
That are causing these issues. We get Oscar in before the Void Grub's dying. Now we're getting the kill onto Mickey just as the Rift Herald spawns, and Oscar might fall afterwards.
Oscar trying to get away from this one. Elyoya and Jojo moving together. Nice placement there on the seismic shove. Counter-Strike trying to turn it around a little bit, but there's nothing to turn around in a 2v1 when Talia hits her CC. It's another free kill over to Imkoy. Razork will at least steal the red buff away, but a red buff traded for a kill. Now going to be traded for a tier 1 turret. That's not enough.
And I don't know if Oscar is allergic to his flash button this game, but kind of needs to start using that a little bit more. As Fnatic now on the
I wanna make love right now, We don't have subjugates. 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 We don't have subjugates.
They lose the turret, but they only needed to hold it long enough to win the feats, and that's what they did.
Exactly, and for Imkoy, honestly, I really like the scaling that they have on their squad. The fact that they're sitting
Country roads, take Fnatic home
on this Spain as well.
To the place
and because
they belong.
They're not punishing Supa, who's
West Europe
underneath this mid tower. and just getting so
Ending
incredibly strong.
mama.
It feels very tough for Fnatic to find the advantages
Take them
that they want.
home.
Let's take another look
Via bus.
Yeah, I mean, you get the all-in here, but great condemn here from Supa. Just
Allah
before the CC went
offset.
through onto Mickey, prevents that
Nej.
crash down, which would have time. But Mickey,
Du
hoping, look, if I
driver.
trade 1-for-1 on this play, it's worth it. We can then look towards the Rift Herald, but Supa outplays in the 1v3.
And you saw there, when Mickey hit the auto attack and Supa went into the invisibility, he thought, okay, maybe Magnet Storm's damage will kill him, but it takes him down to 20. And then since Blade of the Ruined King has that percent HP lifesteal, it just gives him enough HP to survive. Supa lives, and those are just the heartbreakers. Everybody who's ever played League has had one of those before, but now Imkoi potentially going for an invade. Fnatic maybe with a collapse, but no, it's JoJo riding the wall straight in. It's Oscar dead first. Mickey wants to get away, but the Weaver's wall fades, and Mickey just barely has enough distance to get out of that.
Look what Poppy is, by the way.
Gold lead for Imkoi. They want to make it 5.
Okay, look at Poppy is. He's like, guys, I'm pushing bot wave. And they're like, all right, guys, we're engaging.
Damage onto 3 with that one, but still the pressure keeps coming in as Razor's going to be careful. Seismic shove again. He's getting juggled around by the glacial fissure. One more hit will kill him.
Holy Poppy's trying so hard.
Bowls him over with the Horn, and Imkoi have 10 kills.
Imkoi played that so well around Poby's range. Poby TP'd in and was dying to get that knockback with the Emperor's Divide, but he's not giving it, and now he's pushing forward.
And we got a TP coming in. Mickey wanted to step forward to make something happen, but now he's going to be in some danger. JoJo takes the kill, but Aoya is going to be very low. Finally a shutdown, finally a kill, back to Fnatic. Upset's taking the credit, and Oscar gets another shutdown this time. JoJo, Supa, and Alvaro trying to disengage. Fnatic gets something back, and at least try to staunch the bleed.
It's something back, and crucially, some of that gold going into the hands of Poby is going to be very nice for them alongside Upset, but still, it's Imkoi kind of dictating how these fights happen. Look how they play here. They know Poby is fishing for this Emperor's Divide, so they're constantly kiting back just out of his range, denying him that opportunity. And Mirwin with the snipe down in the back line. At this stage, though, Imkoi done their job. All they need to do is back away. Sticking around for the tower was a little bit too greedy. They don't have to burn the flash on JoJo. Aoya does help get a kill back, but with Oscar Ridden coming in, it's more on the dinner plate for them, for Fnatic, than it is for Imkoi.
And then the flash there from Alvaro at the very edge to escape the counter-strike from Oscar Ridden. That counter-strike, if it would have hit him, would have gained another kill over to Fnatic. So Fnatic happy to shrink this gold lead here a little bit, come back into the game slightly. It was up to almost 5K, now down to 3.5, but it is still a very large advantage for Imkoi, who will collect their second Drake of the game.
This is how Thomas feels when he's watching the Miami Dolphins.
The top side. They're sending Poby back, and it means that Imkoi get the dragon. There's no real trade, and they won't be able to protect this bot side turret either. Fnatic failing on the cross map, failing in the fights, and might just fail at making it one step further at Worlds.
Or C9, yeah.
To an over 4,000 gold lead for the side of Imkoi. Fnatic are starting to feel the pressure. We're still at a state in the game, Dagda, especially with Otacon spawning, where I feel like Fnatic still have the ability to make a play that can turn things around. But if this lead grows much larger, they're going to be entering into the territory where they're counting on an Imkoi mistake. The lead will be too big to simply make a good play of their own and get back into the game.
Well, the problem is at this stage, there's so many threats on Imkoi as Mirren finds Mickey.
Talia's on bot wave. Okay, Mickey tried. Super flash over the wall. Oscar Ridden. Oscar Ridden, like,
Fnatic lose their top laner as Imkoi make sure
I don't know,
they
bro.
win this team fight. They're the ones in charge. Mirwin's in the enemy
Oscar
jungle.
Ridden like plays like my Jackson TFT, by the way, like my mech Jax, like just walks into enemy team like it's just he's just a TFT player, like his champion just sees contact and walks in.
Join back up. Mickey's got to be careful as he walks away from this one. Razor can't get anywhere near it, and Otacon is slain without casualties by Imkoi.
I was convinced that we were about to have round 2 for Imkoi as they look for that invade.
What can he do? It's weak side Jax. Oh, I forgot. When you weak side, weak side Jax. Bro, he laned against Ornn. He wasn't even weak side. Like, what are you saying, man? And then, like, bro, it's like, even in a person that got ganked once or twice, like, suddenly he has the license to enter what?
is seriously a problem. You can see now with Mirwin hitting level 14, empowered Blade of the Ruined King for Supa as well, so making that advantage rise even larger. I think in the current iteration of Ornn, the ornaments are worth about 800, 900 gold each, so you can just go ahead and add 1,600, 1,800 extra gold to the already 4.8 thousand gold lead as Mickey tries to escape. And Alvaro and Supa have arrived. That Rel is shot down in the air. Jojo picks up kill 3.
Yeah, at this stage, Mickey just trying to get out onto the map to see if he can do anything to catch
People gonna watch this and be like,
Mickey! And it looks like MKOI will manage to, if they can hold this, keep themselves alive, go to 1 and 2 in Worlds 2025.
Exactly, man. This is where the pressure
People are gonna watch this game and blame Mickey somehow.
Both teams obviously not starting with the type of opening they would want in the first couple of games of Worlds. Being in the O2 bracket is always such a daunting task because you have to then play and win 3 best of 3s to earn your spot in the knockout stage, in those quarterfinals. And winning this one is the first step. Fnatic currently down almost 6,000 gold. They're down 17 flower petals. They're down an extra Drake, and they have to try to find a way back into this game, but all of their attempts so far have not been coordinated enough.
No, they're trying to pick off Supa again. Everything is here, but MKOI reading it well.
Welcome back, Fnatic humanoid.
Too much
Top
across.
laner.
And Fnatic floundering and find nothing. We knew it was going to be
Top lane Fnatic
for
humanoid.
Fnatic.
After his
Over the course
performance
this year, it has not looked
against
so
Misa
optimal
Misa,
against MKOI. But again, MKOI just
humanoid
doing a
gets to
great
play
job
top
of
lane.
keeping them in check.
Yeah, when we looked back at the head-to-head throughout the year, back in game number 1, I believe it was 4 victories for MKOI.
What do you guys think Sam Matthews is going to write in his apology this time, guys? Guys, we are
time, and it looks like here in game number 3,
it's fine, bro. It's okay. Like, your players are just fucking disappointing. It's not your fault, man. It's
The
okay.
rest of MKOI not here quite yet, but a nice horn onto 3. Mickey's gonna die before we can cast a spell. Now Razork's trying to get away, but he's exhausted. Killed by Jojo. The remaining 3 players of Fnatic try to escape.
How could Fnatic lose prior bot, by the way?
Sundisk at least going to buy enough time to stop the MKOI assault. But a nice opening there from MKOI. The Call of the Forge God knocking up 3. The exhaust onto Razork so he couldn't do anything. The unraveled earth right underneath of everybody. There was no way out.
MKOI are just playing
How
this
did they
slow.
lose level
They
push?
understand
Push
as long
level
as
1, by
they
the way.
stay together,
I
they're
really
going to
don't
be in a
understand.
fantastic spot.
How did they lose push level 1?
Can't find these picks. They're just running more and more gold into the hands of Jojo, into the hands of Supa. And now they respond.
Don't you just
20
fucking cue the wave?
until that next dragon is up, and MKOI get to spend their gold.
Don't you just
what a
cue the
frustrating
wave?
situation right there for Oscar. You want to try to defend your turret, but Talia just throws out Unraveled Earth. If you jump on her, you're stunned. If you walk close, you get shoved. There's just nothing he can do.
I think
As
MKOI
now
just
the
had a
Baron
great
is
read of
spawning,
Fnatic
and you can see
with their
MKOI
4-5.
moving up to the area just to establish some vision, make sure nobody's going to sneak it from Fnatic. And here's another look at what we were talking about, that head-to-head throughout the year. The 2025 LEC Winter Playoffs lower bracket. That was the one time Fnatic won. Otherwise, it's been the MKOI show.
Yeah, and that was kind of where MKOI were trying to find their footing coming in towards winter, but since then it has been domination from MKOI in so many of these series. It's tough. I mean, the 2025 upper bracket round 1 for summer was where you got to see that push from Fnatic, where they were nearly able to take down MKOI and send themselves into such a strong position. But once more, they find themselves just a little short.
Why would good players want to join
take
Fnatic?
down this MKOI roster, and the Spanish fans are going to be cheering loud tonight if MKOI can put that nail into the coffin.
They're on Soul Point now with a 7,500 gold lead. They want a couple of more kills. They'll at least force the flash out of Razork, but the flash
Is
isn't
it money? You
enough.
think
They
Fnatic
want
have money, bro?
blood. El Yoya takes the kill. Supa firing some extra bolts towards Oscar Venom, but the counter-strike keeps him healthy. MKOI having taken out the enemy jungler. Baron on the map right now. You'd have to think that's the direction they're going to head towards. Poby is down to the bottom lane at the same time, trying to provide a little bit of split push threat, but Jojo is already ready to answer that one. Has his teleport to join the Baron fight if need be.
Yeah, you can see the observer showing there's some wards here for Fnatic that Poby could look to TP to, try and find that pick, but they're just never going to allow it. Alvaro blocks up upsets ultimate, and the fight begins.
All right, teleport from Mickey coming around from the side. Oscar in the middle of everybody, but immediately Poby is dead as the fight begins. Supa's under pressure, but he isn't dead yet. The rest of the team peels beautifully. Fnatic knew they had to try something, but it just wasn't enough.
It's just soulless. It's just soulless. I'm happy MKOI goes on. I'm happy MKOI is gone. Like we all thought MKOI was the favorite, that they should win here, you know, coming into this. I didn't like the 4-5 in this game, but if the game is gonna be at this level, then God bless, just play, you know. That's okay.
It's a good engage from
you know, I don't think it's a good rotation 4-5 or in vain, but it works, I guess, if this is how the game is gonna look like. God bless you, yeah. You're really smart.
Keep the AD carry safe, and we're right that high towards the
base. And but this, I don't know. This from Fnatic is just
23 flowers, 2 extra drakes.
This from Fnatic
2.5
is
minutes
just
on that last drake. So even if Fnatic managed to have a miraculous defense inside their base, they've still got a lot of tasks ahead of them to have any chance coming back into this game. They are now relying on some sort of mistake from MKOI, some kind of a misplay, some kind of an overdive. Because it's just so
Uzi
hard
took off his
to
shirt
play
for
from
this
this
vein,
much of a
bro.
disadvantage. Razork stepping forward, pops the ulti just to try to survive, but the damage from the Vayne is so much. Razork, one more auto attack from Supa would have killed him, and he barely hobbles away. But now that's Trundle without an ulti, trying to team fight whenever they try to defend.
And it's the towers that are going to fall. This Baron is exactly what you need for this short-range composition to take them down.
Now Poby about to get stunned up there by the concussive blows. Supa's unstoppable. Poby's down. Mickey's about to join him. It's 2 kills already over to MKOI, and Oscar's lost his counter-strike. He'll be third to die. MKOI, it might have been a longer series than they would have hoped for. That second game might have been a little rough, but here in game number 3, they're showing they've got what it takes. Nexus turret's under fire. Razork about to die. They'll stun him up and beat him down just to make a statement. MKOI will emerge victorious from the LEC Civil War. They will make their way onto the Nexus. They will add insult to injury, looking to find the last kill here onto Upset. Mickey respawns and charges.
Honestly, we blame
he
Apples.
has to charge right
Like Apples is the problem, bro. Like Apples ruined KC, and they didn't make Worlds.
The LEC hierarchy remains the same. Fnatic cannot get the upstart that they want.
We just blame Apples.
Clean game 3 from MKOI sees them now at 1 and 2.
This looks now at the overall head-to-head for these two teams throughout 2025 at a 5 out of 6 victory record for MKOI against Fnatic. These two teams have faced time and time again, and almost every single
That's so weird. Upset
and coming out on top.
Upset and the other guy, what's his name? Upset and Supa don't fist bump, and then he hugs his teammates.
Earned the right to continue their competition here at Worlds.
And we always knew it was going to be difficult. MKOI have looked fantastic in their early games.
Guys, look at some of this gameplay, okay?
The
completed. Razork does not.
That an advantage.
Jopun secures the kill. Now Razork could be in a little bit of danger.
This was the craziest sequence ever, bro.
Crash down
This was a mental sequence.
Shattering strike does not hit.
This was a mental fucking sequence, bro.
Alvaro now could be in a little bit of danger for the Glacial Fissure. Right back onto Mickey. He's the target. Elyoya goes in and Jopun secures
What the fuck was this, bro?
the kill. Now Razork flashes over the wall trying to stay alive. Upset, stunned back by the condemn. Supa's on the chase. Elyoya wants to hit him with the wind, becomes lightning, and Supa flashes forward. MKOI's Mickey's a big job of aggressive. Mickey wants to go for it.
With Rift Charles here.
Oh, nice pillar coming out from Razork. Immediately pops the
We missed that Q.
subjugate as well. Supa is the target, and Fnatic needs a little bit more damage to secure the kill. Mickey wants to go for the Magnet Storm.
Mickey counter steal the.
Nah, like the last time I went to Worlds, 2022. Like, were we this trash? I swear, we versus C9 versus C9 game 2, we were really fucking trash.
Red buff away.
Like, we were not this trash, right? Like in game 2 against C9, we were definitely fucking disgusting. I remember this. There's a Javan EQ that Razork did that I will never forget, bro. It's haunting me to this day. It's haunting me to this day. Haunting me to this day, this EQ we do on bot lane.
Still always using their second buff here. Blabber and to 200. Berserker with a flash away early here in bottom.
They lose flash.
Yeah, that's 3 summoners there blown from C9. Only Sven's flash is up, so Razork is just getting attracted straight to that bot lane like a magnet. He sees a window and he wants to look for it. The Silence doing so much work there to then land the root afterwards. No ignite for the Fnatic.
He's going to have to walk all the way back down.
It's the pink ward. I think we'll start.
Junglers are now both back to this mid lane wave, but it doesn't look like C9 will be able to get a whole lot out.
Yeah, Humanoid still yet to base. Jensen's already window for C. Just
patient. He's calculating. He knows Berserker is the target who has no flash.
Oh no.
Razork. It's Blabber who's having to walk away.
Allahu Akbar.
From it now. Razork. He goes for bad flag.
Right. This was also so fucking annoying, by the way.
Really need to see that level of execution come through. It was a struggle.
This, I remember people like
games in summer.
Like you guys think Blue Side Draft is playable this game? People walked away from this game and say, "Why am I not me? Is this game playable? You guys think for Blue Side? This was completely fucking unplayable for Blue Side, by the way. This bot lane matchup is really fucking hard to play. They have Lee into Poppy. Sivir can never trade with Azir. Guys, Azir was cancer broken. Okay, this Worlds, if you guys remember.
He's won all of them.
Fuck me, bro. Wait, I had the read. By the way. I knew that they are gonna send their top laner here, and after we get Scout's flash, we just need to leave. But we just wanted more for no reason, bro.
He can afford to help his team out and then TP back top. Fnatic, this could backfire very quickly. Will they spot the Gragas?
Going in, at least another one so incredibly strong. He's been pulled back to the team. Exhaust already going down. One Yuumi spell taken out, but Upset forced to cleanse away. In the meantime, big damage from the boomerang.
So just, we still win fights, you know. I think we
huge pick for Bailout. Fishing for Scout.
Look, we were gaming, bro. We were gaming. This was my last Worlds. We were actually gaming.
Have to respond. Flandre on the side. Humo dashes forward to chunk out Viper. Mako on the Yuumi will have the sustain. Here comes Yornhorn.
No, fishing for Scout, trying to take down the Victor before the fight even starts. Now looking to knock back the rest of the team, but Razork is interrupted on the pop.
Holy, how good was Wunder, bro.
Down the ultimate. Flandre off to the side. Could just be the next on the list. Hillisang getting thrown in the bailout. Now coming out, but he will not survive. Flandre getting cut down as well. Running, he's so damn tanky, but he will still drop. Can I get the shutdown on the Viper? This could be everything. Razork now getting cut back. Viper still standing. The damage from the Sever. Humanoid! Oh my goodness, the Azir carry.
Holy, I get fucking goosebumps, bro. Holy.
Dashing back out to safety, unstoppable for at least a brief moment. He knows he needs to ult. Knockback, huge from Razork. Maybe now they can turn. Yuumi strapped to the back of Flandre. He will be fine. Wonder ditches out. Hillisang forced to use the ultimate to safety, unstoppable for at least a brief moment. He knows he needs to ult. Knockback, huge from Razork. Maybe now they can turn. Yuumi strapped to the back of Flandre. He will be fine. Viper pushing forward on the hunt used. Hillisang forced to use the ultimate, but no effect. He's just gonna get burned down.
Oh, he's got outplayed. I don't know, the enemy is just fucking so much better. Player-wise. They are so Chinese, bro. Like, do you see how they are playing, buddy? Look how Korean Viper is. Oh my lord, bro. Jesus fucking Christ, bro. I don't know. I'm just seeing like how they fucking are moving, by the way, and it's kind of fucking nuts, bro. I don't know. I'm seeing how mechanically EDG play, and it's actually, I don't know. It's fucking nuts, bro. Like it's a different game. It's a different game with League of Legends, man.
Get a top tier 2.
It's a fucking different game with League of Legends, bro. I don't know. That level 1 situation was so bad for the game. Fanatic versus T1. I think.
A second, Ignite dropped onto upset. They're just immediately going in at level 1 against this Lucian Nami with the 2 combat
I remember this game because
and how weak champions are at level 1.
It's like the issue for us, right, is that if we open Yuumi, we couldn't play Lulu, you know. So if we give Yuumi, we get Lucian Nami, and we get to pick the champions that we prioritize, you know.
Wrong way. The flash didn't work. Humanoid wanted an outplay. Faker's still chasing. He goes in. Faker. He gets first blood, but he dies doing it.
Wow, so Humanoid actually dashes back in there on top of Faker with the shuriken, then flashes upwards and pops.
What they need to be doing. Gumayushi throwing out the boomerang, flashing away from a wall stun, and T1 retreats.
Razork had no bot push, but he's playing with no fear as well. Carrier back, Hex flash over these. Poppy, of course. We'll see if they pull this off. Hilly could flash over as well. Wouldn't surprise me if he does.
There they go. Faker, he's in trouble. He's down. Fanatic. I said I wanted
We're
to see
gaming, bro.
moves out of Razork, and we're getting them.
We're gaming.
We definitely are. Now look
how cooked Silas is, by the way.
Guy is just protagonist.
Look how cooked Silas is. Midwave is frozen, by the way. Like, look, midwave is frozen. This game is like exploded, by the way. This is a Nexus exploder. Midwave is frozen. Akali is like it's Jover, bro. Akali is almost 6. Midwave is frozen. Look how Faker does, bro. Look where he is. He goes bot. Look how cooked it is, bro. Look how Faker's doing. Look at him, man.
Very far forward ward there in the second brush. But T1 just now gonna
He gets to be spotted near bot. Bro.
have Faker going up into the brush, but Fnatic's bringing down more.
Bro, look how cooked it is. Bro, this game is fucking exploded, by the way. The Nexus is... How did you lose this? We got hit by the Yuumi 6 power spike and got double killed bots, I think, if I remember correctly.
Razork shows up. Nice steadfast presence to stop Faker from getting there.
I would love to see midwave right now. I think it's frozen. Faker is bleeding minions, so it actually ends up crashing into the tower. But look at this CS lead right now for Humanoid.
HP up again. Level 6 to level 4, though, like you said, Faker is suffering in this 1v1.
He really is. He'll manage to level up, but really far behind in creeps. Humanoid finding him as he roams in that bot side jungle, and Razork might find him again, you know, has the Hex Flash. Humanoid, we'll see if he fast pushes
dive him here?
with his Qs. But no, Razork's actually gonna go over towards the blue buff, and Owner is coming out of base. Razork...
What a Chad Wunder, bro. I was like, Wunder, bro, we need a tank. He's like, I can play Maokai. Is Yon fine? He's like, it's fine.
Knows his window here, should be able to pick this one up, and
Owner can just walk up, slap that one away, steal that one away, and Razork...
The waves in a bit of a more...
Back in mid, it's still Humanoid with a massive...
Still a freeze.
Razork still looking to fight, still looking to
Soon we're gonna have the level 6 power spike.
Secured. T1 have the objective. Nobody picked up the eye. He got the eye, but he'll die for it. T1's jungler flashing over the wall.
Not even looking for the dragon just yet. So Fnatic...
Bro, look at the game state, bro. Look at the game state. Bro, at least like back then we could dream a little bit, you know? We could dream a little bit. Like we could dream. Like this was the last time I went to Worlds. Like we could dream a little bit, you know? Like our team was dysfunctional, but we at least, you know, we had some hope, you know? Like we had EDG T1 in our group.
Come out ahead with a kill, but Owner still gets the Herald.
Hey, that Herald on average is worth, of course, it does cost the...
But we get level 6 power spiked on Yuumi. I think it just explodes the whole game. On bot.
There's the...
There it is.
Juani ulti not quite enough range, but the flash into the knockback will buy 700 left to go on. Speed on that tower to save it, to stop Gumayushi from being able to pick it up. Port right next to just fighting against one.
Holy Everfrost Silence.
2 or 3 item spike.
Mythic items. Who won this year? DRX, bro.
No matter what champion you're playing,
DRX won.
got that. Gonna start this one up. Upset's coming out of base. There's a TP from Faker on bot wave. Tier 1 on cross. So he'll move back up and try to see if he can steal this one away. Poppy LT came through. Drake is secured. Razork jumps into Faker. Humanoid's made his way into the fight now. Faker just instantly dead. Not looking good there as Wonder and Humanoid look to fight a little bit more. But they seal his fate.
Zeus is so Korean.
Humanoid is down, and Zeus tries to fight, but he falls next. Wonder burns away to the ignite as Gumayushi looks for Hill.
Some of these fights, they are just too Korean, no?
And Owner is ready for the flash follow.
Some of these fights, Zeus is just too Korean. I don't know, they're just...
Owner goes in, and Hilly tries to flash. He'll escape for now.
At least we can take a look.
Bot, T1 focusing top.
Holy,
the question is,
look
who
at
can
this
get
outdraft.
that lead in the early game, and how will it transition into the team?
How was that playable, by the way?
Based on
I don't know. Like, this was kind of foreshadowing, no? Bro, they gave us Aatrox. Why did they give Aatrox in the finals? Bro, like...
underneath the tower, Fanatic scream. Of course, has completed the Eclipse. Mythic in his advantage. Gumayushi pops the old upset. Here for goes underneath the tower, Fanatic scream bot death. Upset is just. Owner has the Herald. He could drop it bot here to try to trade towers, but it looks like they're chasing onto Wunder on the minimap, and Razork's covering him off. Bot lane of Fnatic so close. T1 can't commit here. Razork, you have to believe. Zeus, will there be a fight? What's going to happen? It's everyone around. 2 versus 4. Fnatic about to get even more for dinner.
Raz was smurfing, bro, on the Papuchka.
Faker shows up, but you have to believe the reinforcement will not be enough. Oh, Faker shuts down the gold lead. Upset is down. The TP is huge, but Faker's locked in place. He's going to drop Humanoid on a killing spree. Gumayushi has flash. He's going to have to. No, he Gale forces out of the bubble. Nice try in 5 seconds.
His team is just way too far away.
Yep.
A little bit over-eager there is Wonder. I mean, if Humanoid was already in mid, and then you can kind of go for the...
Be at risk of losing a tier. Wait, everything else out. TV coming back in for the Jax now. Does T1 find control? Razork not hit by the R2 out of Faker. Bubble gonna be sidestep, dives in, started into the wall, and Razork says thank you for the gold. Maybe you belong there. Is they're gonna get one back though. Wonder gets dropped. Humanoid stuck around, has to burn the flash. A flash in for the stolen body of Owner. Will it happen? Razork pinned against the wall. A 1-for-1. Owner holds the front line. 3v3 on the map right now. Is taking the top tier 3. You have to imagine
like Fnatic
will be enormous. Upset 3 items strong, has the collector. This mid game for Fnatic is incredibly powerful. T1 needs to be careful in overextending and looking for picks and looking for at the tops. Jungle bringing it down to 8k. Blue Trigger spots what's going on. They got to run in there and find the fight. Zeus, the knockback. Aside. They get rid of Viego. This is a guarantee.
Bro, we were gaming, bro. Look, we are playing the game. Look. We are playing, bro. We are motor racing, man.
T1 have 4 and they're against 5 in a Baron. Carrier just drops, gets nothing done. Viego neither. And Fnatic continue. European domination. They're gonna get absolutely everyone. Faker just drops again as Fnatic go to a 7-0 start at Worlds. EU faithful stand tall. This could be a 3-0 day. T1 is falling apart. And then from there,
Fnatic weak. They've got
they could go up full of energy. Hylissang, of
I'm
course,
in the camp.
In planes. Had to go through COVID and jet lag and all these struggles through planes, but now revitalized. Fnatic looking like they could go up 2-0 in this group. Look at Humanoid's items, the amount of damage he will do in this next. To crush the base. Jax is hitting mid lane, so Fnatic will hit the top Nexus turret, but the wave is down for now.
Reinforcements come in, they get a bit more time. Look at the Poppy ulti. Jack's coming in for the TP flank, and they will send back Faker, no Akali, turret falls, 5v4. They can wait 30 seconds, but they might lose their final turret if that happens.
Fnatic looking to close this one out, waiting for the next top wave, poking T1 away. They've just used
They helped us a little bit, yeah.
Illusion. All that's left is Humanoid's wall. Window spacing. It looks like he might TP back. Upset dashes forwards onto Owner. Waves coming in, but Zeus is proxying the wave. Yeah, he's cutting the wave off, so they can't look for the end. Fnatic need to chase this Jax and look to reset. I don't think they can stay here much longer. Dragon spawning in 20 seconds.
Their Dragon
pressure, but so Fnatic
needs health. Threat at all. Upset burns a cleanse. Top still pushing in. Hook means very little. Flash on the back line. Zeus gets nothing done. The cleanse, the tackle, and they knock down the top laner. No threat at all. Upset burns a cleanse and he's fine. Faker can't find his way in either. They get Nami. The scoop buys time. Perfect timing by Humanoid. And it's T1 lambs to the slaughter. A triple kill for Upset. Welcome the world buddy Fnatic. Dethrone T1 in the group. Fnatic undefeated at Worlds.
Unbelievable performance coming out against T1, who looked flawless yesterday against EDG. This group is shaking up to be an absolute bloodbath, an absolute mess, but Fnatic are the ones on day 2 sitting at 2-0 right now.
I mean, this is the group that I thought would be the hardest to predict out of any of them. But I didn't think Fnatic would look so dominant if they were to take down T1. I thought they could potentially do it, but to do it like this, I think, is the real surprise. How clean they looked, how dominant they looked over T1 was really something to see. And Humanoid has been near perfect at Worlds. Through play-ins, through groups, yesterday, today. This guy is a man on a mission. It feels like he has barely put a foot wrong in the entire competition.
Think back to the semi-finals, Fnatic getting demolished by Rogue, but then they go to the play-ins, and as Jad said on the analyst desk, teams can grow throughout play-ins, and they can improve, and it can help them if they get through in first seed or if they win their best of 5s, because it gives you more room to practice. Now coming into group stage, Fnatic looking incredibly strong. Humanoid having a fantastic tournament, Upset having a fantastic tournament as well. Yeah.
And it's interesting for T1, you know, I think they're going to be thinking back to very early on in that game. The owner over invade, you know, that felt
How good was Razork, bro?
Put the Fnatic bot lane in such a good
I think that's what pisses me off the most about Fnatic, you know, it's like, you know, Mickey, Upset, and Razork, they're my little brothers, you know? And I know how good they can be, you know? I know how good they can be. They should be able to fucking carry these players over the line, man.
He walks in, stuns him immediately. Hilly's flashing over. The double buffs and the kill go to Upset, and that
like
really
Razork just needs to. He just needs a new team, man.
Such a good spot.
Like Razork is so talented still, man. Like, look how fucking good he played this game, man.
Not hesitating, the ults as well around this Baron, the decisiveness, the peeling.
And Mickey is also just no hope, full despair mode. Like,
I mean, you can see how well they did this one. It puts LEC at, I believe, 4-1 in the group stage. And we saw earlier, okay, LEC 1 greater than LCK 4. Expect the result for Rogue. But Fnatic were in play-ins themselves, 3rd seed from the LEC.
And Wunder was such a Chad too. You know what Wunder did in these games, bro? I don't know. Wunder has a special thing where he, like, you just go into the game with more testo because of some shit he says, you know? You know what he did in T1 lobby, bro? You know what he said before we beat them? He said, T1, be careful. You will get trucked if you lose. Such a mentally ill thing to say. It's a crazy thing to drop in the lobby. And they wrote back, so one of them wrote back, shut the fuck up. You know, before this game. You know what he said before this game? You know what he said before this game? He said, don't worry, guys. I have impact completely on farm. He said, I'm like 12-1 against him. Bro, how can you lose when your top laner drops a line like this? He said, I have impact completely on farm.
Is the fact that you get rocks coming in. You know, it's not the first time. Body and team. It was best of 3.
Because I'm sure.
You know what I did? I had to gaslight Upset into saying that enemy doesn't play Caitlyn. Because I refused to ban Caitlyn. I knew if they pick Caitlyn, they're gonna fucking be ass at it. I had to gaslight him. I'm like, bro, he doesn't play Caitlyn. They're not gonna pick Caitlyn. Don't worry. Just fucking pick MF. They're not gonna pick Caitlyn. Because champ players have like this fucking weird thing about champs, you know? Like, they don't want to be like playing a weaker matchup, you know? Like a lot of them, you know? I just gaslit him. I was like, bro, he doesn't play Caitlyn. And then when he looked Caitlyn, he gave me a look. Actually, he didn't give me a look. We were COVID quarantined.
Razork thinking, well, if I'm in trouble.
Good Nexus Exploder.
This is the big thing. Yeah.
Bro, Gore Drinker. Bro, how OP was this Graves build? How OP was this Graves build, bro? Nice. Nice NA team. 6-2 in kills. Most boring game of the tournament. 6-2 in kills. Crazy. Alright, let's go Worlds.
Gen G. That Sion, though, going to be taken on the opposite side because
Alright,
there
guys.
is no Trundle.
Exactly. You either have to play Trundle
PSG better draft, they win.
which is not super common these days.
PSG even draft, they win. VKS out draft, they win.
Yeah, it sounds like you guys are...
Yeah, we've got the whole smorgasbord.
All right. All of the lessons of Sion are learned in Europe. We have discovered here today, but it will be the Sion locked in for VKS. There for Wall in the top side. Desamas will lock in the Zinjao for himself. So two very powerful junglers.
Hear me out? Yeah, I regret hearing you out after reading what you wrote.
The opportunity to try and be that bit more aggressive, levels 1 through 5, where he can have impact in the lanes, as long as he's got set up. So I'm now curious what we get for the likes of Trimby. So
Blackberry, bam lam. Blackberry had
get access
a support, bam lam.
Try and play around this early game a little bit better for Vivo K.
Okay, we've got the Mbessa locked in now for PSG and for Aja, and it's worth pointing out that Sion is Boal's most played.
All right, Maru, what are you
summer.
playing?
Mbessa is Aja's second most played throughout summer. So both of these guys going to be on pretty extreme comfort here in the top lane for game 1.
Yeah, and even, I mean, Maple taking the rise. This guy's been around for so many years. He's going to be more than happy to operate in
Isn't Maple the dude who one trick Fizz? Nah, bro.
Domestically, work quite
You're thinking about the AHQ mid laner.
Bring that now to the main stage as well. Maybe okay, though. We're going to have to see what they want to try and answer with, because, again, I think you kind of
You're thinking about fucking West Store, bro.
To answer the rise, and it will be that Talia.
Okay, taking the Talia. I like this as well because, yes, Miru has played it a couple of times. It's not a trademark Miru champion or anything throughout summer. But
Paris Saint-Germain. I don't mind the Paris Saint-Germain draft here.
On the other side. So since we are in Fearless, this will also deny the Talia for the remaining 2 games. I like this here.
Yeah, and
Didn't Chao Wei play like for Hong Kong Attitude?
When you've got the slow from the wind becomes lightning, hitting that seismic shock becomes significantly easier. So you've got a decent mid-jungle.
Let me see where Chao Wei played.
And it's something that you can look to try and play through on BKS's sides. However, moving into this next
rotation, he played for Hong Kong Attitude. I apparently played for HQ for a short amount of time, look. But I think he was a sub, no? Or am I crazy? I feel like he was a sub.
Across not only opportunities
Taipei Assassin,
but also
Singapore Sentinels.
Of this series and internationals in the past. So
and now Sentinels are on the LCS.
Okay, Caitlyn off the board. We'll see if we want to continue targeting those long-range AD carries or if the switch
Blackberry wants to play Kai'Sa, I think.
And yeah, looking at the Poppy. Remember, the support Poppy from just the last series was
which role would Dembele be best in? My guess is mid lane. Nah, like Dembele is a fucking central midfielder, no? Like you just say you have to. He needs to be playing like jungle, I think.
For this second half of the draft, what else do we want
you need to defend and you need to protect and attack. Dembele is a right winger. I thought Dembele was a fucking central midfielder. Did he switch or am I just crazy?
Like the Jinx and maybe even things like the Aphelios for some of these fights. Aphelios is a little bit harder to operate, but I definitely think I'd
didn't play fucking
those opportunities for BSG talent. Now, I know Kaiwing is kind of the guy that would go for the Thresh coming out of the LCP, but
I have no ball knowledge.
Like Jinx Thresh, I think
bro, who am I thinking? Bro, I might be thinking of Makelele, bro.
Got the Lucian banned out, so VKS with Lucian and Caitlyn banned.
Was there more Dembeles?
Like they're looking to remove some
there were more Dembeles, no? I swear there were other Dembeles. All Dembeles.
This makes a lot of sense to me. When you already have Wukong and Mbessa, you do not
ranking the 10 best Dembeles.
Melee opponents and excels against counter engage.
Especially if
ranking the 10 best Dembeles out of the 100 football has to offer. It's just that common of a name.
Looks like the
We have Usman Dembele and we have Musa Dembele.
Maybe the Nautilus is your best answer here.
We have another. We have Musa Dembele, Karamoko Dembele.
Previous series, we did see the information come up on the screen that Kaisa is 1-8 so far at this event. She went up to 2-8 after that game because they did secure a win.
Solid improvement.
2-8, a 20% win rate is.
This is what I was thinking about.
No, you're not.
I was thinking about the Belgium Dembele.
But I think you're kind of
Only.
to be perfectly honest.
Bro, I was thinking about Belgian Dembele.
Jinx and go for the.
Now I know my confusion.
Front to back. But that opens up then for Mortaeus to try.
This is what I was thinking about.
Or you try and go for the Kaisa and take the opposite ends.
I just remember he was OP in FIFA, bro.
It is a bit tough to be.
I think he was Premier League.
Okay,
Belgium.
So again, it's
double chemistry.
More of this ability to dive right in.
Double chemistry
instead,
tech.
Okay, no Kaisa this time around, but we are going to get one of the champions that is tied for Betty's most played throughout the summer. The Corki locked in. This does have some powerful DPS potential as the game goes on.
Also,
like
the name of the man in Blacklist.
To get the ball rolling early, because otherwise you just don't have that.
That's a base name.
Locking in the Sen if they're going to go for your DPS is severely lacking. Maybe that actually will give an opportunity for PSG Talent.
Severe.
Okay, they go with the Sivir instead. So looking at PSG Talent.
Let me do some Game of Legends research here.
Lane neutralizer in the Corki to try and just provide access for PSG Talent to play a 1-3-1. And if they can find picks and snowball through that, that is their win condition.
Are they still called PSG Talent? They are called PSG Talent, right?
Decent side lane in
Alright, Ambessa, Ozzy played 3 games, 1-2. We have Wukong, 0% win ratio Castle Wukong. Maple Rise, guys. Maple Rise, 0% win ratio. Dembe, it's Dembe, it's Dembe.
Corki's phosphorus bomb, it sails through the air.
Rise.
Molasses, right? Like both of the
we have Rise.
spells that your opponents use to trade are.
We have Wukong, so they just.
I like this pick here. We'll see how
Corki at least is high. Rakan 50.
And PSG, who have both
Dembe, it's Dembe.
Wins here at Worlds 2025. Both now have to battle through
Vivo Kid Stars.
best of 3 wins in a row if they want to make it to the next stage.
I do agree with the desk though in that one of those roads have felt a little bit easier to try and go through, right?
Yeah.
You have Hanwha, you have Gen G for PSG Talent, and although they did try their damnedest and they did give them a good run for their money, they just weren't able to take down the LCK Seed 1 and 2, which I personally think is fairly okay. Whereas for Vivo
it's a tough draw.
Yeah, whereas for Vivo Cade, it just wasn't quite the same. And I think that's where if you're coming into this game, I'm favoring PSG Talent. Because like it was Team Secret Wales.
Say the names, bro. Say the names, guys.
Lost to, and I think there's a little bit of a difference there between the two squads.
And if you look back at the game that was played against Team Secret Wales by VKS, it was very scrappy early. It was VKS invading at level 1, getting punished, but then getting something back. It was VKS trying to make a play on the top side and misexecuting and getting punished, but then getting something back. And so they would have just kind of these back and forth swingy plays that they would start but miscalculate, but then they would still be able to find something. It was unfortunately for them the Rift Herald where the game got completely blown open in that one. Their matchup against FlyQuest, unfortunately, there's not a lot to really talk about because it was just very one-sided for FlyQuest. So for VKS, what I want to see here is I do want to see them continue to play aggressive, but as they play aggressively, I want them to really make sure they've got those calculations down
like
and they're
PSG should
hitting it
win,
when
though.
they first go in.
Because it also feels like we haven't got to see the
I feel like PSG should win.
We saw in LTA, where they would get these early leads, use that to overload a side lane, find those success and find the picks in a side lane, and be able to blow a game open like that. Instead,
I don't know, but the lines are so shit, no?
They're doubting themselves.
The lines are so trash.
Go for some of these side lane plays, they aren't even working out for them. Like I was heartbroken for them in the FlyQuest game, where they went for that dive with the Jarvan, and I mean, barely not able to finish off the FlyQuest bot lane.
And you can see here on your screen right now, Brazil actually has a pretty rough relationship with the APAC teams, the teams that comprise the region now known as the LCP, here for the past few years. Back in 2021, it was Peace eliminating Red Canids, excuse me, then DFM eliminating Loud in 2022. In 2023, Cam eliminated Rainbow 7 and Loud, and then in 2024, Pain eliminated VKE. So that one, kind of 2024 being a little bit of a difference.
Yeah, it was like they Power Rangered into the mech that could then take on everything that came out.
I'm gonna maybe look for a snack, guys.
because
Look for a little cheeky snack.
It's LJL, it's OCE.
I'll go look for a little snack.
All of these coming together, sorry, the LMS, all these coming together to take on VKS now, and it's PSG Talon who are a very difficult team to face off against. And I don't know how VKS can try and overcome it. They haven't looked as confident, and I need them to try and find that success once more if they hope to take down PSG Talon.
And back on your point about playing against the Korean #1 and #2 seeds, the task doesn't become much taller than that in terms of the draw that you get for your first couple of matchups here during Swiss stage, or back in the olden days, the group stage, right? You don't want to start off having to play against teams like that, because I know a lot of teams, a lot of players talk about momentum. They talk about mindset. They talk about how much easier it is when you feel like you've got a couple of warm-up games and you're really in your motion to be able to continue that motion versus just having to play against two of the top contenders in the whole thing at the very beginning. But they did do pretty well, at least in the early stages of those games. PSG, despite falling behind in both games, secured the feat of warfare in both. So they were looking for kills and they were finding opportunities. And now that they're up against an opponent of a significantly lower caliber, I want to see them also remain bloodthirsty, remain hungry to make these plays happen.
Well, I do like that we're already seeing Desamas at least trying to be a little bit more bloodthirsty.
I have no idea who thought it was a good idea.
On the early levels, but not quite able to make it happen.
This is a snack.
That's what I want to see from Desamas, especially in this game.
Fuck do I
Try
open
and get
this?
active pre-level 6. See if you can influence some of these lanes you could set up, but it's Trimby taking a lot of damage, having to burn the heal to escape away.
Yeah, the Alistar not in great shape down here, but Desamas does have a distinct advantage in this
Zone
game
vision.
compared to the previous two, and
Both
that is
jungles
he's
full
not
clearing.
playing Jarvan. So he was unfortunately on a
I think
champion
this
that
comp
wound
becomes
up
so
with a
OP
pretty
on level
rough
6.
win rate in his first couple of
their
games.
comp
This time
becomes
around
Giga OP
on the
level
Xin
6.
Zhao, on one of these champs that has just been a staple, I feel like, worldwide throughout all of
I don't know, I'm not
summer,
a big
has
chip
just been a
person.
reliable kind of
Rises Ruby,
everything.
guys.
Swiss Army knife champion in the jungle. So I hope that he can
Rice
find
has
some
Ruby.
angles for some plays here. As early on,
Ruby,
honestly,
Ruby,
not a
Ruby,
whole lot
Ruby.
happening from either side. Desamas just going to sweep, make sure that there's not that common
Boal
chicken
is just
pit
eating
ward
it, bro.
in his jungle. Make sure that they don't
Look
have
at
any
Boal
angles
lane
as
phase,
those
bro.
chickens spawn for the second
Why
time.
didn't we lane swap, by the way?
Oh, actually, great engage here.
Like, do the lower end teams just not know about lane swap? This is kill, this is kill. Holy, call for Mateos. He doesn't even fucking flinch. He just goes.
First on the board.
Huge win for VKS on the bottom side. Mortez getting off to a great start thanks to an engage from Trimby. And it's not only the fact that you get the kill, this is a nice wave that will be lost for VK.
Huge.
For PSG.
Really big, by the way. Really, really nice.
He's one of those 80 carries that's
What's your
playing
opinion on
teleports.
draft?
He dies, he just teleports back into
Like,
the lane. It's not that bad.
I
He's gonna
don't.
walk
I have a
all the
hard
way
time
back down
judging
there. Let's
level.
take another look
I
at how
do
this
think that
started with
PSG's
Trimby.
draft
Nice
is better if you are good at the
Especially as
game.
Trimby had already taken a bit of a
But
beating
in a
on
dirty
his
game,
first
I
few,
think
but
that
at least
red
getting to
side
heal up on
draft
the Alistar.
wins.
And Betty tries to step up to follow, but Mortez, good spell shield, and then Trimby barely getting that auto attack as well to finish off Betty. And Woody tried desperately here with the
This is a
quill
snack,
into
guys. What the
flash to
fuck?
heal his AD carry. Does force
Look.
Mortez' flash, but it's still the kill in the end.
Exactly.
What kind of snack
and
is
even
this?
though you force Morteus' flash, Betty had to spend both summoner spells as well. So when you look down there at the bottom lane, it's still summoner spell advantage for the side of VKS. They've still got barrier on Morteus. They've still got flash.
It's fine,
not
I
just
guess.
X flash, real flash.
We
on Trimby.
have
So still
contained
playmaking
the
opportunities available
cookies
for
in.
them. And we'll see if they try to do anything with that. If they try to bring Desamas down here, Miru level 6 on the Talia could also be a playmaker moving towards the bottom lane with the Weaver's Wall.
I actually thought VKS might use this as a chance to go for an early dragon, because essentially this Corki can't contest the wave state at all if Desamas is on this bottom side, but not feeling convinced that they could go for it. Instead, they're going to move Desamas back up towards the top side as it spawns, and it looks like try and use this advantage instead once they start
he missed
getting
Q2.
towards those
He missed
points.
Q2.
All right, Aja trying to keep the
Aja.
pressure on Boal up here in the top side, and you can see the farm is telling
It tastes
the story
like
on
cookies
its own.
that you
Daka,
give, like,
400
if you're
gold
packing a
lead for
lunch.
Aja. He is 3 waves ahead of
Do we
Boal
get
in
a
terms
summoning
of
inside
farm.
mid-Swiss? We're going to do summoning inside
Running
tomorrow.
the matchup here nice and early, but as we know, Sion's job, even if he can't stay even in the lane, as long as he's getting some farm, as long as he's stacking Soul Furnace, he'll still be able to do a good job frontlining in the fights later.
Yeah, that's essentially it. Sion and these tanks, it doesn't really matter at the end of the day.
It's just like some
Especially when
cookies
you've
you
already got
pack
the Sivir off
to a
nice
children's
start,
lunch, you know?
Makes things significantly easier. Like, it's a BF sword to a colon.
As a dessert.
That is not exactly where you want to be
Hey
in the
man,
matchup.
he's got the glowing mode.
Fairy moat?
Yeah, it's a glowing mode. Yeah, 5-hole ability haste. Whenever
actually, do you know what? That will make the difference. Yeah, it's the Corki who's winning, actually, yeah.
Yeah, that's giving you 0.4 second cooldown on your phosphorus bomb, surely. But no, I always remember Kobe telling me that he hates buying that thing. It just feels like you didn't make a purchase at all because the impact of it is so small. Compared to a BF sword, which, especially on a champion like Sivir, which already excels at pushing the wave, Morteus and Trimby should just have total control over the tempo of this bottom lane.
Yeah, and that's why, like, again, I kind of want to see Desamas getting active in the early stage. It was great play from Trimby and Morteus to set that one up, but now Dragon, there we go. I was going to say started by Desamas because I think you could, well, should be started. I think you're in a decent position here with push mid and boss, but maybe worried about a Void Grub trade, or are we just going to look for the dive?
I think red side draft becomes better and better depending
to make sure that he's not detected. Trimby almost level 6
on how bad both teams are. So I didn't feel confident in calling a winner because I do think a blue side draft requires finesse and understanding of side laning. Because for example, this trio top side is insanely OP. Wukong Rakan as a combo really OP, but they just got 2v2 kills bot lane, you know?
Where Betty and Woody are. So Betty's going to go ahead, just take the opportunity to go for a recall here. He'll buy the fully completed phage, but he loses a lot of minions down there in the bottom lane. But at least PSG, in the meantime, they do not let this dive succeed, and they get all 3 grubs.
And this is a bit of a gamble from VKS. Giving 3 grubs to a 1-3-1 comp always feels a little bit scary, but it is a good investment in Morteus and saying, if we can get this lead on the Sivir, if we can play towards our team fighting strength and Betty just isn't in position to match, that's where we can come alive. And going for that early dragon, you can force those fights to the 3rd dragon, and it'll be huge for VKS if they can do so.
All right, so objective handshake plus
I really don't like
of losing the wave
that one team
for Betty when he had to recall because of the threat of the dive. Honestly, pretty solid moves here from VKS, but I'm not going to lie to you, Dagda. With these
I really don't like that one team gets 3 side selects in a BO5. I think that's the main thing that is flawed about Fearless.
As well, the only reason I think
because the problem of having side selection in Game 5 is so much more, like it's so much more evident. In my opinion.
Karsa and Aja ticking over to that level 6 and having those ultimates available, this is where I think you can get very aggressive if you want to try and play on some of these side lanes.
All right, Desamas and Karsa, both still 0, 0, and 0.
Karsa played very long in LPL. He was on RNG in top Esports.
Sometimes can do the same thing, but I really like to see him out on the map, getting involved in the lanes. If nothing else, at least blowing a couple flashes, making the lanes less safe for his enemy laners if he can, but still no effect anywhere yet for him, as we do have Karsa getting invaded right now by Trimby, but Trimby's just doing his busy work.
Oh, don't remind me of
B5. Vision down in the enemy jungle, just trying to track Karsa as he potentially looks for any of these.
I'm like, finally, Rookie gets to play with a jungler.
Does not yet have the Rod of Ages fully completed to start stacking, but it would be very early to
what
do
a prank.
so. Woody takes about half of his HP there from a nice seismic shove combo built off the pulverize from Trimby, but he's not really worried a whole lot about anything more, as Karsa is going to show up now. Quick crushing blow onto Trimby, but again, nobody really wants to fully commit to anything.
Yeah, I will also say, to give Betty his due, despite the pressure that has gone down towards that bot side, hasn't actually fallen any further behind in CS. Remember, he died and lost 6 CS to the turret, but has just stayed within essentially touching distance this entire time. So
where are you drinking from? It's a baseball bat.
Which I'm kind of surprised at, especially with the pressure that is there. Should be able to.
This is how we snack in Korea, man.
For PSG Talon, if the game does kind of slow down and you're able to get this coal popped onto Betty, suddenly he's matching Morteus significantly closer when it comes to
Karsa,
goal.
no Trinity.
Really done anything with the lead.
And I always
Karsa
like to see
life.
champions with
Trimby no combo. This a miss jumps. Combination elimination. Karsa still a W, right? Holy, the clone is getting nuked, but it's the prince is in a different castle. Oh, this miss is done. Holy, Karsa outplayed them so fucking hard. Miru doesn't go for kill. I don't know. He doesn't at least burn flash or
the overload does not hit. VKS won't get anybody back just yet. Trimby with a flash headbutt pull.
Ooh, Miru.
Feet of warfare
Holy.
claimed.
Can't spell Miru without EU. Holy Miru.
Betty has been found in his own jungle.
Holy, he's Korean. He is so Korean. Damn, he's so... Whoa, he's so Korean.
Is about to die next. He flashes over the wall
Damn.
just to try to survive. VKS
Somebody check him
nearly
passport.
aced him at 12 minutes.
What a sequence. Goat sequence from Miru.
In these fights, Trimby's pulverizes on point again. And there's just so little that PSG Talent can do to respond.
Let's take another look at this as it was
No,
VKS
Utah.
wanting to get scrappy.
And this looked a little dicey here because there was a huge amount invested on towards Karsa's clone. They thought that they had him, so they all in. But instead, Karsa managed to escape. But the TP here, very aggressive from Boal. Then the turn onto the Samus was really good from PSG Talon. The Ultra Magia holding Boal in place. And this is where it looked like it could have been a disaster. But Trimby,
You said PSG was overrated? Who the fuck was overrating PSG, bro?
The combos there were Miru, and they tear through PSG Talon.
Yeah, you get a medal, bro, here. I give you a medal. It's the world's smallest medal. Can you grab it?
Honestly,
Through the camera.
huge there. It was Trimby's Alistar.
Donbass is Ukraine
turning
here.
that play
Hey.
around. VKS,
World's
now
smallest
with a
medal.
2,000 gold lead. 30 seconds until the next dragon spawns. Then only a minute after that, the Rift Herald is going to join the Rift. PSG looked like they had a better time.
You know the
in that
landlords?
fight, but when you're going up against
The
VKS,
landlords that
Trimby
own
might have been the one who made
all
big
the
plays
houses,
there, but
they
Miru
just
has
bet
been
a
the hero
house
of this
and then
team
they got two
throughout the
houses.
year. This guy has
And
been
then they
a
bet one
star
more.
player
They bet
in the LTA
their house
South,
again, but
and
they
he
bet
feels
two
like
houses. Then they got
kind
four
of has that
houses.
secret sauce. He's like the
And then from
for
4
the
to
EU
8,
metaphor, he's like the Caps
8
of
to
Brazil.
16,
If he's
then
on the
32.
team, your team ends up doing really well.
Yeah, whichever team he has joined has suddenly shot up the charts, and the fact that he was able to come across the VKS and help them out so much in summer. And he looks fantastic. The Talia flicks have been on point this game with the help of the setup, and if Miru and Trimby are feeling themselves like this, that's going to be a very different story for PSG Talon, who just haven't found that success in this early game.
Exactly. It was the Trimby pulverize into the unraveled earth, into the seismic shove from Miru that got those 2 kills, and then Miru riding the Weaver's wall into the back line, setting up for the additional kill onto Betty. And I feel like Betty in that last fight just got a little greedy. Looks like Trimby's getting a little bit greedy now.
Trimbini.
Does end up getting ignited here. The redemption
Trimbini? You didn't have
really
ult
going
what?
to matter a whole lot as Trimby is already down. So a nice pickup there from PSG, punishing Trimby.
Also, just good timing.
Coinbase gold.
They're about to spawn in 15 seconds, so you're missing your Alistar now.
Why did they
before
show
he gets into
passive
that
gold
objective.
if it's the same
Doesn't
for
have
both
that
players?
ultimate on the Unbreakable available either. So this might give PSG Talon the pick they need to set up for that objective.
Level 11 on both of the solo laners for VKS and on Maple as well for the PSG side. Just still needing a little
Nah,
bit
this
extra
design is
XP
ass, bro.
before the Ambessa hits
All my
that point.
cookies are stuck
So
in
it
the
looks like
bottom,
nobody
bro.
on PSG going to start up the Rift Herald here just yet. Trimby will have enough time to make it back out onto the map.
Yeah, it looks like we're.
I thought Betty,
very close to
Casa, and
level
Maple
11.
were
He's been
good.
doing a great job of power farming this whole time. So I think he
Yeah,
should
I
take
think
level 11
Real
maybe
Madrid should
just
sign
shy
Ronaldinho
before
and
this, Herald starts, and that could be a really nice spike because Aja just hitting level 11 as well. That second point to the ultimate could be clutch. Kar's actually just shy.
And speaking of things that could be big for this fight, Seraph's Embrace just fully evolving there for Miru. He just got that last couple of stacks that he needed to hit 360. So having that extra shield going to go a long way in protecting him if PSG decide they need to take out the Talia. When we're looking at teleports, they're available.
Did you sign Ronaldinho,
Kaká,
Kaká,
for Miru. He's still, however,
Samuel
has the
Eto'o,
Weaver's wall, so as long as he's somewhere remotely nearby,
David Beckham,
hanging out in top lane,
Rooney.
or mid lane, he will still be able to join the fight, and VKS are going to begin the Herald.
They're in a significantly stronger spot. PSG Talon ceded a lot of area of control. Karsa, though, looks like he might just be trying to sneak in to get the steal rather than take a full fight.
Yep, Karsa on the left. VKS control over the area for now. The wrap
combination in the nation on Rakan.
Morteus on a rampage. PSG wanted the pincer attack, but VKS was ready. Trimby going in again. Karsa's not fooling anybody with that clone, and now Maple's going to be your next target. Miru rides the blast going over the wall.
My lord.
Trimby's ready to keep on going.
GG.
Brazil,
caralho!
VKS on a killing spree again. again.
Lila!
8-2 game. Rift Herald in their pocket. They are smacking PSG right in the mouth.
The LTA second seed is popping off here against PSG Talon. There is just no control in these fights for PSG. Everything has gone astray, and not only are you getting these kills, you still have that Rift Herald now to try and break up a mid lane. You're taking
PSG just oil Baron team.
to get anything on the map.
Only buy best players.
Back in that first game that we saw,
only buying best players. Buy Neymar, buy Messi, buy Maple, buy Zlatan Ibrahimovic. Can't win.
Did not want to take. Team Secret Wales started running away.
Just farm Noob League.
Herald fight. Check in the box.
This was a fight that PSG Talon didn't want to take. Like, Woody gets caught out almost immediately as this fight kicks off, as everyone jumps on. Aja whiffs on the follow-up on the ultimate with a great sidestep from Miru. And now your engage is completely gone. And Miru, a great wall, not only knocks back the monkey, but interrupts Maple's Realm Warp as well. So prevents that escape tool for PSG Talon. And they just chase them down so effectively.
And this is just beautiful.
That's a good game from BKS. Fair play to Meru, honestly. Meru fucking really smuffed it, bro. What champion was Zlatan main? Feels like Kindred? Shut the fuck up.
You're not going to get a chance to use
that is the worst take I've ever heard today. Zlatan main? He would main Kindred? What the hell are we talking about, bro? That's crazy, Misheka. Well, that's your worst take yet.
As that tier 2 falls. This is such an awesome early and mid game thus far from VKS.
Yeah, PSG Talon stepping out, seeing if they can catch VKS if they don't sync their resets, and PSG are going.
Karsa wants the engage. Miru flashing away with the flash follow coming in from Karsa. Meanwhile, VKS with the counter attack over the wall. It's Betty and Woody looking to get away as Miru survives.
Fair played Mortis and Trimby as well. They won the lane. I think that just exploded the whole game, by the way.
As Karsa and Aja try to escape. Karsa's very low, and another rock flies over the wall. Now Aja will be next to die.
What a fucking decimation.
Pulverized combo. Bowalls on a rampage. 4-0 for Brazil.
PSG thought they
Trimbini Mortis won the lane.
Slacking, but it's VKS expecting them to go for the play, and they catch them out as now. Trimby, does he end up finding Maple?
He gets the interrupt. Oh, Maple gets caught here. Now, Maple has his flash to try to get away. He has Realm Warp as well. We'll see if he can try to use it, but no. He thought maybe the cooldowns weren't there, but Trimby had another
Miru, come on now.
It's a delayed ace for VKS.
And look at the setup here. PSG thought maybe we could get onto Miru, but a great
wow, just ulted the wall, but it doesn't matter, bro.
As the rest of the fight erupts on this bottom side, picking off Betty.
Did you see someone rob the Louvre? I have an alibi.
That means that they catch
Dom saw me in Korea. I did not rob the Louvre.
So maybe if they don't sync their backs properly, we can catch people out, separate them as they go for those resets. But it's VKS who are ready for it and catch them all out.
And one thing I noticed in that replay, it's the same thing that you pointed out in the previous Herald fight. These public executions from Aja are not connecting. The Ambessa is never getting in onto the targets
that were in the Louvre, bro.
To
how do you fence that, bro? Where do you find a buyer, bro? Do you just like auction it off on eBay?
It's supposed to be about backline access and putting threat onto carries to do that job.
And that's another Dragon now, third of the name for VKS. Bounties available for PSG Talon 20 minutes into the game. And Adakan has only just spawned.
BKS are going 3-2 in Swiss, trust?
About that Adakan being taken.
I don't trust you at all.
Get some damage put onto him.
Yeah, but he's Scion. He does not care even a little bit. 895 stacks.
Good show if you haven't watched it. Lupin.
Another miss. Aja is just not hitting this critical spell on Ambessa, and Miru smells blood in the water.
And if it gives move speed when it's filled with chemicals.
Still continuing to use the speed bonus on
holy, Miru is clean, bro. I don't know, Miru is good, bro. Miru is good, bro. I like Miru. Every time he plays fucking insane, bro. The one game they saw from Flacos as well was just Miru fucking popping off completely on Akali, man. Respect to Miru, man. I like Miru a lot. What a fucking guy, bro.
It's gonna be 2 more kills for VKS. Maple and Betty are the only 2 left alive. bet he's going to be knocked back with
Fucking easy for BKS, bro. Easy, bro.
The rest of the team isn't there.
He was in TL Academy. They chose to play AP over him.
But Boal wants the last little bit of damage to take out the enemy mid laner. Boal with a hammer to his rib cage shatters Maple and finds his way.
Boal doesn't know about the honey fruit.
Base. One more shield should hopefully keep him alive here. You
Oh
would
my
think.
days, this is the biggest shield of all time, bro.
No public execution. He can't try to stop Boal. He's shoved back
Holy.
again by Miru.
Miru, bro.
Loses 2/3 HP. It's a 9,000 gold lead.
I think that Lupin show, I thought it was so childish, bro.
Cade been at Worlds? This is not the team that I expected to see here today. PSG Talon pushed Genji, pushed Hanwha Life, and it looked like VKS hadn't come alive all tournament long. But now, against the LCP third seed, they are showing up in game number 1.
This is the VKS that beat 100 Thieves back in the LTA finals weekend in
Crack
Dallas.
Bay.
This team,
Did you see that the chapter was called Crack
when
Bay?
they're ready to go, when they're coordinated. You said it earlier.
Imagine we had Salt Bay doing this goofy thing with the salt. Imagine someone comes over and like sprinkles crack on your steak.
I cannot give enough praises
Crack Bay.
to Trimby's Alistar, 0, 2, and 17, a part of everything but one kill so far in this game. Going for the dive onto Aja now, and again, it's that 1-2 punch with Miru to set it up and knock it down. The only kill Trimby hasn't been a part of
Crack
was
Bay is in the room
solo
next to
killing
you.
Aja up in the top lane
Yes,
back
yes.
when all the fighting was going on bottom.
These aren't punches anymore, Flowers. These are haymaker after haymaker. PSG are dropping to the floor. It's a KO.
It's a bar fight, and PSG are stuck paying the tab. VKS are gonna take a big swig of victory and
Well,
push
PSG
their
got
way
completely
into the
fucking
enemy
ass
base.
blasted.
That top lane inhibitor turret is already down. Inhibitor
I thought
is the
there was a
target,
chance of
and that
VKS
one will
winning,
melt.
but I thought it would take a little bit of
Locking up
time, you know?
Karsa, Maple, and Woody all on his own. Karsa with a defensive cyclone, but I don't think it's gonna matter.
I think like Red Side Draft, I think is really OP in lower tier games.
And VKS
This was a lower tier game.
for the end of the game. They got super minions marching down the top lane. It's not like they can take Baron yet. He's not even on the rift for another minute and a half, so they'll turn their attention over
Would be
to the
funny
mid
if
lane
BKS
inhibitor
had the
turret.
fastest game.
That one's gonna crack.
Why
see
give
if
them
they can
Sion?
take the inhibitor. There's 20 seconds on Karsa, but everybody else on PSG is alive.
I guess you
and
could have,
VKS backs away.
You might as well go back and spend that gold because
It's like
Baron hasn't
they could pick Sion freely because they first pick Wukong, like everybody else is first picking Wukong too, you know. But everyone's realizing how OP Sion is.
as well. VKS are commanding this game, and not only are they beating back PSG, but they are
Blue Side got a lot of priority picks, you know.
that they have arrived at Worlds.
Miru has not died, 6-0-9. Morteus has not died, 7-0-11. Boal has not died, 6-0-8.
Morteus Pentakill
the
coming
only
up.
two that have died are Desamas and
Morteus,
Trimby.
Pentakill
Desamas
coming up.
died in the fight that completely blew
Bam,
the game
bam.
open for VKS, and Trimby has died twice. Well, once was
I
kind
need
of
some
silly,
more
but
Pentakills
the
to
other
pick 'em.
death was, again, just part of the big VKS machine.
Look, there's good deaths and then there's glorious deaths. And
These are some of the
VKS are
funniest
trending more
fucking
towards the
ratings I've
glorious.
ever seen.
It is a glorious game one for VKS indeed, as Boal jumps in behind Karsa. Miru's got plenty of damage. Woody wants the quickness, but he's quickly
Boal,
finding
7
his way
kills.
towards another lost team fight.
Boal,
Aja
get more
finally
kills,
hits a
man.
Public execution, but it's way too late. Betty's
Morteus was
next
fucking
to
clean
die.
this game, bro.
Boal, 7 kills on the Scion, leading
Hey, what
the
a fucking
charge.
great game.
Woody will be the final kill towards
What
the
a fucking
ace.
great
It's a
game.
triple for Morteus at the very end of the fight. 26
That to be 2 kill bot lane was crucial, man. That was crucial. And then I think Meru, how he played that mid-fight was crazy.
And they are only one game away from moving on and staying.
No, it's not a crazy thing to expect the PSG to play better than VKS. But with that play, like VKS fucking smurfed it, bro. Bro, like bookies called VKS a giga underdog, by the way. Like that to be 2 kill on bot lane was insane for the game. Because like, and then this sequence, I have to say, Miru for me gets the MVP based on this sequence alone, bro.
Champions with
stacking items. Hold on, Desamas going forward. 3 talent strike, finds Garza. Cyclone looking to turn it around. A lot of damage back into BKS, but it's not quite enough. BKS now turning their attention back over onto Maple. Betty rotates up for the bottom lane. Desamas gonna be in some danger, and PSG.
This is why I said PSG overrated, bro, and you mock me.
Bawal here in the front line, but Trimby's the target. Maple with a little bit more, but the overload does not hit.
Bro, I mock every I told you so Andy, bro. Why is it fucking not showing?
Maple with a little bit more, but the overload does
Why is this removed from stream?
BKS won't get anybody back just yet. Trimby with a flash headbutt pulled. Double seismic shove. Beautiful moves coming out from the BKS support. Feet of Warfare claimed for the Brazilian squad as Miru wants another. Betty has been found in his own jungle. Miru gets him with the auto attack. Betty with a late flash. Now Aja's gonna die too.
Alistair, he was on every move here, working with his jungle, making things happen.
Yeah, now initially started with them looking and basically hitting a Wukong clone, so it didn't really look too good at the beginning. But as the fight went on and PSG...
Kinda crazy, bro. The Hoopo ratings. The Hoopo ratings are kinda based, no? Everyone is just negative score.
Off the minion. To find this re-engage when the cooldowns are down, and again...
Elioya was pretty... Elioya is too low, though, I think.
BKS. This was a super confident play.
Do they not like Elioya in China for some reason?
On the back of that, and then this fight coming in once again, going in with confidence.
But Elioya kind of griefed the Wukong game, but it's okay.
They don't let it happen for Woody. He pops ulti, they kill him right immediately.
Upset way too high as well, yeah. Upset way too high.
The rest of the team, what we saw was VKS basically saying, screw the side lanes. We don't need
these rates kind of fucked when I look at it.
In the last replay, Sion was there immediately. He knew he was needed. This is just a VKS that recognized we're gonna take a fight. They came in today ready. This is what we really wanted to see.
And that's the thing. I was wondering if they could surprise them, if they could cheese maybe. It was not about cheese. It was about perfect League of Legends, being on the map at the right time. This coordination that we haven't seen so far.
When you think about Brazilian League of Legends, you think about team fighting. And the fact that they were losing out in team fighting, especially VKS, is yes, they're good at being able to play the map within the region, but also, hell yeah, they should be able to team fight, and we haven't been able to see that in the last few games, so the fact that they showed it here, and they were much better than PSG, that looked strong.
Bro, I open my timeline, and this is an interaction I see.
PSG as a team in team fighting looked good? No. Trimby brought out the classic Trimby Alistar.
I like that LS just decided, he's like, I'm gonna answer this question seriously.
Alistar as well as a pick where if you're not feeling confident, if you have an off game, it can be so easy to flounder on this. And he was just so locked in. You know, KP 92.3%. He was 100% for a lot of the game.
That was pretty good against Silas, though.
Consistently finding and setting up these plays.
Don't disagree there.
Absolutely on fire on this one.
You fucking stealing your ult is completely useless. You push him, you fucking harass him, you blast him. He has no counterplay.
They couldn't get the
He can Q-max and pray, bro.
They couldn't get what they wanted out of the training they
Hope
got.
his jungler, hope enemy jungle is OP enough to kill
How
Ilaoi.
did they make it happen today?
That's a great question, because remember, Boal coming back into competitive, so there's always going to be that feeling. Mortes, a rookie player, so when you're on a stage like this and you already start out poorly, yeah, it's going to get in your head. It was great that we also got that interview with Elioya talking about being 0-2 and behind and having the mentality to still come
I didn't think that PSG's draft is not bad, by the way. Like, I think they just played like fucking trash. Like, I know we're on the Sion hype train, guys, but it's just that blue side draft requires a little bit of finesse, you know? Like, you can't be like shoving your keyboard in your mouth and shit like this, you know? Like, you need to actually focus.
Worried right now.
But I'm actually wondering, what do we expect now? What do you have? You have flip-flops. Can we show Rasmus? Wait, these are your flip-flops.
It was easy for PSG coming into today. I'm flip-flopping. I think Vivo K-Stars are going to be able to take it. Like, why not, right?
Yeah, I mean, you know what? I'm with you. I believe in momentum. Right now, the momentum, I put it on VKS side.
You know, it's really cool that you're supporting the LTA team now. I would have thought you'd have come in supporting the
Okay,
LTA
guys.
team.
Donbass is Ukraine. He called it, guys. Let's not bully him. He called it. He called it. I was just projecting my annoyance with other people on him, but it's okay, guys. He's a
You don't
smurf.
get too excited for any of your teams.
Hey, calm down, all right? I'm a realist here.
PSG is going to be playing on blue side here, so staying on the same side, actually. So they believe in the preparation that they had. Any priority that we want to see from them here?
Good question. I think the mentality that they have, it's so hard to get a priority gauge on this team because they're a team that wants to be able to counter pick on mid from Maple. Like the Swain pick they showed earlier on in the week was great. The Nefiri pick too. So I'm really curious as to what it's going to be. Orianna is just like the most powerful mage in the tournament. Orianna and Azir. So like I'm probably going to expect them to do that and try and play a slower and patient game.
All right, a lot of control, a lot of lane priority maybe on the side of PSG, but it doesn't matter for now because it is VKS coming in strong in this elimination series. Brazil is here at Worlds. Let's see if they can make it happen right after this.
Brazil!
Brazil!
Brazil! Soon!
When we roll one combo.
2 seconds, 2 seconds, 2 seconds.
Okay. Look out combo, okay? Look.
Okay.
I don't have kill. Look. Kill. Yeah, kill. No flash, right? Kill this guy. I can look. Yeah, look. Okay, now.
Okay, keep it.
Okay. No way. Okay. Let's play here.
Guys, look hard.
Okay, you want me to go. Very good. 5 you can combo. Yeah, no. Look, kill him. Nice!
VKS will annihilate PSG in game number 1.
Did you see what Fanatic coach said? Yeah, I don't know.
In the world are here.
They can just burn this one down.
You are going to see
Bro,
never seen them before.
why is Gok saying it? It's such a fucking problem, you know? Why is he staying in the oak? He says this shit every fucking year, no? When did he not say this? I like Gax, I think he's alright, but I don't know. Maybe it's me, but I don't like when people come out and act like bitches, you know, after losing, you know. Maybe I'm being harsh. It was a Sunday. I just own the loss, you know.
I watched their games that just all washed.
I thought, like, I had over 31. I thought this like a time one, you know, in this game, but then I see.
I had PSV. I had PSV minus 9.5. I thought they were going to stop them. I thought they were just going to play.
I had to watch the draw and watch arcade. Go arcade.
I don't know. I don't like people were like, who are you rooting for this game? It's like
Absolutely nobody.
I just don't know how like who are you rooting for? You just go to the end of the air about 15, 16 teams from like the early.
I like Miru though. Miru, like every time VK is playing good, I feel like Miru is gaming.
And our second elimination
like Miru.
best of 3. Game number 1 was staunchly in the favor of Brazil's VKS.
Come on, sweater vest. Come on, sweater vest.
From the LCP 26-3 in absolute
Boom, do 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 do.
of Trimby's Alistar.
Do 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 do.
So fast, Flowers. It felt like the game was like kind of even, and then next thing you knew, it was 1 team fight, 2 team fight, 3 team fights. The game is completely blowing open. And as you say, it was that combo between the Alistar and the Talia that worked so well. But even Trimby from the get-go in lane on the Alistar, putting the herd onto PSG Talon.
It was Trimby's Alistar that got them first blood down there in the 2v2. And then it was Trimby's Alistar in that mid-game, early mid-game, I should say, River team fight that looked like it was going the way of PSG, who turned it around and enabled Miru to clean everybody up. But now, we're back into Champ Select, powered by Omen and HyperX, here for game number 2 in the series. And we'll see if PSG can bounce back, because again, they're targeting these mid-lane assassin picks from Miru.
Now guys, after the draw show, I will break down the Fnatic situation, don't worry, Rule.
Kept off the table as well. Azir and Orianna also banned out by VKS, so 4 out of 5 bans so far.
Don't worry, guys. You'll get the breakdown. You'll get the Fnatic breakdown that you...
So what do we first pick here as PSG Talon? Like, Rise already taken off the board because it was played in the last game. A lot of those mid lane picks already taken away as well. So is it just going back towards something like the Vi or one of these junglers?
Well, let's see what we get, because also 2 of the biggest junglers taken out in that previous game as well, right? Like Wukong and Xin Zhao now no longer available because of Fearless. So PSG, you got to get some value out of this. That's another one of those picks that is very often banned in mid lane. The Aurora locked in for Maple and PSG.
Yeah, she's very strong, does well into a lot of matchups, and also then having that assassination potential and dive potential really does open up the game. We'll have to see what VKS want to try and answer with, because I still think going for some sort of jungle lock-in here and maybe going for your support could work out relatively well, but we'll have to see what they want to go for. Like, Kiana has been a pick that has been relatively strong, but we haven't already seen
Annie
bringing that one to the table. It looks like it will just be the Annie in response. Is it going to be the Jarvan, and we just go for bare bones basics?
What are we jungling?
Okay, VKS, they're just going to lock the...
Do we have the allergy, guys?
Pretty good stuff for Engage. We know what this champion is going to
Yeah, the Fnatic breakdown synopsis is going on YouTube. Don't worry.
This time around, what else do we want to go for here for the side of VKS? Whoa, that could be spicy. Nope.
Okay.
Nope, we're gonna get... I was like, now hold on a second. I still do really like the Pantheon.
Yes, I think the Pantheon is a great addition here. Good setup in your mid jungle. The ability to play for side lanes are fantastic, and just decent team fights. So I think this is a much stronger pick. And PSG Talon, again, I'm not really sure. Because we haven't seen a huge amount of these deeper picks in the draft, what exactly you want to go for. Rumble, still going to be nice, but it does mean that for Maple, more than likely going towards this Jarvan, sorry, for Karsa, going towards the Jarvan, because it is strong in enabling both of the Aurora and the Rumble. But yeah.
This is a patch that Diana's buffed on, yeah.
I'm worried about the Jarvan getting banned away in this next rotation.
I'm still a bit of a Jarvan hater. I still think that the champion has not had a great showing at Worlds thus far. Last game, remember that I said Ambessa was the second most played champion for Aja throughout summer. Ron was the only one that he has more picks on. So again, it's comfort for the top laner of PSG. Varus locked in for Betty alongside the Corki. This is his most played in summer, so it's more comfort, more of what PSG is used to.
And more of that backline access, because I believe essentially what PSG Talon want to do is poke Varus into Rumble ultimates, into Aurora damage, and just cause a ruckus in the backline. Whereas VKS feels a little bit like if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Going for this very strong tank top, front to back, similar style to what we had in the last game. If I'm PSG Talon, I am target banning Trimby. I want the Rel gone. I want the Nautilus gone. I want nothing.
No, the Riot pays all accommodation for Worlds, but they don't pay for your bootcamp.
In that first game was one of the best Alistars we've seen at Worlds so far, right? Like, he was constantly setting up plays, constantly hitting multi-man pulverizes that were then followed up by multi-man seismic shoves, and it was really just a beauty to watch, unless, of course, you're PSG or a PSG fan, in which case it was terrifying. And we will go ahead and see some jungle focus here from VKS, who have already locked their own jungler, so they're going to target the pool of PSG a little bit further. That Kiana removed.
I think it'll be Kiana and Jarvan, and then it's, or maybe Kiana and Vi. But either way, you're still very limited on the pool that you have available. And if I'm Vi into Ornn, Annie, Pantheon, I'm not exactly, you know, smiling as I go into that one.
Not
so
having a great time.
Yeah, so I think it might be a Jarvan ban, try and force Kai'Sa to go toward, or sorry, Karsa to go towards the Vi. Because you can't really go for a Wukong, you're so AP heavy already.
It's also
or sorry, the Maokai, because you're already so AP heavy. So I like not having, I was going to say that Wukong available really hamstrings you in this sort of draft for PSG Talon.
All right, last ban of the draft on the VK.
Why costume in Korea? I had money here. Honestly, that was the big reason. I had money here, and I wanted to hang out with Dom and Rach, and the time zone's better.
Missing their supports, both sides paying a little bit of respect.
I had my money from Sandbox days. I couldn't get it out, so I was stuck in Korea.
But like you said, Vi and Jarvan both still open. Vi, of course, not super.
Just gonna see like Rel Nautilus 4-5. Someone Fanatic Reddit said that Vladi is older and worse than Poby.
I can understand just being less afraid of him because of that, and there you go. It's another.
How does that work? Are you allowed to say?
Yeah, I think
what do you mean?
You probably take the Nautilus here for Trimby.
You can't take it out? I took it out. Basically, the first time. So I was giga cucked by COVID, and then I thought I would just come back here and bootcamp in Korea and take my money out. And then I came back here because we went on vacation, and basically they didn't accept my passport as a form of ID. They needed my Korean, Korean alien registration card, my ARC. And then the next time I brought back, and then this time around, like the woman who worked in the bank was just a goat. So she helped me a lot, and she switched my ID identification on the bank to my passport, and then that's it, you know.
Just point and say, screw everyone and everything in this area in particular.
Morphling ambassador, damn, straight out of Dota. Morphling was so fun to play, by the way. I love that fucking the champion design.
Could be to be that real soul tank for you, unless you want to go for like.
Imagine if I lost like I lost maybe like 120% of gains if I just slammed that shit into the S&P 500 when I got it, accounting for the compound effect because of the massive gains over the last couple of years, and also the one has become weaker, so it's a tilter, guys. It's a tilter, but it is what it is. That's life sometimes. All right, I think this is going to be a bloody fucking affair, guys. I like the PSG draft, but was it not possible to ID you from our European bank? I don't know what you mean, bro. Like, they don't have relationships like that, bro. Are the papers from the bank in English or Korean? Korean. I had all my papers, by the way. I had the phone number, I had my checking book, I had my credit card. Just they have very, very specific rules, you know. That's cute that she pulled her friend into the frame. That's cute. Come in here, like, we're taking a picture on stream. We're gonna print screen this when we get home.
And just shoot True Shot Barrage over the top, and again, you've got just another layer of that big damage coming in for burst.
Seal.
Still a difficult one for PSG Talon. Like, I prefer what VKS are bringing to the table. And again, if VKS get on a roll, they're going to just absolutely steam through what the LCP is bringing to the table here. And for PSG Talon, they have shown strong early games. They have shown they can get leads against some of the
Alright, let's pay these teams the respect they deserve, guys.
Now they just have to see if they can do it against the Brazilian representatives.
Yeah, I said last game that when we watched PSG versus Hanwha, versus Genji, versus the top 2 seeds from the LCK, they achieved the feat of warfare in both games. They were first to 3 kills, even if they were not winning overall in those early games. Last game, it was VKS getting the feat of warfare. It was the Brazilian squad that was more active in the kills, and I want to see PSG have some of that same bloodthirst that we saw from them against the LCK squads. Game number 1, we had 1 kill on the board 10 minutes into the game. I'm expecting more action here in number 2. Nice hit there, piercing arrow from Betty at level 1. Speaking of Betty, on Varus, for his career, he is 70 wins, 38 losses. This is his most played champion by 35 games.
That's pretty damn impressive. I mean, not only the fact...
To be fair, I like PSG's draft a little bit more.
Very, very strong.
I like it a little bit more.
Poke fires that we were talking about here, so they'll be very strong at holding on towards that mid push, enabling Aja and Maple when it comes towards sides, but also if someone drops...
I would trip out seeing my name written in Korean. Oh no, when you write your name officially, then it's English lettering.
Isolated targets with the...
Like if you are this as a signee, put your name down, then obviously it's English lettering.
And worth noting as well, specifically because they're both full engage, full send, engage tank supports. Summoner spellbook on both.
I think PSG should win.
No aftershocks for bonus durability or anything like that. So again, kind of what you're talking about, where you said it specifically for VKS, if they get ahead, PSG is going to have a real hard time. Whichever side falls behind, that support engage is a one-way ticket.
Yeah, I think that's kind of what supports.
Sam GPT, tough way to end the season. Thank you for every fan of bios through the highs and low. Your passion drives everything we do. Okay, Casa. Wolves into invade, but Disamiz got the campy. Casa once more, he's not done. EQ through. Disami.
Down to 200 HP. He's going to take the blast cone. Karsa making sure he doesn't step so close that he gets knocked the other direction. But now Disamus has been forced out of his own jungle. But Boal has got the wave shoved up. He's going to come in after Karsa. Karsa already used EQ. Karsa's in danger.
Boal based. That's a game loser, Carcino. Damn, bro. This is giving me deja vu. Deja vu, 2018 second game against C9. Big deja vu, guys. Big deja vu, bro. How does he get pushed? I don't even know if he had push, bro.
I mean, that Ornn is still
did he have push? Maybe he did. Rumble is not so strong level 1, 2, 3, you know? Like, he needs to get 3 to get points, to overheat and shit like this.
Again, he's going to invade Disamus once more. He will not be dissuaded from this.
Casa is not done. He's not done yet. He's not done yet. I'm not fucking leaving.
Karsa still thinking about this. Woody stepping forward, making sure that he can use his...
He's level 3. Oh, if Disamus gets a smite. Oh no, if he gets a smite. Oh. No flash, no flash, no flash.
He throws up the shield. Disamus is down. Karsa takes the kill. Makes this game a 1-1.
Alright, Kasa's back. Kasa's back. What a chat, by the way. He came here with some cooldown in the inventory.
Which enables PSG Talon to outperform VKS.
That's the equivalent of like a naked dude running at you. Like, you're not gonna fight a naked dude. It's like someone having a concealed weapon is a fear everybody has. But if a naked dude runs at you, you know, like, he's mental. Like, he has nothing to lose. That's the equivalent of him invading. He cooled down after his death. Nice.
Did not have a stun ready and charged.
What? Oh, Feat of Warfare? Got it every game?
Because guess who's back, Dagda? It's Karsa again.
And it's a great call from Karsa on the path. He knows that the only thing on the map that Disamus can do is that topside scuttle. So immediately forgets about his bottom side, moves up towards this top.
You guys remember that episode in Breaking Bad where he disappeared into Mexico for a very long time, and when they killed Tuco Salamanca, and then he was gone for like 3 days because he was like trapped, and then he pretended to be on like a crazy bender, like a psychosis. You remember that? Is it true that the 2016 Worlds INTZ was Sply's father in scrims? I don't remember scrimming them at all. They had Revolta in the jungle, so for sure.
Yeah, and it's a great start for him. Again, like
was it Revolta? It was Revolta, right?
Even up because of the catch-up XP, but the gold and the and everything else is such a big momentum push for
Yeah,
PSG
Revolta.
talent.
Probably fucking
Not on Pantheon,
booty blasted us. Revolta the GOAT, bro.
difficult. And if Carson now can kind of play off these spot side pressure, he can maybe look to contest.
I have never won against Brazil in my life. Full respect to Brazil, guys. I played against Brazil once in my life, and I lost.
Equalizer ready. Bawal TP's in and immediately just ready to try to keep this wave frozen. Make sure that he can farm up whatever he needs to. Does have Spectre's Cowl already purchased.
Never won against Brazil. I'm 0-1 against Brazil. It is what it is. What is the furthest you went at Worlds? I have been top 12. Top 12. 9th to 12th place is the furthest I've gone. Bro, every time I went to Worlds, I had demon groups. I swear, I had demon groups. I always had RNG and Samsung in my group. I've been against... Ooh, Maple. Oh, the Pantheon Spear! Ooh, Maple. The Fiora Caitlyn incident. Holy shit, we were so European and we drafted that. I deserved like a punch in the balls.
Stepping in, crash down, dodged by Betty. There with a flash of his own. Morteus continues firing here with the Mystic shots. Trimby still looking to see if maybe he can get a little bit more lockup onto Woody, who wants to get away. Trimby with a shattering strike. Woody's about to die. Morteus takes.
I had RNG in my group 3 times when I went to Worlds. 3 times.
PSG take the Drake. It's a good start for PSG Talon, but VKS are coming alive. Bawal needs to escape, but can he?
Yeah, he's Alcove Gaming right now. Aja trying to make sure he doesn't overheat
Well,
all the way. This is looking a little bit
Rumble
silly, but
only
Aja
has a
is
Doran's
ready.
ring, guys, against Spectre's Skull, and he's fucking cooking him, bro.
Bawal again, just trying to create some distance. This is Orn Gaming right now as Aja continues trying to burn
Doran's
him down,
Ringus.
but Bawal just taunts him with the emote. Bawal gets away.
The most intense game of Peekaboo might not be over yet, though, as we get the TP from
Peekaboo.
Trimby. They're looking for Aja. He has no flash.
He has no flash, but there's
No
not
flash.
a lot of damage between
Ooh,
Rel and
Rel does
Orn.
damage, bro.
We'll see
Rel
if
does
there
damage.
is enough. There's the bellows breath, but no. Aja sidesteps.
Oh my lord! Lord have mercy on my soul! Your group 2021 was kinda easy? Yeah, that shit was easy as fuck, bro.
They're on Desamas again. Good flash.
Yeah, Karsa jumping in there for the Cataclysm. Desamas immediately responds, flashing away. PSG
Sorry.
full sending again. Desamas is their target this game. Game number 2 is all about Karsa playing aggressively and the rest of the team ready to back him up. Maple so thankful to have got out of that.
I know it's hard to prove, it's easy to prove. 2021 was a very easy group. I had Hanwha Live, RNG, and PSG. That was a very easy group. That should have been my group out. Because we were also shitting on it. We were winning. We were shitting on everybody in scrims, by the way. The only team we couldn't beat was EDG. We beat everybody.
Do they want to try? No, Trimmy just gonna kick them to the curb. But it's just, yeah, even when you don't have.
We should have. We beat everybody except EDG. We farmed Damwon. We farmed. We went 50-50 with T1.
Does have the grand starfall, and this is kind of the great equalizer. If you fall behind early, no, that's Rumble. Yeah, okay, my bad.
We went like 1-8 against. Like we went 8-1 against Damwon on the same day.
Game state for Pantheon here, since he
with
can
upset.
try to use this to
This is not with Bean.
get a numbers advantage when you wouldn't think you'd have one.
Bean came in only for the officials. He didn't play a single scrim with us, pretty much. Maple, Morteus, damn. Balls to the walls, baby. Tromboni. Tromboni with the shield, Tromboni. Bought a lot of time. Holy bloody hell.
VKS. They deny 3 grubs. They end up having a bloodbath.
You made semis in Scrim World Championship? Pretty much, yeah. We made semis in Scrim World Championship. Thing is, bro, like, a team doing well against Asian teams was, like, unheard of them in scrims. Whose draft do you like? I don't know, I like Blue Side a little bit more.
So much of the wind out of the sails of VKS in this fight. Miru cannot be a consistent DPS. Desalmas has been set so far behind, and Aja is getting a ton of work done. Doesn't quite finish off Miru. But the fact that VKS had to pull everybody to the fight, he's Betty on the bottom side.
Betty's going to benefit from that one.
Totally, I'm glad they're enjoying it, even they got tickets on the saddest day. At least they get to see the group draw.
Feat of Warfare claimed for VKS, feels really good for them, and very important.
I'm happy that Captain Flowers joined for this Worlds in China. Bro, I couldn't believe a world being fucking allergic to soy, bro. There's soy in everything, bro. Maybe dig it further on that. Why do you think Scrim Performance didn't try the stage performance? We didn't have our roster, Emily Tempest.
Situation to overcome, because they can try and find access to the backline. That dive and that excess damage can be so important to how team fights can pan out for PSG talent. So if Mortaise can stay alive, especially as he completes this Trinity Force, maybe there's a chance for VKS. But if Aja and Karsa get to have their way, that's a terrifying time for VKS.
Absolutely, my friend. Sundered Sky completed.
Do you have a view in your current place? It's okay, yeah. See a bunch of like massive, large trees.
To be able to lead the charge and continue playing aggressively. Trimby with a crash down, buffers through the Zenith blade. Now defensive
Tromboni. Trimbini. Trimbini Bambini. Why won't Whipple play jungle? He's by far better jungler than top laner. Bro, if Inspired leaves FlyQuest, isn't that what this team should do?
Dictating the pace of the early game, getting into the face of Desalmas, and PSG being able to fall back towards strong team fighting.
What if, like, if Inspired goes back to Europe, Whipple jungle, Gak goes top lane?
Miru also around the area. Here comes Boal. It's the Ornhorn.
All right, let's see it. Let's see it.
Now Miru's found
Maple.
off to the side. The Drake is stolen away by Desalmas. Boal's in the pit with everybody.
Boal! Whoa! 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 Whoa!
But safe for now. Aja's cooking.
What is happening on the timeline?
Find exactly what they wanted, and VKS.
My hair was stolen, dumbs, by the 100 thieves.
PSG are bloody.
They got stolen, dumbs, by the thieves.
And that's all they need to do, actually, is hang on, Desalmas.
Desalmas? All right, let's go.
Not where he wanted to place it. He's about to
Leandri? Not enough torment.
Survives 24 HP.
That was a brave move from Desalmas. And VKS.
I got tickled by 100 thieves. They were all tickling me at the same time, and my hair was just falling off, bro. And then I flew to Turkey, and I bought new hair. That was seriously dumbs. BLG had a good draft, and I said, if Bilibili loses game, I will shave my head. And then I'm not the one to renege on a promise, you know.
Focus on the 2 other members that have overextended into the back of the pit, and they can finish them off.
And the 2 flashes right there at the very start from Karsa.
Alright, no flash Trimby, no flash Pantheon. Karsa, Sundered Skying. There's a redemption. Woody. Betty. Cleanse. Battlefield spreads. Can we get the Q? Holy. I like this game though. Did you see the video today where John Jones got a bone? Bro, we're watching LEC, man. We're watching Worlds, I mean.
Finding a pick back, but this game is explosive, Flowers.
This is the PSG that fans wanted to see. They are bloodthirsty, they are aggressive, they are constantly putting the pressure on their opponents and making their opponents play their game. Karsa being in Desamas' jungle from level 2 has seemed to rattle VKS and cause them to constantly have to react instead of be proactive.
And again, it's the fact that you have so much.
I despise John Jones, bro. But it's a shadow realm for Mr. Cyber, bro. 600 seconds.
But if VKS can find a way to get some control back on the game, limit that pressure, maybe there's a chance. But it doesn't look like PSG are going to let up anytime soon.
That Varus from Betty is definitely looking pretty solid right now. 1-0 and 3 has his Ghostblade stacking up the tier, working towards the
Alright.
mana. That's going to be another big
Gdzie
issue.
twoje włosy?
Obviously, Boal's not going to care a ton once he gets more
W domu
items.
zostawili.
Even right now,
Uciekli.
he's only magic
Uciekli, no.
resistance. Everybody on the
Tak się
side,
stało.
BKS, is highly vulnerable to these piercing arrows. And if you can get some good
I hate
growth from
John
Betty
Jones. What a
on
piece
this
of shit,
champion
bro.
that he has so many games on before these fights, it's impossible for BKS to play it out.
Yeah, Trimby poking his nose in here towards the Rift Herald, but I don't think
Gas
he really
station
gets to do
pills.
you
What a
want here.
joke.
More just window shopping at what he wishes he could have as the rest of BKS start to move down towards his bottom side. Baja reading that well, moving up towards the mid, making sure that he's not going to get
Spoke Virus suddenly met.
Yeah, Trimby's
Mate,
got a whole lot
we've
that
seen
he
it
can
2
really say
games.
about that Rift Herald take, so he'll just back away from
2
it.
games
And PSG will
out
find
of like
themselves
30.
another objective. And it did end up coming down
That's
to
not
what
the
I thought.
most effective
You've got
tactic
the piece of
available, bro.
warfare for the side of BKS, the feat of monster slaying. for the
Varus
side of
is just...
PSG. So the enchanted boots.
You know what he
going
is?
to
He's
come
bot
down
lane
to
Renekton.
its turret number
Okay?
1. And we'll see what that looks like. I'm honestly really ready to bet for PSG because they've got the Herald.
It's okay. It's a stronghold. Fine lane. Pair it with any support. Will it carry games? No. But it can set up other people to carry sometimes. Alright, Maple falls. Maple falls. It's a nice little cheeky kill. How did you learn Polish when you grew up in Sweden? My parents spoke Polish to one another.
Barely clipped him there with that shattering strike and actually got the stun. I'm shocked.
Dzień dobry, kolejny Polacy. Dzisiaj popatrzymy na Worlds. What language do you speak? 5.
Plenty of work on a turret if he gets the opportunity. You can see the mid lane, bottom lane, and top lane turrets though on VKS are all in pretty good shape.
Na, mówimy Worlds, nie mówimy Mistrzostwa Świata. What's your actual ethnicity? You're kinda ambiguous. Oh, it doesn't matter, bro. I'm a part of the world. I bleed red, just like you. Can you speak a little Italian? No? You too? Yes. Porco Dio, paesano.
Picking up his next red buff here as PSG are ready, I would think, for the next objective fight, which is that Cloud Drake spawning.
You better support Tom Aspinall for his next fight. Yeah, of course.
They should still feel very confident.
I think he's fucking up Cyril Gane.
Leandri's completed on both Maple.
I think Cyril is such a boring fighter, in my opinion. Like, I think he's only made a career because heavyweight is just so dead as a weight class. There's just no heavyweight fighters, bro. Like, who's a heavyweight, bro? Do you watch Fight Night? Nah. I'm out of the loop. Kind of out of the loop on UFC, bro. I don't have it in me to be awake till like 6 a.m. anymore. Like, that's just...
PSG are going to pull off.
It's weird because Cyril does have punching power, you know, but I don't know, it's just so...
Aja does have his teleport to join up if necessary, but there's a big difference
It's just
between
stiff.
having all 5 there at the start and needing one guy to channel for a few seconds before he can join.
I want to see the... I want to see the Ilya. I want to see the 170. Don't talk to me about Ilya Tupuria and fucking Islam. That would be sick. It's sad because now the sport, bro, a lot of the fucking beasts are just... They are past the prime, you know? It's kind of sad. My fucking... Alright, look at that, bro. The bait and switch, I like that play from Pantheon. That's a good play, Pantheon play, bro. You break a top tower, you get gold. I like this a lot, bro. If they can kill Black Betty, bam, lamb. It's insta cleanse. Under pressure. We're losing some of the fucking strong ones, man. Ooh, Casa. Morteus. Casa's not using spells. Is he queuing out? They're backing off. Morteus. Alright, guys. VKS is playing. I like it. I like it, bro. Like Volkanovski, Max Holloway, Usman. It's like, bro, I don't even know what's going on with fucking Adesanya. Is Adesanya still fighting, bro? What's happening with Adesanya? He's done, no? Like,
And even
I feel like we are past the golden era of UFC, bro.
the focus point of these picks from VKS.
And this kind of goes back to that earlier fight, the Dragon fight that was so tragic for VKS, but PSG ended up losing.
Your opinion on lethality, Varus?
That fight actually
It's not there to carry the game. It's there to push waves, it's there to lane, it's there to ult. Everything else needs to carry around you. And sometimes that's okay. Sometimes you just don't want something that is a big liability. You don't need a carry, you know? And that's what Varus is, in my opinion.
Slams Woody straight into the grave. VKS picking up a kill.
I think it's Adacon that VKS are interested in. They'll trade the top tower for it potentially, but what can PSG?
I like how snappy BKS, bro. BKS is. I like him.
VKS.
Do you think VKS is playing better than MKOI and Fnatic?
Exactly what they want to do.
That's a stretch. I think MKOI would beat them.
They clear out some of the wards nearby. VKS, they're going to send it for the Otacon. Woody is going to respawn here in about 3 seconds.
Rumble TP's here, but he didn't get the base to spend money. I don't know if he has a second item in Riftmaker. Meru, Onatsi, Aja. Trimbini with a little spear. Spear is here. Ooh, stun. That's a flash forward. Atakan is Bobby schmothering them.
VKS backing away. You got the TP coming through from Aja. And Maple's ultimate didn't really hit the key targets that it would like to. Resets coming through now for the Annie. Do we just send a take 2? But it looks like we might be backing away for VKS.
Yeah, VKS health bars are pretty injured. You can see everybody on the team there down to about 60% HP. VKS also committing the Tibbers, the Call of the Forge God, the True Shot Barrage. A lot of tools used to guarantee the kill onto Aja means they aren't ready for another team fight at Otacon.
It does mean, though, TP down on Aja, and they actually just had Boal in position to try and go for this. So it means that they can actually get a Summer Spell advantage, they get the kill advantage, and now they can start to push out these waves and still create points of threat on the map. VKS are doing a fantastic job of finding these quick plays to hold themselves in this game and slowly claw.
Who kills On again? Don't need to kill On.
Karsa is 3-1-4. For all of the pressure that Karsa was able to apply early, Desamas, like I said,
did your hair grow back a bit already? A little bit. Now you can see it.
It just rolls off the toe.
My hair goes fast.
It's just such a catchy name. Makes it so he can be a part of these plays.
My hair goes really fast. Like my hair is already.
You've still got a slight advantage, and the big advantages are on Karsa and on Aja. It's this Jarvan with 2 fully completed items, this Rumble with 2 fully completed items that are your big left and right punch, and those are the 2 that really have to sync up for PSG to get a win in a team fight.
But they're not getting a chance is the main problem. Like every single time it's VKS starting the fight to find a pick, and then they run like all hell away. Make sure you can't do anything about it. Like, point of case.
There it is, another grand starfall.
Holy. I'm liking how Dismiss plays this Pantheon. They know. Bro, I really like a team that understands their win conditions. It's really nice to watch. Really nice to watch. Good from VKS. They understand their win condition. Isolate the Rumble on side. Slam them with the Ornn Rumble. Ornn Pantheon.
So incredibly well.
I like it a lot, man.
How do you make this?
I like it a lot.
If Rumble's dead every time.
It's pretty tough.
Very nice.
Last time I checked, the abilities do not cast when one is dead in League of Legends, unless you're playing.
I think you got that right. Yeah.
Yeah. So we've got.
Check the wiki, though.
We got some problems here for the PSG side as the tier 1 turret is down in the bottom lane.
It's okay, I'm taking BOT and supplements. My hair is growing fast, guys.
One side has their tier 1 in the nearby lane, and the other side does not, and that's the case that VKS has right
Let's see it.
However, Aja is back on the map. He's coming back out here.
Okay, Aja's coming. Annie is a little bit late. I like the fact that look at that pull-out game. Look how far back the Trimby in the bush as well. We've seen beautiful engage. Trimbini! Maple gets a fat ult, but that's a combination from the Annie. Oh, they live. Oh, they live. Ooh, it's tough. The Trimbini engage needed to be a little bit better there, guys.
And they're set up to maybe take the Otacon now. The redemption's going to top off the health bar.
The Trimbini engage needed to be a little bit better, guys.
Finally, PSG find the team fight
Trimbini.
they needed, but still VKS, they aren't done yet. They're going to try and turn on to Aja.
Okay, Aja takes a big chunk of damage, but really, it's not enough. Boal, Morteus, and Desamas trying to do everything they can to fight for this Otacon.
Rumble ult.
Botched, ends up being
Karsa, Boal is in the pit. What is Boal cooking? Combination. Do we have the smite from Trimbini? He didn't have smite. 900. It's close. It's close. It's very close. Very, very close. Trimbini had the smite, guys. But I think went to 937 is the HP I saw. Banana. Banana. Banana.
And was hoping beyond hope that he might be able to get that steal alongside Boal, dealing every bit of damage.
Alright, Annie has flash. Maybe this is the re-entry into the game, guys. Annie has flash.
Who once more take control of this game.
Plant-wise, it's not super impressive for PSG. Like, the plants were massively collected by...
It's a great flash from Betty.
Why are you petting your hair? Honestly, it's so nice. It's the best part of shaping your head. It's just to rub your head. I don't know, like, I like it so much.
With Aja there to boost. And there's just nothing VKS can do.
VKS couldn't find the lethal. I think Trimbini needed to wait a little bit longer, bro.
Duo on PSG talent.
PSG are so glad.
Look, Pantheon. Try to kill Javan. Kill Javan. I have smite. Kill Javan.
Trimby rubbing his eyes always when something goes wrong. That's his tick.
And you can see the frustration on Trimby's face.
With the shaved head, I'm gonna be like Shane from The Walking Dead in season 2. Ooh, this is kind of nice. It's kind of nice. Can he live though? Redemption. Nah, he lives. He lives. Oh no, he lives. Can he get something more though? Maybe Moteos. Maybe Moteos. This is Moteos playground. No. Oh, Moteos.
But VKS
Oh.
still chasing PSG. They come out on top +1.
I saw the potential for that arcane shift and thought Morteus might have had it, but PSG Talon once again is so close in these fights, but it's VKS who keep falling.
Oh, it's so close. VKS are so close, bro. They're just like missing a little bit of oomph, you know? A little bit of oomph. It's so close.
Betty who comes onto Miro as well with the ultimate from the Varus and makes his fight.
I think the Betis combo was wrong there, no? He needs to Q on the fucking passive hit.
DPS in this fight, but PSG are just rotating.
Halal Ezreal, but Ezreal's never halal. They have not been on the Draven subreddit. Drake is on in 3 minutes. Betty has no flash. Boal has no ult. Combination on Woody. Woody Fruity. Woody Fruity. Pantheon ult. Blackberry, Bam Lamb, Leona to cover fire. Bam Lamb.
Battle lines are drawn, but it's Maple off to the side.
Is Ari halal? No, she's not halal. She murders people.
So difficult. VKS, they're still trying to make the same play, still trying to look for these picks, but PSG have become aware of exactly what that game plan is. They're just not letting them find that access. It's still an incredibly close game. Like one big combo.
Like, I don't know if you guys watched The Walking Dead, but basically the whole season 2 is pretty much just Shane just walking into rooms and he's just grabbing his head because he's tilted.
4,000 gold lead. Soul point already. 2 minutes until the next dragon.
Is Urana halal? No, she's haram. That's like the creation. Someone tries to recreate the image of man. Someone's playing God. That's really haram. The claim is that Yumi is holding the Holy Quran. That's why people think that Yumi is halal.
Yeah, all the VKS are trying to do is quickly play off of 2 lanes. You see them push 1 lane, and then either Miru or Boal, whoever cleared out that side lane, is just drifting across the mid, hoping they can find a pick.
Oi, Trombini.
Gonna interrupt Trimby there, but it's just PSG trying to find that space and find that vision to spot VKS on these roams towards mid.
Advantages in individual players for every role except support on the PSG side, the largest 2 of which are the 2 largest gold leads that have existed this entire game, which is Aja on the Rumble, which is Karsa on the Jarvan. And as long
Yeah, I don't know why. According to the Draven subreddit, according to the Draven's Twisted Fate is haram, bro. He's focused on gambling. Gambling is haram.
Considering he has been the primary target for VKS the entire game.
Ezreal ult, just to check the Baron. That side of the map looking very, very dark for VKS and Boal.
I think Ornn is halal.
Here as well. As the engage comes through, Redemption tries to keep him alive.
Yeah,
Ornn is halal, I think.
For as tanky as he was earlier, the damage between Aja and Karsa is so much. You've got Guardian Angel on Karsa now as well. With Bloodletter's Curse on Aja, it's so easy to burn through that magic resistance. Excuse me. The dive comes through.
Ooh, Miru has no flash. Dangerous. Dangerous. Is that Nashor? Might be the Baron. Might be the Baron.
It's so well coordinated.
They might just go for Soul as well. It's the easier one, 10 seconds.
Set up for Aj's ultimate to put the
Eve is halal? Bro, isn't she like the avatar of lust? She's the avatar of lust. Zerath as well is someone that it's an ascended, someone who thinks he's God. That's also sin. I feel like all animal champs are just halal, guys. Both of these teams beat both MKOI and Fnatic. No, I think MKOI beats them both. I don't think Sejuani is. Sejuani is not haram. Like, Azir is not halal because he also thinks he also ascended and he thinks he is God. I think all animal champs are halal, guys. Volibear, Rengar.
Going to be providing a ton of damage onto this backline, and it looks like they're done with playing.
Sejuani is riding a pig. She's not eating a pig.
And look to force one final fight against VKS.
Voli also a god. No, but that's what his followers say. That's not his fault.
One more chance here, Tibbers. I mean, it's dropped on Karsa and Woody, but what does that do? There's nobody else nearby, nobody in the
Alright, combination detonation, but Karsa's dropping low. Let's see it, let's see it. Karsa's GA though, he's buying a lot of time. Rumble ult is fucking gorgeous. Combination in the nation. Ezreal might be cooking here. Ezreal might be cooking. Ezreal's position is good. Ezreal's position is good. Oh! Oh!
But PSG have killed everybody else, and Baron will be their pride.
It's the missing shot.
Bam-a-lam.
Yes, Maple fishes for one more, but it's PSG that have got that Baron. And you called it in the fight, Flowers. There was just not enough damage to come through onto Karsa, and Aj's ultimate was.
Oh, there's so much damage in that fight, bro. Soraka is halal because her weapon has halal icon.
It gives Karsa the opportunity to jump in there, full crazy, give himself as the initiation. Even if he dies, he still
nice. League of Legends is just haram game, guys. I remember like I remember like my father would be like, you know, he's the kind of person who would say like rock music is haram. They are praising the devil. They are praising the devil. My father would be like, my father one day is like, children, there is this game, they talked about it. They talked about it, it's very haram, you need to avoid this game. I'm like, Sammy, what is this game that is talking about? You know what game it was? God of War.
And we talk about VKS, we talk about how
God of War.
To this team, how much his personal play matters.
It's like God of War.
How much they can win. And really, 1-4-8 on the Annie has not been nearly what he was in game number 1 on the Talia.
And it's kind of the reason that we've seen Annie fall apart, where if you just don't get these leads,
fucking hell,
it's just not working out for you. And unfortunately, with the way things have gone, VKS
he's right about God of War. Man, no way.
It hasn't been enough in PSG talent with this Baron.
Bro, like we're enjoying like some media, you know, like
Dragon Soul, Baron. This should be just
we're enjoying some media.
they need. It's one final attempt coming out from VKS. Betty's low, but low's not good enough.
All right. PSG's got it, guys. PSG's got it. Not enough gas in the tank. They got it.
Down here too, as Morteus tries to escape, but Maple's just throwing out twofold hexes.
It's like, it's art, bro. Like, no one cares. It doesn't have to be real. It's not real at all, you know. It's fantasy things.
And they don't lose a single man.
And now with that minion wave starting to conga line its way in, PSG gonna try and push.
What an easy bullet. That feels good. Good bullet, good bullet.
We are going the full distance for both series here today, Dagda. PSG, not to be caught unaware, not to go down without a fight, will slam back here in game number 2. They will take out VKS and have one more shot to stay alive here at Worlds.
There's a reason Karsa is so revered within this region. He put on a masterclass in controlling this jungle.
And I think that has to be the story of the game. Karsa in the enemy jungle from level 1, level 2. Analyst desk, what do you think?
I think that
Oriana is not art. Bro, League of Legends is art, bro. Do you think I was serious?
that level 1 was a bit weird.
Is the Rengar halal? Yeah, it's halal. I do think that depictions of animals it's like depictions of animals in Islam is basically that they're all like they're all holy, you know, they're all sacred. They're all halal. They're all sacred. I don't remember if they actually go to heaven, but it's like, for example,
I feel like this was just such a bold play to go for, especially when you're already down.
that was the easiest bullet of the tournament.
What, the overkill? But Karsa's been so aggressive and challenging the enemy jungler and looking for invades so far in this competition.
Oh yeah, I had crazy to be able to see this because this happened within the Nefiri game versus HF.
Fun game.
Karsa is playing ultra aggressive. He recognizes his own matchup. He gets his teammates to be able to recognize what he's trying to do. So
I remember like there's mentions of animals. For example, there was the prophet Solomon, right? The prophet Solomon. I believe he was warned by an ant. He was warned by an ant
and he comes back
to not go in a direction.
and he actually doesn't stop, and I'm just wondering how much space is he creating.
I think this was the story.
Because
he was warned by an ant.
Your game plan changes.
I feel like it's just a balance of expectations. You know, Disarmus didn't expect him when he
There's also like
for him to be there again.
Like there's a lot of like passages dedicated to specific animals. Like I remember there is the Surah al-Ankabut, which is like the spider. Respect the spider. I don't remember what it's specifically about. There was one about the cow, I believe. Cow.
Full team gets the support so he can get this done.
Well, it's like basically you're not allowed to harm animals, and then basically if it's like to slaughter something halal is a specific ritual, but also it's very important. It's like my father, like if there was something that pissed him off more than anything, was like if we ate chicken and I would leave like a little bit of meat, then it would be like, bro, like he wanted to beat the shit out of me, you know, he wanted to, bro, like this was the greatest sin. We use every part of the animal, bro.
And it really just allowed Karsa to run the rift.
And by the way, that counter jungling rate that you see there, highest of the tournament throughout.
To throw away meat is like,
but Karsa,
this is a great sin, you know. An animal died.
Comes to counter jungling, he is so far at this event for how ancient this player is. He's somebody that still is very confident in his knowledge of being able to push certain matchups.
Wait, let's read about Solomon and the ant.
United from the old Flash Wolf days into PSG coming here at Worlds today. The fact that they were able to reignite that synergy. And
Valley of the Ants is a medieval Jewish legend about Solomon that is retold in Jewish Encyclopedia and Quran 27, 18, 19. Solomon rides on a magic carpet over a valley of ants that speak to him. I'll remember it like this. Look, the Jewish legends compared to the one in Quran are different except for the warning given by the queen ant, which is almost identical in both realities regardless of the English translation. The legend may also be based on... but what's the story?
And then so much value because people just keep chasing over the wall. They get to turn it around and it ends up backfiring here. I think VK.
Prophet Suleiman, having the ability to understand the language of animals, wants to recount an ant warning Suleiman's army about the ants colony being in danger, leading the prophet to ensure the colony's safety. Yeah, this is what I remember.
15 minutes into the game. Like, it's not as if
this is what I remember.
They're still fighting back into this game. It's just
my man was
a better game and team fight from PSG as a whole.
Solomon is Suleiman. I didn't realize this connection actually.
Collapsing on side lanes, trying to make plays and keeping the pace in that game and trying to make things happen. It wasn't enough this time around, especially when you look at the experience that you have on the other side of the rift. We've talked about this old Flash Wolves reunion.
So Solomon using the Bible as dialogue partner examines the stories from the Quran.
Yeah, I don't know why I doubted them, Dan.
Bro, like, can I just get the fucking story, bro?
I don't have another flip-flop.
Bro, like, this Valley of the Ants is not... This fucking Wikipedia entry is not good enough.
How many times... You know what? I feel like this is no longer...
Okay, Quran.com.
Giving up on them again.
Suleiman's forces of jinn, humans and birds were rallied for him, perfectly organized. When they came across the Valley of Ants, an ant warned, "Oh ants, go quickly into your homes so Solomon and his armies do not crush you." So Solomon smiled and amused at our words and prayed, "My Lord, inspire me to always be thankful for your favors which you have blessed me and my parents with, and to do good deeds that please you. Admit me by your mercy into the company of your righteous servants." One day he inspected the birds and wondered, "Why is that I cannot see the hoopoe?" What the fuck is the hoopoe? Could he be absent? I will surely subject him to a severe punishment or even slaughter him unless he brings me a compelling excuse.
Do you think they have it? Because again, on one side you have the experience, but you have
It was not long before the bird came and said, "I have found out something you do not know. I have just come to you from Sheba with sure news. I have found a woman ruling over them who has been given everything she needs and has a magnificent throne." Bro, what is this story, bro? Hoopoe ratings. Hoopoe ratings are Quran canon.
For me, I think it's just very much about tracking costs and making sure you can't do something like this again to the Psalmist. Psalmist so much at the early game.
I found her and her people prostrating to the sun instead of Allah, for Satan has made their deeds appealing to them, hindering them from the right way and leaving them unguided. So they do not prostrate to Allah who brings forth what is hidden in the heavens and earth. Bro, where's the ant? Bro, the ant barely got spoken about, bro.
Now Miru's found Maple off to the side. The Drake is stolen away by Desames. Bawal's in the pit with everybody. Betty's going to be the target, but over the wall goes Bawal, and now Woody's ready to follow. Bawal is next to die. Betty, low, but safe for now. Ash is cooking everybody, and Morteos is down.
The value of Yaz. When the Amazon birds roar and shout and chirp and twitter, they are indeed praising God in their own way. It was given to Prophet Suleiman then to understand and to converse with them. There's a lovely story in the Quran, for example, of the Valley of the Ants. Suleiman in the story is marching with his army when he comes across a Valley of Ants. At length, when they came to the Valley of Ants, one of the ants said, "O ye ants, get into your habitations, lest Suleiman and his host crush you without knowing it." Suleiman actually hears what the ants are saying. So he smiled, amused at their speech, and said, "O my Lord, so order me that I may be grateful for thy favors which thou hast bestowed on me and on my parents, and that I may work the righteousness that will please thee, and admit me by thy grace to the ranks of thy righteous servants." I just hear this in Samuel L. Jackson voice. "I will strike you down with furious anger, with great vengeance and furious anger." So even the speech of a tiny ant was enough to make Suleiman smile and ponder on the meaning of his life. And Suleiman marshaled his hosts of jinns, men, and birds, and they were all kept in order and ranks. Bro, he just had jinns in his army, bro. A jinn magical, they're basically like spirits. It's basically like the Arabic word for spirit. So all we get about this ant is that the ant was like, "Yo, go home, guys! We're about to get murdered!" And Suleiman is like, "Ha ha ha, thank you, God." Bro, the jams are fucking crazy on stream. Three minutes, bruv. We were reading about ants for like 10 minutes. It's okay. the issue I have right now, like I like Gax, you know, but at this point, you have to understand that you've been there long enough that this is you. This is who you are, you know. It's you. That's my take, you know. Like, hey, your grievances, do what you want, you know, but like, bro, you gotta take ownership as well for this bullshit. But I will talk about this at great length, I think, later.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Worlds 2025. It is time for the final game of this second elimination best of 3 between PSG and VKS. Game number 1 saw VKS absolutely dominating their opponents, 26-3, 27 minutes into the game, absolute victory. Game number 2, it was Karsa in the enemy jungle.
I don't know, every time you see someone on Twitter say something dumb, you open their profile and you just see like he just has the dumbest takes ever. Like you are just you expect such garbage and it just turns out to be worse.
PSG took the fight and then ran away with the game from there. Now, only one game remains to determine who gets to keep competing.
Shame him on stream.
2025 and whose journey for the year ends here.
So I got tagged in this tweet, right, for no reason. Are you sure they're human? Did you have them tested? Which is already like completely fucked. Having the second biggest fraud in esports after Yamato as coach doesn't help either though. Can't win in the fraud off. So I'm just curious, you know. I check his replies. And then this is one comment. And then this, because I say go vote in Germany. And then this, and then this guy, this once again, this like he has his account just to tweet like every 2 years. And then this guy, you're so uninformed, it's crazy. I'm not even takes me 1 second to see. It's not a ban, but rather a transition from federal to state. But even in game 3, you can start to feel a little bit of, well, wait, hold on. He just comes out of the woodwork to say some dumbass shit.
This time, as VKS are on the blue side, PSG on the
All right, let's rock and roll, guys.
Let's see what we get. It's some
Game number 3. All right, guys. Let's fucking give them the attention they deserve, guys. These guys have fucking put everything on the line. Let's they put everything on the line to be here. The both of these teams, it means the fucking world for them.
Into Fearless draft. I imagine Azir going to be kept. I imagine Orianna going to be kept, as you're saying. I don't know exactly what takes that like first pick position. Although, if I'm VKS, do I ban away?
Are you Muslim?
in the hopes that they ban
Bro, I'm like
maybe you just leave one of those really strong picks.
What would you call it? Agnostic?
Well, the thing is about the Oriana,
I'm not so sure about things and how they are, and I'm very, very practical.
Not a lot. Again, it's a champion that's had a lot of presence. I feel like all over the world. It's a champion that's been banned a lot, so not super surprised to not see it with a high number of picks for either one of our.
Never made Twitter Reddit account, never good either.
The Karsa Classic. This is not a champion that is powerful in the meta. This is not a champion.
Maybe we are in the simulation, guys.
The tier list or the priority, but it is a champion that Karsa has worked miracles on in seasons past.
And there is when you win MSI on this champion, kind of makes sense to maybe take it away.
Lee Sin ban, LeBlanc ban. What happens mid lane, guys?
So LeBlanc could be banned. So both Oriana and Yunara.
I usually lurk about that Twitter, guys, of the bills. Yeah. No copy pesto. It's a good name.
Yes, that Oriana is open. I would expect that to be the.
I believe you should be a good person. That is all. Yeah. Like being a good person. I feel like it feels good to be a good person. Feels very rewarding to be a good person. And if you don't think it's rewarding to be a good person, probably you're just a psychopath. And I understand how like psychopaths were like needed at some point in history to push to make civilization survive, but now I don't know. They're kind of fucking up our world.
I think the ability to punish the Yunara by looking for picks with an Nocturne Oriana could potentially.
Oriana is open, bros. I think Oriana over Yunara. I think Oriana.
That is going to be the plan, or what is going to be the answer for PSG Talon.
All right. Well, the Oriana that we expected traded for the Yunara. That's the handshake.
I think you're very happy if you PSG, Paris Saint-Germain. We're going Oriana Nocturne.
Because the Nocturne, I feel like probably
not
super highly prized for Desamas, although it is one that he has had quite a few plays on so far this year.
What did he lock in? But we will never. This is a mystery pick, guys.
Looks like we might have a graphics error. I'm not sure what champion was locked in for the side of PSG. Hopefully we can get that updated ASAP to figure it out and see what that one was. But the selector is back on the VKS side.
Yeah, I imagine you're going to pick your jungle here, try and answer for, I imagine, what Karsa locked in for himself as well, and then the support. And at that stage, you're in a pretty good.
I don't know. It's probably a jungler. Well, it's not Nocturne. That was my best guess.
And it's a Nocturne taken by Desamas instead. And there's the Akali you were talking about.
If they pick Nocturne, could this be Nafiri on 2?
Nocturne is the pick for Desamas because he has had 3 plays on it.
Nocturne is good into Nafiri because you one-shot her dogs and you tether with your fear. She can't W it.
Those are obviously both removed because of Fearless. Wukong and Pantheon are a couple more of the champions that he's played as much as this, but hey, those are removed because of Fearless. So happy to pick up the Nocturne here. Miru on the Akali, just like we were expecting.
Crossante, okay.
Despite it being banned in the first couple of games,
I think taking the tanks away from Boal makes sense.
Champion, it's one of his most played, and that Nefiri for Karsa.
Speaking Nocturne into Ori, that good. She's immobile and you can play together with Akali.
This is a very spicy jungle matchup.
I like Miru Akali a lot.
When you look at the way Nocturne wants to operate here,
how your general vision about Yunara? I feel like she's alright. I think that
more about causing chaos for PSG, and when you're trying to work with an Oriana shockwave,
I wonder if VKS will just ban Xayah Kai'Sa.
Protect from the Oriana. Being able to disrupt
Xayah Kai'Sa
can be vital
in this spot here.
Success for VKS, but if PSG Talon can enable this Nefiri with invades to get the leads that we've seen Karsa get before in this champion, that is going to be very, very scary for the VKS side.
All right, let's check out what we've got in the second half of the bans here.
I also think that there is a vagueness associated with what you believe God is, right? Because I think religion is a spectrum too, you know? It's like in terms of what you believe or what the purpose of some things are. I think it's just like stories. Just stories.
Excuse me, because it heals so much. Over on the other side, it's focused onto the AD carry pool, since that's the advantage that VKS already has that PSG doesn't. Kai'Sa.
But
I think, I was actually going to say Poppy might be needed to be banned. Very strong into the Kazanti in that top side. Thank you, Broken Blade. Much love to you. and
when are you playing Flex with their fiddler again, my brother? I have no idea, bro.
Lock that down. and just provide that tank front line that you want for something like Yunara.
Because simulation theory could be that there is a theory of someone that has created this simulation, and in that variant, that would be a version of a god, right? This is a simulation.
They're going to ban out 2 of those scrappy lane AD carries with the Kai'Sa and Lucian combined. Rek'Sai and Aatrox banned out by PSG, so double top lane bans from them.
We can all agree that Peter Thiel is the Antichrist, though. I think that's...
Basically identifying BKS don't have any real sort of
that is the truth.
So PSG just saying, look, we'll take the Braum. We imagine that Trimby's going to go for...
Ain't no way we name our company Palantir.
Sorry, the Nautilus on that bottom side. And we should be fine then into the matchup.
What about Miracles then?
And even if
Could be just coincidences.
for some sort of engage elsewhere,
Like look how many things happen in the world at the same time.
The engage side of things in that top lane, at least from what we've seen in the meta.
Bro, like I spice up stories. Like bro, imagine like if I tell a story one time, the next time I tell it, I spice it up a little bit more. I add maybe some details, some numbers. You know how you spice up stories? Imagine a story got spiced up over 2,000 years. Bro, that story is gonna get spiced up like crazy. At some point, someone's performing miracles. You get what I mean? You get what I mean, man?
Can be a pseudo engage tool. There's that Poppy we're talking about for Boal, I imagine, in the top lane. It looks like Trimby.
Poppy into K'Sante. It's value into K'Sante and Nafiri, but I think this Braum blind pick, PSG might lose the whole game with this Braum blind pick.
So this will be his first Poppy. Trimby on the Bard. We're going to need to see some seriously accurate tempered fates. This is your main engage coming out from the side of VKS. Nocturne can fly in, Akali can fly in beside him, but again, it's not like there's immediate lockdown next to that.
Yeah, I think though the issue is what do you try and do as, okay, I was going to say it's Betty here. You want something with a little bit of appeal.
I'm surprised that, I guess Lucian ban made sense now in hindsight if they think that the ADB is gunning for Braum, but I don't like Braum so much this game, for good or guys.
So looks like Betty going to be able to peel for himself.
That's same about memories, no? Maybe.
From either the tempered fate or that darkness from the Nocturne.
All right, how are we feeling about these two comps? Do we feel like there's a specific edge for either side, or is it more down to the execution?
I don't know. I get hyped about Miru Akali.
You've got Nocturne and Akali, 2 assassins that really want to be able to
I see Miru Akali, I get hyped. I'm not so hyped about this Braum looking. I feel like Braum is pretty useless here. I don't know what you guys think, but this Braum looks ugly, no? This Braum on 4? Why didn't they pick 80 on 4? And then like counter pick support? They just didn't expect Lucian ban, I guess, from the enemy.
Your own pseudo Nocturne Orianna combo, and then you can have self-peel.
But then they could just pivot away from Braum, no? And just pick 80 on 4.
Easier then to try and protect the rest of your backline.
So probably advantage
Rihanna is OP.
Unless VKS can really
honestly, I feel like VKS is gonna win, no? I feel like they also kind of played more sound League of Legends. Bro, did he just put on his fucking Canada Goose jacket? Bro, how cold is it in China, bro? What the hell? Why is your winter jacket? What's the weather right now? Are they in Chengdu? Where are they? Shanghai? Where are they?
With this double assassin comp.
And I think a lot of that pressure is going to be on Miru. It's going to be on this Akali that, remember, was banned for the first couple of games. It's going to be on this pick that is supposed to be one of his best champions. And I think that that's the pressure that Worlds brings. That's the pressure you have to be able to rise to if you want to stay competing here. This is it. This is the last game for one of these two squads at Worlds 2025 as we take the Rift for the last time in this best of 3.
So much of this game is going to come down to execution in the moment. These small, minute details.
Misha Crane, thank you very much. Appreciate that. All right, let's zoom in. Let's zoom in.
Right here.
All right.
And already BKS trying to get aggressive and get that vision down, but it's been responded by PSG.
Yep, PSG just flinging a couple feathers back at him here. You can see the early ward of the pixel brush there. Dropped on the PSG side. Meanwhile, Dasamas hanging around the enemy jungle. Oftentimes, you do want to see like the late Raptor ward placed down just to keep an eye on what the jungle happens. Aja has the defensive Aja, excuse me, Farsa plays that one down. Aja still has his ward available to place.
I like this position from Bilal though, because as the K'Sante tries to move back into the lane, you'll be able to get some good damage. That's kind of the advantage of a Poppy in the early stages, but Dasamas
hovering barely out of vision. This is so good from Desamas.
Desamas is going to Karsa. Karsa, he throws out the Duskbringer, immediately finds the dog. He's hungry for a little bit of a hot dog
my
lunch.
days, oh my days. Q! Desamis!
Revenge is a dish best served as a cold hot dog as Desamas manages to pick off Karsa and put him in the dirt.
And you can see he doesn't go back to the red buff because at level 1, the respawn timers are very long. Instead, he's going straight to the chicken camp instead. Burn that one down fast with Nocturne's powerful AoE, hit your level 2 immediately, and then switch it up and go to the Krugs. If Karsa wants to come back to the red, he'll
I kind of spaced out. I don't know what I was thinking about. I was thinking about ants in a valley or some shit.
To keep this pressure, but Miru
still just walking away here, down to 100 HP. This Akali taking some real pain from that clockwork windup from Maple.
Yeah, Doran's shield and that pot bringing back a lot of HP. Definitely needed it, but Maple doing a good job of keeping control in this mid lane. Still though, like you can see Desamas, he does such a good job here. Playing around that ward perfectly. Barely eking around the edge, just out of vision. Incredibly well played. And as the ward goes down, you kind of already realize as Karsa, I'm in trouble, and it's already ended for me. He knows even with the flash, was hoping that maybe he could escape, but Desamas timed it perfectly with the Q.
Yeah, knowing the cooldown,
whose draft do you like?
Flash and get one more auto attack, one more Q. Play the sad help
I don't know.
commercial, Dagda. That dog is in some trouble. As Karsa now down about
I kind of like Miru on Akali. I don't know what it is. I like the Poppy into K'Sante. I think it's a very hard Nafiri game, no?
Karsa thought about maybe stepping up a little further forward there, but
I think it's a very hard Nafiri game.
Cortez taking a lot of damage
Oh,
though.
nice Q there from Brom.
As you say, Karsa will get the crab.
I don't know, this Akali has full defensive runes. Nafiri's coming through, but Akali has both spells ready.
Is going to reignite his red buff here as he finishes out his own.
Karsa is going to see exactly what's going on, and he wants.
Alright, this is some Bam Lam gameplay. But doesn't Karsa lose? What's Karsa? Karsa's trolling, no? This is so troll. This is so troll. What the hell are you doing? Is it working? Are you the GOAT? He's the GOAT! Hey! Holy! We're motor racing, Toto! Oh!
And it's a 4-3 game.
Damn!
PSG Talon completely turned the play around. It's the roam from bot lane that turns it in their favor. Desamas thinks he has the play with Trimby.
That is so not right, Michael. Karsa's a psychopath, bro. This looked like such a boosted move. I have no idea how this shit fucking worked, bro. That red buff is beating the shit out of the Nocturne.
Stun 2, kill.
Damn.
And as Miru goes in with this E, ends up miscalculating barely the damage he needs, which means one more auto attack goes down.
Lila.
Just a bit more damage onto
Maple got a fucking double buff.
But that
Blackberry, bam, lamb.
And you can see the
Blackberry had a job, bam, lamb.
Evocade stars as they realize this early game where they had that advantage.
I don't know, kills fell into the roughest pockets for VKS, bro. That's a double buff Maple. He's got a catalyst. Oh, yo, 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 yo.
0-0 now.
We got Maple. Maple is fucking on this shit as well. Bro, that is suffering for Miru, bro. Suffering. He can't buy ruby crystals.
Last dance, we'll see, but for Maple, it's been a long time coming. This guy's been around for so long, has been a veteran of the LPL, the LCP, has existed on so many iterations of so many.
He can't buy ruby.
To playing for over a decade at this stage and still be hitting worlds, it's such an incredible accomplishment.
Exactly, 2-0 on this Ori early on. They want to win this game. They want to make sure this isn't the last game that we see Maple in at Worlds, and they're going to keep doing everything they can to make that.
Without watching LS, I could already hear him saying, bro, Baby Pig, if you're watching LS, leave this channel, bro.
At the VKS red buff, and now Karsa is wrapping around to look for a gank here in the bottom lane. Woody stepping forward, heel coming out from the VKS support as they back away. Karsa level 5 here with the Fury. Pretty scary stuff. That control ward's gonna get cleared out by Desamas, but there's no more fight to be had.
Tizama still has an advantage though with the Tiamat fully completed, whereas Carswell just sitting on the 2 longswords. So VKS still looking to fight. The stun is there, but the Braum, the value from these stuns is so high in these fights.
It just does so much. You just tag the guy, all right, it's up to the rest of the team to do the work. Tag the next guy, all right, rest of the team to do the work. You can just make sure that everybody is controlled all at once.
Is the LS beef? Nah, I just don't like him.
So much to accelerate a clear that is already very fast, and once Desamas hits level 6, which is just one more camp, I do want to see how much value he can get out of the paranoia. I feel like Nocturne is one of those champions similar to something like Karthus, where you have that extremely long cooldown in the jungle on the ulti, so you have to make sure you're getting value every time you cast.
I don't give a fuck about Blaze Olive either. Like, I don't know why people use this as defense for anything. Bro, the list is fucking endless of shit that is unlikable. But let's move on.
Trying to be creative and get that early advantage now just hasn't really netted into anything thanks to that invade on the bottom side for PSG. So all things considered, it's still PSG Talon with a slight gold lead, but the presence on the map, that is the much more crucial part for shutting down this sort of double assassin comp.
Trimby rotating into mid now to try to help Miru, who is feeling the additional pressure of Woody's presence up here. Woody now making his way up towards the top side of the map. Miru level 7 on the Akali does have
the wall.
alternator for the extra little bit of burst here in the trade.
It's crazy the Miru managed to stabilize.
Catalyst, you can see picking up the tier 1 boots and the blasting one now as well, working towards getting that Rod of Ages online as early as possible. And I feel like that whenever you have a champion that wants to build these stacking items, like a Rod of Ages, like a Yuntal Wild Arrows, anything that just needs to stack to be full power, getting a couple early kills is just that much stronger than even it would normally be.
It really is, and it just sets you up so nicely. But
Alright, let's see this fight. I don't know, Oriana's a monster, but look how tanky she is. Just 3,000 health. Just 3,000 health.
Just a little bit. Don't have the Poppy in position to try and block that combo for PSG Talon.
Exactly. Neither one of the top laners has their teleport available to try to join this fight.
Here we go. Blackberry Bambalemas flash and ult. He's just baiting. Miru snaps with R1. Oh, it's awkward to fight for Miru. He's out of steam. Blackberry. Oh, that's terrible from the semis. Papushka ultimate. Oh, the cancellation of Papushka ultimate. Oh, it's ugly. Boal.
He has to flash away. PSG. They come out +1 grub, +1 kill.
Desamas thought once that Featherstorm was gone, he might have a chance of picking off Betty, but the rest of the team can't stay up. And again, Morteus is trying so hard to...
Bro, I can't believe that Casa play worked out, bro. The fucking psychopath invade. I can't believe that shit worked, bro. How the fuck did that work? I'm still in shock, man.
And look at how the darkness
that shit is, I'm so in shock, bro.
As we start to play into this, you'll see the Braum stun is nearly on towards I think it's Trimby as the start of this, or maybe it is the Samus as we go into the pit, but not able to follow up because there's no vision of the
Jag behöver inte åka till Turkiet. Jag rakar huvudet för han tid förlora.
But they're just not able to see him thanks to the shadow and then everything else. And then as Desamas goes in, Betty gets a great
I don't know what this Nocturne ult is, bro. The Poppy ult as well.
Can't just sit on a target and deal the DPS he wants to. He's essentially chasing after all these members of PSG as they're jumping in and out. And can't really be
Protobot finished on Akali.
Exactly. He gets to shoot Braum, which is exactly what PSG wants him doing because it means he can't be effective. Now PSG moving over to the first Drake. They'll have the Scuttle Crab right next to it as a side dish, and it doesn't look like anybody from VKS has anything to say about it. PSG going to secure their second objective of the game.
And as you already said, Maple is so accelerated in this game. The early Rod of Ages and the ability to now just pretty handily side lane into this Akali is huge for PSG because that's really the
Did Dagda just say Mlam? What other ring build did you run? What do you think?
And you get more of a shield and you get tankier because the Rod of Ages. It makes that threat significantly less viable for VKS.
And one thing that I always look at in 2025 League of Legends specifically, when you're accelerated with Rod of Ages and you're able to purchase
all I can say about my build.
10 minutes, 10 and a half minutes, that means it hits 10 stacks and you get that huge power spike at Otacon.
Double-handed jump attack? Of course not, bro.
So many throws, and Miru now pulled back by the shockwave, having to use the ulti defensively to get himself away. And with Woody's help, Maple just continues finding himself in great position.
Bleed effect is too OP in this game, guys. How can you play without bleed?
PSG, they have more men in the area, but
Ooh, is this a turnaround play? Is this a turnaround play? Here comes Mortius, Maple, PSG's inting. Blackberry Bam Lam, Poppy ult on Blackberry Bam Lam. Aja.
Betty still safe for now. Karsa trapped in the pit, but can just jump right over pretty easily.
All right.
Mortea's still chasing.
Plays over, plays over.
No, nothing more to find. It's a 2 for
All right, I'm bought into the
BKS.
Brazil story. Come on, Brazil story.
Get something back, but it's a nice collapse for VKS. PSG way overextending there, and honestly, Maple needed to flash the Tempered Fate before it actually hit. So good damage and turnaround here, but Trimby on the roam up interrupts Karsa as he goes to the play, and at this stage they try to back away, realize that TP's coming in. Maple needed to flash that though, because that would have given the opportunity for PSG to start to walk away from this. But as VKS all collapse, you've got the follow-up from Desamas. Morteus is in a fantastic spot to actually turn on this play. I thought once Boal knocked Betty away, this was going to be a turnaround play for VKS.
Does your head feel lighter now? Yeah.
Able to get enough
I like
space
the
after
feel of
kills.
wind on my head. The
And
breeze.
we're back to a nearly even gold state, Dagda. This game is looking like it's going to be another close one. We have about 2.5 minutes till both the Rift
God, a
and
Bloodhound
the
Fang
second
is such a
Drake
fun
Swan.
weapon, bro.
Whenever those timers are synced up,
I never
it
liked
gets
strength
a little
weapons.
bit interesting.
Betty has no flash.
The Featherstorm
Ooh, there's no
there.
squeeze.
Exhaust from the Summoner Spellbook from Trimby, putting the pressure on the enemy AD carry. But now PSG is coming around from the side.
Oh, che trombone. They use a lot, they use a lot. I don't know about this TP. Akali? Akali? Insta exhausted. Landed E. Casa? Question mark? What the fuck? Alright.
VKS are responding well to the PSG plays, but still they're getting these kills back and forth. Karsa getting that combo we were talking about with Maple works out well to begin with, but Miru answering back, and it's Boal who didn't have to move, so he gets some turret plating on the side.
Yep, a little bit of extra money for the Poppy, and I think that as this game goes on, as we continue to see...
I like the way, you know which weapons I like to play with in the expansion? The two blades. You know those two blades? That was a good time.
He can knock out multiple players from PSG.
Gets clapped next round, yeah. Huge from BKS. The Samus is keeping busy on these champions with globals. I like it, man.
Who still had half cooldown remaining on his Featherstorm. Morteus with the Arc of Ruin to slow down Karsa. The Tempered Fate to lock him up further, but they don't have enough damage. He gets away with the Blast Cone for now, and Morteus hits him with a couple more orbs to take him out.
Winnable, guys, winnable.
Aja is desperately trying to fight for this wave.
Aja.
Keep it away from the tower, but
Boal
is slowly encroaching, and
I saw Bin get solo killed in this matchup. How is Aja fighting back?
Even though it looks like he's low, because he has
Cappuccino.
Sunder
Sunder Sky.
you get from this item is really powerful. And
Nagakiba is cool too. Yeah, that weapon range is crazy. What's with the blue side win rate, by the way? Like 62%. The better team has highest seed. So, highest seed picks blue. Blue win.
For Miru. That's what VKS are constantly doing. They are putting pressure onto PSG, but always having another lane in their favor. So Miru again collapses a wave. Again, PSG Talon lose out on the side lane. And now with Dragon in 30 seconds, we're seeing a ton of these items already completed. And I think about half more going to be finished off here for VKS right before that objective spawns.
This is a fucking banger game, by the way.
Is absolutely massive.
Is highest seed or first in the draw that picks the side? Highest seed. Same seed. Ooh. Damn, Nocturne Oriana combo. Vamos, vámonos, vámonos. Calma, calma, calma. Calma, caralho. We need to take it easy.
Not having that ult dodge makes it very difficult.
Blue is going Shadow Flame.
This combo
I hope he's going also Soak Shoes in this game. VK! What game we talking about? Elden Ring. Elden Ring, bro. Elden Ring. Doors after this match, yes, sir.
However, that also means they're going to secure
What are we talking about? You said Kalmar? I live in Kalmar.
So it's feats of strength for the PSG side.
Jävla
Here in game
idiot.
number 3, as the Rift Herald is on the map, but it was the Dragon the priority for PSG.
I'm kind of bought into the Brazil story. I want Brazil to win now.
They know that's the one they'll be able to get.
I want them to win now.
I
need them to win.
Critically ticks level 11 on the Akali, so second level of the
Also, if you take stream afterwards, I might play for a climb.
Because they saw the Progs being started by Karsa.
I might do a little solo queue climb.
Miru will be safe and can freeze his wave, so no extra pressure can come towards him.
All right, Maple just continuing the shove out there. Desamas wants to jump in, but the problem is it's 2v3.
Okay. They get to lethal. Miru!
Is down.
Miru is on fire. We don't need no water, let the Miru. Mortius! Holy Mortius! Woo! Come on now, Brazil! Come on now!
Of playing pick after pick after pick is still alive in this game number 3, and PSG Talon are struggling to keep pace. They're desperate to try and keep VKS at bay. We'll see it as we get into this. So already VKS are aware the PSG
Miru Akali, baby. Miru Akali, come on now. Miru Akali, come on now.
But Desamas sees the opportunity that he needs.
V-boot. V-boot. V-boot.
And then finishes off the kill onto Maple.
All right, Vicstar is gonna win, guys. Vicstar is gonna win. Come on now.
Morteus sees his opportunity, doesn't quite hit the slow. But Kraken Slayer Yunara is so strong at this point in the game, and they rip through the jungle support of PSG Talon.
And that's what it looked like. Karsa not keeping track of the Kraken proc, flashing away when he thinks it would have took 2 more auto attacks to kill him, but the Kraken Slayer bears its fangs and takes him out. 0, 5, and 6 for Karsa on this Nefiri has constantly been punished by VKS here in game number 3. Morteus now with Runon's Hurricane fully completed, with Cole cashed in, Miru in the mid lane. He's got his rocket belt already done, and Shadow Flame is just about ready to slide across the cashier's till. This next purchase is going to make that Akali even stronger.
Bro, it's only fucking 15 minutes in. It's been a fucking war this series. Alright, Casa looking for chickens, looking for red as well. Morty's pulling the chickens, wants to spend time from Casa. Nocturne is ult if there's a fight, bro. I like this from VKS. Nafiri. That's the Braum eating that Q. Here comes the fucking Nocturne ult, turns off all of the lights, all of the lights. Holy! They got it, bro. They got it. Flash from Blackberry Bam Lamb.
They will not get the kill. Desamas decided it's not worth it for the Herald. I don't care. Kill these guys, then we'll go
VKS.
back 21, 22, 23, and 24.
VKS.
The
Hi.
CB LOL and last
Hi.
time America that were pushed out of Worlds.
I'm
by this region. But here, VKS
What a turnaround, bro. Can you explain why the Zaya pick is bad here? No, I don't. I think the Braum pick is ass. The Braum pick is ass. I don't mind Zaya super much. It's just the Betty is not playing that well, in my opinion. I just think picking Braum gives enemy free Bard, and like, what the fuck are you blocking this game, bro? The enemy team has fucking full melee comp, bro.
Eliminate PSG, break that curse that you're talking about of so many years falling to the regions that now comprise the LCP. For VKS, this would make them champions of Brazil.
Can any of these teams beat any 1-2 team?
This is the kind of
Nah,
performance
doubt
that
it, bro.
Brazilian fans want to see at Worlds. This is what
Both of these teams are the dream draw for any 1-2 team, bro. Dream draw.
VKS showed on the stage so far. And honestly, Dag, to the VKS that I've been seeing here today.
Please, no Brazilian tragedy. Like, I'm begging, bro. No Brazilian tragedy.
VKS that came second, the VKS that pushed
No Brazilian tragedy.
all the way to the finals to try and take them down.
VKS did beat 100 Thieves, though. I don't know. I think that was a bit of a fluke.
The Rift Herald, but they don't need to use it here. PSG Talon are just spread thin.
Yeah, even though
Guys, VKS are not playing against Team Secret Wales. They can't draw them.
for that extra little bit of sizzle and spice on the
They played already.
Feels good for VKS to have
The Wales
pushing power.
won, no?
Now Otacon is on the Rift. And VKS fans will remember game number 2. Obviously, that game was much closer at this point, right? Only like 1,000 gold apart or somewhere thereabouts. So it was much easier.
Why is Betty looks like Heimer?
However, VKS still need
What
to be
you saying,
careful
bro?
around this objective.
Can't believe I haven't banned you, Globetrotter. You've said some of the fucking dumbest shit ever, bro. In this fucking chat. Fuck it out.
Sure you can find these quick assassinations and not let PSG.
Why is Betty looks like Heimer, he said.
When they can group up and when they can look for Morteus, that Maple Karsa combo still exists.
All right, PSG, they've got to try to stop this bleeding. They've got to survive these pick attempts from VKS, but Miru is moving through the enemy jungle. He's setting himself
All
up
right,
on the flank.
give me that flank, give me that flank. Maru gets poked.
No, he throws the ball in instead.
Here comes the Poppy ultimate. Desamas just fucking sent it. Oh, yo, yo, the snap from Maru, the snap from Maru. Huge pop ult from Boal. Woo! Kisanta's flash. Only ult on one person. Maple, not enough value. Didn't take nobody to value town. Come on now.
And VKS just murdered 3 of them. Desamas is the feint, while Miru is the hook that's following up behind it. Trimby manages to catch Betty.
Woo!
Betty's down. Beautifully done from VKS. Every time Desamas
Come on,
uses his
Brazil.
ultimate, Betty immediately
This is
feathers
Brazil.
defensively to not get caught out.
Oh,
But that just means
damn! He heard me quote. He heard me quote Fast and Furious. Come on now.
Messiah is a sitting duck. It's the dragon taken for VKS.
No Brazilian tragedy. Holy. VKS made it further than fucking Fnatic. Woo!
Control in their favor, but PSG.
Elio, yo.
They want to try and catch VKS before they can reset.
Elio, yo.
This is desperation.
Danza Kuduro.
Possibly punish this.
Marera Gora.
As Desamas
And Badmadora. Danza Kuduro. All right. They would have beaten Fnatic too. Fnatic they could maybe beat because Fnatic is just soft. I feel like Trimby would go sicko mode against Fnatic, no? They would go straight up sicko mode.
When these assassins get into the back line. And honestly, the fact that Boal manages to stop the engage follow-up works perfectly. I think the hearts are racing for many a VKS fan. Yeah, you could see the staff earlier in the game, the sadness on their faces when the level 3 invade didn't go so well, but now the happiness, the joy at the fact that they're this far ahead in the game. Everybody gathered around the top side here for the Otacon as PSG try to dig in and defend. It's so difficult. VKS have so many ways to attack, they have so many ways to set it up, but PSG desperately want to try and find their moment, but I don't think Otacon is it. If you have this push in mid with the tier 2 tower already gone, you always have Desamas when that ultimate is available, who can shift over towards this top side. And Miru is just sitting in the backline waiting for the engage. Exactly, Miru is always on the pincer. VKS want to try to take down this tier 1 turret before they
Bro, Miru with the longest flank of all time. Damn, the pop ult bot combo. Damn. Holy. Combination in the nation. Bop, 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 bop.
The carries get assassinated. Perfectly coordinated there. Keeper's verdict takes out the supportive roster. Tempered Fate locks up the turret so they can make the dive. And then
Clean and mean, bro. Is PSG the most unked team at Worlds? Yeah, they're unked up, bro. This is, bro, as a team exercise, they are playing backgammon, bro, in the back, bro. They are playing backgammon, bro, I'm telling you. They are playing, smoking cigarettes and playing backgammon on lawn chairs on the street, bro. Next to the local fucking pub, bro. They are completely unked up.
Their first 2 games, everybody wanted to see more. It felt like the team wasn't finding strategies that worked.
Is Fnatic worse than PSG? Oh, that shit would be close. At least PSG showed more life, I feel like.
They're 9,000 gold ahead. They're in a great spot to win this game. And they did it by taking out the
playing Bulls? No way.
Taking out the 2018 MSI champion.
Base VKS, come on now.
0-7 on this Neferi. What was supposed to be a key part of the combo has been taken and shot and thrown to the curb, and it's nothing that he can do. He doesn't
Out on that Braum pick on 4 is still astonishing, no? That Braum pick on 4 is nutty. Alright, you didn't land the Braum bottles. It's okay. Walk away, bro. Walk away. Walk away. It's okay.
Trying to claim their red buffs, trying to defend. At least they'll get the red. As VKS just take everything else from the enemy jungle. 4 turrets already taken by
The enemy showed you Nara.
Tier 2 is down. Side lane tier 2 is still standing. Baron on the board. Dragon
dropping frames, the right stream lagging. I might be dropping frames.
Has his flash. It is difficult for PSG
quick DC,
to
quick
really
DC.
make the plays that could bring them back into the game. They want to try and find
Maybe
that
it's
pick,
fine
and
now?
Maple has enough damage in his kit right now to potentially do it. But as long as you have that flash in the Yunara, you have that safety net, and it makes it just even more difficult for PSG talent
Alright.
to find these timing.
Seems like it's calmed down now.
And we were talking about Maple's advantage early, about the early 2 kills that would then become 3 kills for the Orianna, the hyper-accelerated 10-minute Rod of Ages. But even that advantage, even that extra safety was not enough to stop this assassination comp on the side of VKS from working its magic. The Nocturne and the Akali providing the threat. Morteus on his Yunara.
Arjun, Korea. I'm streaming from Japan, but I'm in Korea.
Now accented by an infinity edge.
And it's the fact as well that like Miru stopped off for this.
Download operagx
like, cool, I'm probably gonna need
with
this
my
in the
link,
fight.
guys.
But the fights have been going so well for VKS. He's now just opting to turn that needlessly large rod into a Rabadon's death cap instead because he never had to burn that safety tool. But Thomas might need to get out of here. Very quickly escapes.
Exactly.
What are you doing in Japan? I'm just streaming from Japan, but I'm physically in Korea.
The upcoming dragon fight, and then he steps away. Morteus just giving Aja a little bit of a hard time here with a couple of auto attacks.
Alright, there's a short TP from Akali, but it's okay. Level 16, ready to mingle.
Boal gonna be your target here from Betty and the rest of PSG.
Poppy ultimate. Poppy ultimate got cancelled. Holy Zaya value, she does a lot of damage. Zaya flash forward.
Desamas is down. PSG, they've locked up Miru, they force him into the stasis. The Akali's in danger.
Not like this, not like this, not like this. Not like this, not like this. Miru TP'd.
Betty has no summoners to try to chase. Maple's got his flash, but Miru is still running. Karsa over the wall. He wants to try to catch this enemy mid laner. This could be the opportunity PSG needs to come back into the game.
Rimbini with the slow. Short portal. Short portal. Rimbini. They bought a lot of time here. Woo, Miru, Miru, Miru! Oh, Miru! Damn! Oh, 1K, 1K? Aja, please, please.
To Trimby, who gets away through the Otacon wall. Now Boal scrapping with Aja back and forth. Maple barely standing. Desamas has respawned. By the time he gets close to the fight, he'll have the paranoia.
I think though VKS just want to try and
bullet in the bank. Bullet in the bank. Come on now. But these games are so bloody. It feels like we are fucking. It feels like we are in fucking minute 40. This game is so damn busy, bro.
The slow coming through onto these members was huge. And then
wow, the double TP back, bro. PSG over postured, and then the double TP back came. Woody dropped the pink.
But watch as Maple comes in here. Everybody groups for the shot.
Cafe Cutie ward.
That's
1K, bro.
The Miru on the Sakali, and then the Cassante has enough.
Oh yeah. They could have just pieced up, bro. Imagine they reset the fight after and just ran away from the double TP. Like Miru could just walked away. Poppy could have just held the ground. They could have just survived, bro.
Even if they found a couple of kills there, this game is still in dire straits.
But it's 8K gold that didn't look like that in that last fight. That looked like PSG talent able to separate out the 2 assassins, deal with them in transit because Aja could buy the space. But if they can find those fights again, maybe they have a chance. As it's Rabadon's death cap now complete onto Maple. It is a second dragon for VKS though, which makes these assassins much more durable as they jump into the backline.
And I do want to point out, because you mentioned it earlier, because he had to break his arm guard in the previous fight, Miru instead decides
And even the damage that he has from the Sundered Sky, you can see the Poppy Shield there doing quite a bit of damage to that turret.
How about now?
So if he gets a little bit of alone time,
How about now?
that inhibitor turret on the bottom side will fall, and that'll be the base cracked for VKS. slow and patient.
Stream is getting cooked.
The game for VKS. But you've also got to worry, like Orianna late game, Cassante.
Does it work on
late
YouTube?
game. These are not picks that you just push over.
Oh man.
Thomas with his Guardian Angel completed as his third item. Remember, in the previous game, around the Baron fight, it was Karsa's fed Jarvan with the Guardian Angel that made things happen. Now we'll see Trimby getting away on a magical journey before he takes excessive damage from the PSG side. Boal gonna go ahead.
It's cool, kid, man.
As VKS start up the Baron. TP coming in from Boal to join up with everybody else. Keep your eyes on the Keeper's Verdict. Depending on who he knocks away, that could be absolutely massive. Baron already down to half HP. Miru sure.
Okay, I was getting poked.
Not want to jump back in onto Aja. Boal and Desamas, the two doing the damage onto the Baron right now. PSG on the approach. Aja jumps forward. Nice little lock up there with the Tempered Fate onto Carson.
Okay, Bottle didn't get used for anything.
VKS back away from the objective. PSG restarted at about half
We're back.
HP.
All right, we're back.
Is going to see them.
This is what PSG want, though, the front-to-back fight, and VKS know it.
I think they realize, PSG has realized how they need to play their comp. They're just playing really, really slow and never going first. They're realizing.
Away from that objective.
Barack Obama, all right.
Even though PSG still down
Did Casa end? No, he's out.
Boal, Miru, and Morteus just looking for any moment they could find. This game is so tense for an 8,500 gold lead, Dagda.
But that's because VKS know they need to take these fights with Miru on a flank, to have a threat onto Betty, to have a threat onto Maple. Because if it's just front to back, and Aja is able to walk at Miru like he did in that last fight, they don't have what it needs to carry this through. It is an 8k gold lead, but we are fast approaching full items.
And now immediately Desamas jumps in after Karsa. The fear has
Okay, they got Casa. That's Smash. I mean, that's Nash. That's Nash.
Betty's your next target.
Miru? No, Miru! No, Maple! To the wall, did he Smurf? Trimini with the Q! Trimini! Trimini! Yalla, 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 ya VKS, yalla! Sloppy, toppy, poppy. Just hit an OP or what? Hit an OP!
It might be a magical moment to keep their dreams alive.
Casa?
World's 25.
Casa? Casa? Ooh, Casa? Oh, Casa? Ooh, Morteus gets it. Hey! Hey! Yo! What a win!
And VKS!
What a win!
At World's 25.
What a win!
VKS play their game. Leave everything on the rift.
Oh!
And today they will stand as victors and walk that path once more at Worlds 2025.
What an incredible showing from VKS to stay in the competition here at Worlds. After their first two games, we're not at the level they wanted. We're not at the level their fans wanted. This series, this best of three, where almost everyone predicted PSG to be the favorites, it's VKS who rise to the occasion.
Because it was PSG Talon who stepped up against Gen G. It was PSG Talon who stepped up against Hanwha. But it's VKS who stepped up here today and now are bowing as winners in front of the crowd.
Beautifully done and incredibly well fought from VKS. Game number one, a stomp, utter domination. Game number two was a really good showing from PSG. VKS fought back valiantly, but PSG came out on top. And then here in game number three, for as scrappy as it was early, it's VKS that ultimately rise above.
Man, we need to ban Desamas for playing Jarvan. That performance today.
Yo, the last dance, bro. These guys are legends. These guys are legends, bro. They are legends.
Played fantastically. You can see Karsa bowing
out
there with the rest of
legends.
PSG Talon. Tears in his eyes. Tried everything he could today, but unfortunately that just wasn't quite enough.
It's the final bow for PSG, but a moment of victory for VKS as we hand things back over to the analyst desk.
They did it, and Raz, I am proud of you for not flip-flopping again.
You know, you stuck with them, Raz.
True.
For once, I respect you.
Thank God. I had the flip-flops. I had it right here. It was staring directly at me. We're not using it.
Didn't need them.
Always believed in you. They had it in them, and I want to take a look at that final fight because, oh boy, they had to work for it. But it's the coordination from VKS that made the difference here.
You could feel the nerves a little bit. I feel this game, they had a big lead, but were struggling to close it out. You can see the experience from PSG trying to find ways back in. And this was a scrappy final fight, especially what ended up happening. Boal here, he got dragged away over the wall, and then the rest of his team are starting to make moves towards Baron, but he's still going.
That's the funny part about this, is that everyone's like, all right, see it, we're going to Baron. And then Trimby, Desamis are like, wait a minute. Maybe we can save you. What can we get out of this play? Then the Bard Q comes through. Desamis just full sends himself in for the fight. It's that slow realization where you're like, wait a minute, we just won the damn series.
It's such a cool moment as well. Especially Mortez, who was like so ready just to go to Baron, moving over. Remember, he was just like, yeah, guys, I was here. I'm here for the final game and here for the picture.
Part of the family photo, yeah.
Yeah, for sure, when you come into that final game, especially with so much on the line, with so much pressure, you have to be sure that the draft that you choose is going to be the one that's going to bring you the victory. What did you think about both approaches?
We need Tribini back in Europe. Come on now.
Ooh, it's funny because I liked the side of.
All right, Globetrotter, you are
the tried and true.
You are out of this chat.
Neferia and Oriana.
You are out of this chat. You get one day, bro.
But it was like a question of how
you get one day, brother.
Was the dive going to be from VKS?
And yeah, I remember you saying this is like the combo, the mid jungle that VKS used in their finals up against FlyQuest that worked well. I was a little worried about the Bard because, you know, Trimby on the Bard was great, but I feel like on the Alistair, you know, that game they won on that, he was leading the charge well, and it felt like, you know, you can't as easily do that with Bard. You can obviously set up plays, set up engages, but you can't be that body in the front line. But the execution was so good on the back of that.
I'm actually proud of him because, again, historically, Trimby, not a ranged champion player. He shines on those engaged champions. Rakan is the main one. Alistar is the second one, maybe. But for me, it goes to show how
Law just said that Trimby is not traditionally a ranged support player.
Champion today.
Yeah, and even just like that.
Well, my man made a name for himself playing range supports.
Like you mentioned it, that's the duo they won versus FlyQuest in their finals. And so now you're in match point, series point. Like if you lose here, you're gone. For them to pull something out like this, I felt Desamis and Miru did a great job of being able to come through, but also Mortez really turned up.
Oh yeah.
Like,
wow.
He ran them down in multiple of those team fights.
Every single fight, I think there were so many moments where PSG thought they could just get away and lick their wounds, and the Morteas would just fly in, slam a haymaker, just clean them all up. Yeah. Every single time.
When I had questions about whether or not he's going to have like the nerves to be on a stage like this is first.
I swear to God, I trade my pinky toe for being fully fluent in Korean. But pinky toes are pretty useless, no? Are they useful for anything? Balance, maybe?
He runs right down them. I was like, okay, fight's over. Seems like VKS would lose. No. The extension of the fight always went in their favor because of him.
Wow.
Yeah, and a situation like this as well, diving into an Ethereum and a Roman, it's been like, yeah, I've got the confidence, I'm moving forwards, I'm cleaning up the fights. Lots of moments like this.
Yeah, there were exactly that. And so you have to give him a lot of credit to be able to bring up that confidence. And I talked about a lot of the player cams for him in particular, because Brazil is known for anytime you get a pop-off team fight like that, you have a player that will always raise the volume and your team. Mortez is that guy. And so it was nice to see him put in 36% of the damage, 36.8. A lot of trust in him as a player for good reason.
It's so impressive to see them come collectively together today, especially after those first few games, especially after the failures that they experienced, the difficulties that they had at the beginning of their Worlds run. This bunch of players, Rookie, we are going to have Trimby in just a couple of seconds joining us at the desk. He's walking towards us right now, but I'm speechless, honestly, that they had it in them.
I think it's difficult with the context of that issues arriving even to Worlds, right? And also with the start of how Swiss has gone. To bounce back like this against a team like PSG with so much experience, it's a huge achievement.
It's insane. Like this kind of a bump up. I don't know what happened in Scrim or what happened in the
Bro, they put me in the Chinese reaction video.
At the beginning of the day, it's that hurdle at the beginning of the day.
That's cooked.
Right now, is it something they ate? Is it something they played? Trimby is getting ready right now. Thank you so much.
Hey,
Let's
congratulations.
go.
Hello.
Whoa.
Fucking hell, I'm tired.
Hey, based.
Yeah, well, thank you for taking the time to join us here, because first things first, Congratulations,
Thank
man.
you.
Last time when you came to the desk, completely different story.
Yeah.
It has been one hell of a journey for you. So
It's
far.
been crazy. I think today's games.
Yo! Hey, Jonas!
Convincing at first, but yeah, like there's still some of the issues that we had right with like.
Jonas always lifts me up. Shout out to Jonas. Thank you very much.
I'm happy to see the results on stage.
We saw the pre-game huddle. You guys are hyped as hell.
That one, yeah. It's a special, it's a Brazilian thing, at least for this team. It's
Yeah.
yeah.
Because, like, for you guys to be down
Thank you very much,
0-2
Jonas.
coming
Appreciate
into
you
this,
as always. Thank you
the
very
way
much.
guys
It's
came
far
down
too kind
0-2,
to
it's
me.
like you
Thank
weren't
you, thank you,
playing the
thank you,
game,
Jonas.
You guys played at home.
Yeah.
What was the difference to be able to show that here today?
I think the thing is we didn't have much trainings before too, and everything felt so negative, you know, because we played first games, and it felt like we didn't even have chance to actually see what other team play, right? Like we're the people, the teams that we like, yeah, you know, we pick this, and felt like we got a lot of shit on with that, you know, where like we got shit by like picking Jarvan and Yunara, and like everyone picked that, you know, but we didn't have much preparation going into first days, and of course we played bad. I think we had way too many like struggles coming before in Brazil, like we didn't have much good scrims and everything, so
yeah.
But I do think now, I don't know, just clicked, you know, like we got some nice scrims. I think we realized we actually can win games, but of course
We're at 1K. We need spicy noodle challenge. Not letting you off the hook,
really
bro.
Low, you know. So this win.
Did I say that?
Helps a lot.
So game 2 we saw Casa, you know, challenging a lot, invading, and then game 3 Desamas comes in, level 1, goes crazy like that.
That's how we invade, yeah.
Was that the game plan? Was that all discussed? Did he just decide to go for it, or how did that play out? How was that
Did he
planned?
actually flash over the wall? He just walked. I don't remember. Do you remember?
The
Nocturne.
We're going to bring that right now,
I
actually.
would like to say,
we're going to have that invade. He played so well around vision.
Tricks, yeah. Oh, he knew the ward, yeah.
Yeah, he didn't flash. He just like
no, he knew the ward, yeah. The ward. Yeah, the Zombies is really, he's called to be like the Brazilian Canyon. I generally think like with the vision for sure, I think he's like, he plays really well because Canyon, I would always say was like the best jungler I've ever seen playing around vision. But I do think he plays more like owner anyway. I think Canyon is more like a, you know, but I think, you could compare them a little bit. I mean, that's what I would say, but of course it's a big comparison, okay? Like, sorry, like I'm not the...
You said you need the spiciest ramyun?
Straight up.
I know your bard was pretty good.
Yeah, true, maybe they don't give you the bard again.
Okay, but that one, when they double tip it,
Did I do that? Doesn't sound like something I would do, bro. I never put anything. I never
bet. At least we had some fun this series, for sure.
I never do bets.
It's been quite of a stressful time, like definitely going 0-2 and then playing. I still think LCP is very underrated, right? So I didn't know what to come for. Like pretty much, I was watching like all the CFO, and then like right when we played against TSW, it just feels like those teams that were so strong. And I think PSG was also strong, right? But of course, they had their weaknesses. That's why they were third.
Yeah.
So it was, I was not sure what to like expect. And I do think they played all right, but I'm happy we played way better than them.
What was like the exact thing that it felt like it clicked for you guys?
Yeah.
That made it so you guys were able to come on here with confidence?
I think understanding what we actually want to do and how we want to play, it was the most important, because I think before we were trying to fill into what seems to be the meta, right? Like the way teams played and who we played against. And then we just realized that some things are just not for us.
Yeah.
And we're like, let's just do this way and let's see if it can actually work for us. And I think also getting those practice that actually made us feel like we can actually play League of Legends, because those 2 games that we play on stage, it really didn't feel like we were actually like performing at all, right? So coming here today, having this first game where like, it was of course hard, right, to some extent, to some point, but I think the fact that we actually could make plays and be advantageous, be the one coming on top of those plays, I think just showcases that even though, right, we're like from the worst region, of course, doesn't mean that we're gonna just lose by, in a team fight meta where you have to fight well, right? We're just gonna lose. I think we actually did really solid in that, and of course we had some silly mistakes, but that's something we've been struggling whole year, right? So just step by step.
Yeah.
We're gonna have the draw show soon. Do you want to stay with us and find out?
Yeah, I can. I saw Crisp. I saw Crisp waiting there.
I
and
know.
I was like,
that's not a good news for Europe. I gotta say.
When I played, every time I played against him, I got demolished. I really hope this time he doesn't make my life harder too.
I have flashbacks from 2019 when he demolished Europe's hopes in France against G2 3-0. I'm like, We gave it to you in 2019 in Europe. Please give it to us this time around in China.
Right, ladies and
A
gentlemen.
merciful draw is what we're hoping
This
for.
is what we all waited for.
We need
This
that at
can
least. That's the only ask I have.
absolutely shake up the whole damn tournament. We got the 2-1s.
Koi is tough opponent too, but
G2 FlyQuest in the 2-1 bracket.
whatever, yeah.
Then facing off against each other would guarantee a Western team in quarterfinals already from the get-go.
All right, so what we have
We got
so far is that
CFO in there.
PAL have advanced to the knockout stage. It will be
We got Genji in there.
in a week from now, which means that there's 6 spots remaining.
We have HLE in
for
there.
the quarterfinals.
All right.
Crazy.
If you got me
It's crisp.
with a matchup that you're interested in.
Top Esports is also in there.
Because there's a lot of killers
Bro,
in
I feel like FlyQuest and G2, they're both praying that they draw each other. They're both praying that they draw each other, guys.
Matchups here. So
And then the other side, everyone's praying they don't draw T1. Bilibili is beatable. But still.
the next available matchup.
Yeah, so if
Let's see how this
you're wondering, G2 have
Dum 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 dum.
100 Thieves have played BLG.
Dum 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 dum.
Team Secret Whale, so those matchups.
Dum 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 dum.
Just give me G2 Fly. That's all I'm
That's what I
asking.
want, man. I want that revenge from MSI.
That
I'm
would be
still
fun.
salty about this.
All right.
I'll give you Fly Genji.
CFO's not free at all, yeah. G2 and Fly are praying that they draw each other.
Oh, these are okay. Let's see what we got here, Chris.
All right.
Technique.
Oh my god.
Better than JJ.
So much better
Better than JJ. G2. This is really big. They're a seed 1. So they have side selection no matter what. Big draw. Big draw from Crisp. Side selection no matter what. Big one. Bigus Dickus.
I'm closing my eyes at the moment.
If it's not
All
Fly,
right.
I'm blaming you.
All right.
I would be
No Genji, please.
All right, let's see what we have.
Oh, it looks like Genji. It smells like Genji. No!
Oh
Yes! Yes!
Oh my god! Chris, where's
Lilo! Lilo!
We're coming for you this time.
Hell no!
Elio!
Oh.
Yes! I love, you know, EU fans and NA fans are both celebrating. Everyone's like, ah!
There you go.
Bro, the other 2-1 teams are so cooked. We're gonna have horror matchups. Genji!
True.
All right,
Yeah, we got
Genji is the
Genji.
second team.
Oh my
People are
god.
calling for it.
Woo!
Is it HLE? Is it
The crowd goes wild, by the way. I don't know if you can hear them, but anticipating that matchup.
I predicted this, by the way. This G2 game was therapy. I went through every motion. G2 versus Live for quarterfinal spot and G2 win.
Oh, Chris, show it already. Oh my god.
Top Esports. Damn. Honestly, Top Esports deserve this. They deserve this. They deserve this. Top Esports deserve this, guys.
He just did it to them.
CFO versus How Life. Genji Top Esports. Top Esports beat Genji. Guys, they beat them at EWC. They beat them. They took them to 5 games at MSI. That same one where they got 3-0. Top Esports can get awkward. But obviously Genji is a giga favorite. Giga favorite.
I really like the AD matchup.
Yo, Crisp. Well done, Crisp. Well done, Crisp. Well done. Well done. Well done. Well done.
That is super
Well done,
high.
Crisp. Well done.
Look at all of
That is
this.
super high.
Crazy matchup.
All right,
Crisp.
Crisp.
Whoever wins,
You have the potential to do the funniest thing.
Crazy.
Wow.
You have the potential to do the funniest thing. You have the potential to do the funniest thing, Crisp.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
Holy.
It's funny. G2, of course, have had bad runs, like in terms of like unlucky draws.
Yeah.
The last time they had a decent draw, who they faced was NRG.
True. That is true. You know what? It seemed very easy
All right.
at first.
Yeah.
To you, but
Oh, no.
All right.
From an
Shoes on the other foot. Yeah.
Oh,
Crisp,
LCK perspective,
you can make this really hilarious. Billy versus T1. One shot at redemption for Billy.
I keep on hearing this.
Billy to take out T1
And I'm like,
to help Genji get worlds.
Just like the excitement, I think.
Who is it? Who is it? Reveal it. Let's see it, Crisp eyes.
You know,
Oh, that would
I would
be
love
nice.
BLG! Oh, that's fan side. Billy T1. Bingo. Bingo. Lila.
You see, everyone wants to play T1. Everyone wants to play T1. Oh my. Nah, please.
He's looking at the balls. He's looking at the balls.
Oh, I don't want to see the
I swear 100 Thieves is gonna get them. No, they're gonna get cooked.
Crisp.
He's trying to peek.
Please.
He's speaking every time.
Show it to us.
Trimbini.
Guys.
Trimbini.
They didn't look that good.
They didn't look that good, okay?
Trimbini.
You've been 100 Thieves, so
they're like top one. They want LP.
100 Thieves T1. It's in the books, guys.
Hey, 100
Guys.
Thieves beat them and you beat 100
Yeah.
Thieves. So.
And we are
We salute them.
way better than 100 Thieves.
yeah, that's what you said.
Koi.
There you go.
That's all I'm saying.
I like
That's all
those
I'm saying.
odds.
Give me 100 Thieves.
Koi?
Right here.
Wow,
Mkoi
Mkoi?
versus 100.
Come on.
I want to see that
100
matchup. I
Thieves.
want to see it.
Please, I am begging. I am begging. Oh, he
Please.
feels it. He feels the 100 Thieves power in there. Do we get double?
Boom.
EUNA? Do we get it? Just show it to us.
No way.
Whoa.
100 Thieves have the worst draw in the history of this fucking format.
Mkoi,
Oh.
I think it's stylistically really good. Yeah, that team, in my opinion.
And 100 Thieves.
Like what I'm hearing.
Oh my lord.
That's true.
Oh, you're
No way.
Every time.
And
Oh my
Well, I'll be honest, I'm waiting for Dokla vlog. I'm waiting for Dokla vlog. I wanna see what he's saying.
that is going to be a very angry T1, especially after the last 2 games.
Yeah.
It should be a very
Hey,
angry
no,
100
I
Thieves.
brought
They
100
literally
Thieves.
just
That's
brought
true.
up after that.
100 Thieves play Billy.
Brutal.
HLE.
That's so messed
Top
up.
Esports.
Top
And now
esports,
T1.
Life, and now T1. Run!
Damn, that's
It's the last run
cooked.
for 100
That's
Thieves.
cooked.
They gotta make it
They
count.
That's
gotta
cooked.
for it.
Wow.
An eventful year.
Hey, the 2-1 draw though is a dream draw. Let's be honest, that's a dream draw. That's some from hype matches, bro. That's as hype as it could have gotten, I think.
I feel sorry for 100
That is
Thieves.
as
I
hype
think
as
they
it
had a
gets,
rough-
bros.
they've had a
That
rough-
is as
I
hype
feel that's-
as
yeah.
it
No one
gets.
deserves that.
Sincerely.
What
Good
about
job,
yourself,
Crispy.
brother?
Good job, Crispy. And then he just sent 100 Thieves to the Shadow Realm, bro. To be fair, the best draw in the 1-2 would have been 100%.
If we're not gonna show good performances against BLGM, we go to 2. Doesn't really matter, right? Like I think it's good that we play them now because if we actually
I think the best draw was send in Team Secret Whales against T1. Just sacrifice them. And then give us an MKoi 100 Thieves match.
be like,
MKoi 100 Thieves?
I think if we can actually beat them, we can showcase that we deserve to be 2-2. Because I do think our draws, I mean, compared to like 100 Thieves, right? It was just
All right.
way easier, right? That's for sure.
And maybe after 100 Thieves beat T1, you can then face them.
Wow, imagine for the... Wow, that would be amazing, actually.
For all the marbles.
Nice.
West is back! West is back! Oh.
You were saying that your mid laner is looking forward to facing off against Faker. He was our Oppo player of the series today, and we saw the evolution of VKS from when Miru joined the team.
Yes.
Anything you want to share about your mid laner today and in general, the impact that he has with you guys?
I'm really happy that he showcased such a great performance on that, like on all these champions, right? Talia and then his Akali, who's like kind of a signature at this point.
Ooh, that's a U replay, by the way.
I mean, that WQ is kind of crazy. Maple coming out of a retirement just to get this one dished out. I do think he played extremely well all 3 games, and I'm really happy for him because for sure when it comes to like confidence, we are on our low for sure, and I think he was like struggling a lot with that because he was our like star player, right? And when things are just not going well, it's very hard for you to carry those games, especially on the world stage. So I'm really happy we could play together and try to enable him a little bit, but I think this year's he enabled us a little bit more.
Oh, that's true.
The top bracket is fucking sick. That's perfect, I think.
I wanted to see Genji Hanwha live.
I hope
Really?
Because then Hanwha Life loses and then Hanwha Life T1.
Only that.
Yeah, just add
Oh,
them.
damn. Hanwha Life could kick him out, maybe, at that point in the tournament.
Yeah.
They could.
There
They
it
could.
is. We
But
love
bro,
that
like I
kind of
think
content.
Team Secret Whales should have been sacrificed. 100 Thieves MKoi. 100 Thieves, that's the worst worst role like in the history of the game. Like,
He was about to take the shirt off.
It's not they should have.
Yeah, Raz really wanted it. Raz said he'd join him if he did.
If he did it right here, I would have done it.
yeah, and you won. They won. They won, bro. They won.
They're mocking me for the fact that the
Holy moly, bro.
It's because they thought C9 was going to get this draw, so they're trying to fuck him. They're trying to fuck C9 instead.
This is a guest team. We need to make sure they have no history. There's no world's video part at all.
Right, I mean, Miro is probably like...
maybe more shy.
I need like 10-15 minutes. You want to do chicken into arcade?
Take our coach. Maybe they can do some translation. Chris. He's really fluent in Korean and English.
Me was 9 hours ago.
Trimby, is there anything you want to add to the Western audience before?
Right. I need like 10-15.
This is your camera. This is your time.
FlyQuest versus G2. You have to be there. I don't know what time, I don't know what date. Please just write it up whenever you know. I'm not sure if you check it on LoL Esports, but please be there. It's a... I don't even know what to say.
But what about you? What about you?
Okay,
and about me, we'll try our best because we play against the first seed of LPL. But
you got this.
We got this, okay? We're gonna train. We're gonna train like there's no tomorrow. I think, tomorrow is my birthday, so I'm gonna be really old. I'm gonna be extremely old.
Happy birthday!
It's gonna be extremely old.
Experience coming into that game, and I hope I can make it work.
There you
Birthday
go.
buff. We're just gonna do it now, by the way. 3, 2, 1.
Oh
Happy birthday to you.
Thank you.
Happy birthday to you.
All right, I can't watch this. All right. All right, teams. I wanted to kind of dissect, the whole Fnatic situation, all right? Because I think there's going to be a lot of conversation about it. And, first and foremost, in the direction of where Europe is heading, I think a big problem in Europe was the fact that G2 made an angle right in 2021, and they had to go for a full rebuild after moving on from Perks. And they have rebuilt in ways, they've won championships along the way. They had DNA of winning. While other rosters and other teams within Europe really didn't offer anything within that period. Because if you think back, right, the main competitor to G2 in the G2 era was always like Fnatic could never beat the G2 that was underperforming. You had a situation, Grab's interview. All right, let's look at the Grab's interview. This is a Grab's interview. We gotta look at the Grab's interview. Like, all right. Where's LEC, bro? I mean, Worlds. There you go.
Ultimately, I think this is a competition, and this has been our level. Sure, we played against CFO and DRG.
Why is he whispering?
Play, I don't know, PSG, 100 Thieves. We gotta win more, and suddenly fans maybe don't see it as bad. Obviously, leaving 0-3 feels pretty awful, though. But yeah.
You say not surprising. As a European fan and someone who works at the LEC, for me, it is surprising given what you showed in Madrid with the team, the way you qualified for Worlds, even the series after that as well. So why are you not surprised if you can?
I would disagree with the series afterwards. I think against KC, we had a good series against an opponent who was kind of AFK. We didn't get punished. And against Korea, I mean, even maybe it's blue side diff, I don't know, like the game we won. But of course, drafting isn't easy on red side, given some limitations. But again, we're doing the same mistakes that I think the org as well, like as Fnatic, this is the style they play, right? Chaotic and sometimes flippy. We did manage to get it out of the players. Could be a staff issue, could be, again, just a thing we have to reconfigure certain players. This is not the showing you want to have, and consequences will have to happen. I think this team itself has run its course. From staff to players, you have to see if the org feels a different head coach could be better, then that's just what it is. I think, I think in watching the Korea series in Madrid, this was our level, right? We shouldn't be blinded by one good KC series. We weren't internally. We knew there was lots to work on. We tried. And scrims recently went uptick, like we played a bit better. But then again, today we didn't do the learnings within scrims, right? We talked about certain moments. Game 1, the Herald fight, for example, we just hit the Herald and look at them entering. where multiple times we talk about defending the bushes and whatever. So maybe the pressure was too high.
All right. Any closing thoughts for the European fan, for the LEC fans? You brought in Poby, you brought a lot of vibes. I know that things were clicking between him and Razork.
What is the next
it was
draw
a very
already
fun
happened?
team to watch in summer. So
At least for you guys. No, it's my responsibility. I'm not going to pretend here and say that it's my players' fault or anything. I want to thank the players. I want to thank Duff and Gax for the work. And we have to just look at the year in total and see again what we can change. To the Fnatic fans, I'm sorry. The way we dropped out, obviously, is unacceptable for this organization. And for you fans, I mean, G2 is a good team. I think they can get out of this for sure. Quarterfinals depends on the draw, but at least that's something to look forward to.
I appreciate your honesty, Grabs. Thank you so much.
All right.
A lot of...
Okay. All right, guys. I kind of wanted to take the time to dissect Fnatic and the situation that has obviously built up over the last couple of years, because everyone's going to talk about it, rush to conclusions. We got to zoom out, after a result like this. Obviously, the way they played was very, very disappointing because there was no vigor. There was no there was no ambition. So the question of winning or upsetting is there's a difference between how 100 Thieves played and of course Fnatic played. Regardless of who's better or worse, I think that series would be interesting. It's just that Fnatic came in, in a way where they looked like they already knew that they were heading out. There was no ambition there at all. There's no, it's plain and simple. It was over, right? You could see it's in terms of how Mickey, liked posts and, his overall demeanor, that he was done with the team. They couldn't make the changes that they wanted between the splits, right? And coming into this summer, right? Fnatic should have been the team that was fourth, looking at the expectations. The only reason Fnatic went to the World Championship was because KC completely threw that entire build-up of the year, right? Well, that's a whole ass different video in terms of how big of an advantage that KC threw down the toilet after winning Winter Split in such a mechanical way and not managing to build on that at all, which is a massive, massive indictment and failure of the coaching staff. And now Apples is ousted and so forth. But Fnatic managed to make it through. They were the only team out of course, top four that made changes between the splits. G2 was the same, MKOI was the same, KC was the same, and G2 made all the finals, and of course KOI and KC won one split each, so they had no reason to change, while Fnatic was internally, of course, combusting, so they had to make a change. From that position, obviously, Fnatic was already in a shit show position, right? They were in a shit show position. Fnatic as a team, their biggest mistake, right? It comes, if you just analyze the last years of Fnatic, right? Just think back to how Fnatic has approached some of these off seasons, right? I joined Fnatic at a time in 2020, the off season was done. This was the arms race where everyone was trying to just convince Reckless to join their team. It was between G2 and Fnatic. Hilly and Reckless had a fantastic worlds in terms of their level of gameplay. They were solo killing, 2v2 killing. They were doing a fantastic job. And G2 wanted to do, of course, a change up. And there was this whole drama about Perks wanting to play mid lane, him wanting to join Fnatic, G2 blocking it. And then by the time he wanted to come back to G2, they kind of blocked it. And he didn't understand. It was all twisted. And the other G2 players weren't really a part of this. But then G2 just wanted to do this, let's say, gangster move of taking Reckless from Fnatic and putting him, of course, in the team. And they thought that it would work, right? And obviously that dynamic didn't work because Perks contributed so much to that dynamic, but they made a very, very ambitious move because they thought that they capped out with the previous roster, right? And during this era, right, I joined the team and there was always, I joined a house that was on fire already. Because that 2020 Fnatic was a very rough one. It was a situation with Nemesis, self-made, didn't have the best relationship with the players and so forth. It was very, very tricky for me to piece together. It's me and Upset came into that team. It's holy moly, what is going on here, And Niski as well. And then we tried to piece it together, right? We made the ambitious move of taking in Adam, and then we pushed Whippo to the jungle, right? And then coming into 2022, it's the signing of Humanoid at the time was a tremendous one, right? It was a tremendous one. But you need to think back to Fnatic's history. Fnatic never put themselves in off seasons in the past in positions where they were locked into something. They were always very nimble. They made the ambitious move. If you think back, it's like the legacy of Fnatic in the past when they were winning championships was they were very, very good at finding the next player, finding the next talent. If you think back, right? Huni Reignover was a vicious combination that they came through on. They made, of course, the gambit of going with Spirit Gamso and continuing with Febiven, and then they had issues with support position, and then they turned around and moved around. They brought in Caps in 2017, and then 2018, of course, they went all the way to the World Finals with the ambitious move to take in Whippo as well, right? And they brought in Hilly from Unicorns of Love, who went to multiple finals on Unicorns of Love with rosters that you really shouldn't have, right? They made really, really good off-season moves always. And then 2018, with Caps moving over to G2 to find Nemesis in the context of that. Losing Caps and then going to Nemesis and pushing the best roster of all time to 5 games was a massive move. And then, of course, from 2019 to 2020, they went away from Broxa to pair together Selfmade and Nemesis, who played together on, of course, these were like signees and being really close to the ground about what the next talent was, right? And obviously, you always, in off seasons, you always make these decisions. You make these judgment calls based on what is available. Sometimes you go for the big name. Sometimes, of course, you go for, the next talented player, right? And when I joined Fnatic, it's like, obviously, I think all of those players back then, they feel very differently now, right? About working with Nemesis and so forth. Like, everyone has grown from that situation. So I don't want you guys to look back at that and be like, wow. But I joined that team, and the players were like, already had disagreements with Selfmade about how I played. They weren't like in a happy position with Nemesis because they had different expectations about Nemesis and Selfmade playing together. I think in hindsight, when everyone looks back at that, there was a grass always greener type situation. And I think if they could turn back time, Nemesis would have stayed on that team if they could turn back time. So I don't want you guys to miscategorize what I'm saying here, right? I just wanted to frame this as the context of the off seasons and what was focused on, right? Because the core identity of Fnatic at some point got killed. And and then 2021 into 2022, the signing of Humanoid was a massive one, right? The main issue about the signing of Humanoid was that it was such a deep commitment, such a damn deep commitment, that there was no maneuverability for many years. No maneuverability at all. Getting in Humanoid at the time was probably the biggest off-season move ever. And as a coach on the team, I was very, very excited about it. Keep in mind, this is Humanoid that ran the league through mid lane, had a very good run at Worlds, very good run at MSI. Humanoid was really damn good, okay? Really, really damn good. But the issue was the price tag was massive, which meant that there was no maneuverability at all. No maneuverability at all. And I think somewhere along the line, right, it became... Fnatic lost his identity of being, close to understanding when to move on. They were very sharp at knowing when to move on. They were very sharp at understanding who is the next generation's talent. Because the Fnatic of the past would be the Fnatic that would potentially get a Kalist, But post-2020, the focus became very different, right? We brought in Adam. I think that was like an exciting talent based off of like his pedigree, right? But that didn't really work out. We moved on quick. We got Wunder out, and we just wanted to piece together a roster that was like as competitive as possible, and it didn't really work, right? It's like it just became like names on the list. Just like names on the list, let's push for these names and get them to the squad, names on the list. That type of an angle. And then, 2022, after they moved on from me, the crazy thing was, it's like, at the time, there was the coach of the academy. He was like participating in scrims, and I was told, oh, he's just here to participate. You don't have to worry about your position. Obviously, I didn't listen to that shit, but it was just funny that they said it, right? Obviously, I was like, yeah, you promised me a better contract, and I was on a bad contract for 2 years, Like, I took a pay cut for a person that was no longer there after 3 months. And I was on that contract for 2 years, and I was promised all the time, you're going to get a new contract, get a new contract, get a new contract, right? And then they made the ambitious move of going to, of course, the academy coach, who got thrown into a situation. And then they brought in Rocks, and then they brought in, of course, Reckless back, right? And then it's like, what the hell is going on? You know, what the hell is going on? Sincerely, you know? You should have gotten lawyers on that shit? No. It's just like, you know, people string you along. It's just a question of who you trust and who you don't trust. But the funny thing is, after the winter split, and when it went to shit, they come back to me, and they want me back. Like how are things being ran, you know? How are things being ran at all? Like, it's a mess. It's a complete mess. After winter, they come into spring and they say, please, Yamato, come back. Please. And then I said, you know what? For me personally, for me to be okay with this, I need a shit ton of money. Like, I want money that you probably can't pay me. And that's the only way I come back into it, you know? You know? So it didn't go, right? And then they went with Nightshare. We had the whole situation with the Reckless on Nexus, right? Even during all of this, Upset was on contract on bench, you know? Upset was on contract on bench, and he was very, very unhappy with the situation for Fnatic too. There was like this history of whoever left Fnatic did it in such a way that was like so bad. It was just so bad. Any player that left Fnatic was like, fuck this shit, you know? And then they got a lucky break. They got a lucky break because they found a talented player. I believe that, if I remember correctly, Shaves was the one that pushed for Noah. He really wanted Noah, Shaves. Shaves was my homie, right? Shaves was my homie, right? He pushed for Noah. And then, of course, they brought in Trimby, which, of course, the downfall of Rogue is a whole ass different story, right? A whole ass different story. But they made a trade of Trimby versus Advien. So we went from Rocks to Advien. We went from Hilly to Rocks to Advien. And that 2023, if I remind you guys, Hilly won a championship that year on Mad Lions. Just to remind you guys, okay? And then somehow in summer, there was the art of the deal, Advien for Trimby, right? Which was a crazy move. That was like, that saved the whole thing, right? They moved on to Jun, Noah and Jun, but during the entire time, the core identity of the issues of Fnatic, like, was always the same. And that was the main issue of Europe. That was a big issue of Europe. That was a big issue of Fnatic. Is that Fnatic was the number 2 org always, but the number 2 org always that could never beat G2 regardless of how bad G2 was. G2 could play the worst League of Legends possible in their identity, right? In their framing. And basically, in that context, it's like the dynamic was always the same. And holding on to that for that long is crazy, bro. Holding on to that for this long is crazy. That's why they come into 2024. Grabs inherits the situation with, of course, the contract situation. I feel sympathy for Grabs and Duffman and the gang. I feel bad for them, right? Because of course, they inherit the whole situation. And there is nothing they learned this year that was new from the previous year or the year before. The only hope was the addition of Upset and Mickey. Somehow these guys are going to solve the problem that the dynamic always had. And sometimes you need to let go of players, regardless of how good they're going to be elsewhere. It's the same with C9 moved on from Georgia Pune. Georgia Pune on C9 didn't work, but we all knew when Georgia Pune joins the next team, he's going to be great there. Or Casey with Vladi. We all know Casey on Vladi is not working for one way or a different one. But, of course, Vladi needs to move on. And everybody knows Vladi most likely on the next team is going to do great, right? But you just got to move on from the dynamic because the dynamic is dead. When people talk about the issue of the LEC, a region needs to do the right things for a long time before you see the fruition of it. You need to do the right thing for a long time. Think about Korea and their rebuild. 2018, 2019, these were rough years for Korea. Why? Sandbox, Griffin, and of course, Damwon. These were rookie rosters that needed time to flourish. They needed to be given time to play and to improve because the old generation was being phased out. And obviously now you see that the LCK has now built up over time where it has climaxed in a way in this year of 2025 where the GMing is sublime. If you think about the top 3 rosters from Korea, Hanwha Life, T1 and Gen.G, these rosters are as stacked as they can be. And I say all of this because LEC is moving in the right direction. Right now we have Koi that is competitive in their own way. KC, competitive in their own way. G2 obviously is a fantastic star, like flag star organization. Na'Vi taking over for Rogue is really, really good. But for them to get better is going to, of course, require time. Now the main thing is, Fnatic need to let go. They need to move on. I think Razor can be great on the next team that he's on. Like, they just need to start over from scratch. But I think the issue for Fnatic always was, at a certain point in time, the only thing that mattered was keeping a job, and then somehow scrambling to get to the World Championship, regardless of how that looked. That's what it became. The risk, they couldn't stomach it. And the thing is, it's like, you know, there's been situations where a player offered to play, right? Offered to play, but he would not play with the staff that was on site. And they went with the staff, and that staff is no longer there. It's like, you know, there's been moments where that has occurred. Because players, obviously, they can also stand on business. Because everyone's asking about the Oscarinin move up, right? When Wunder was on the roster. Like, you guys remember this shit? Wunder was on the roster. He didn't play. Upset not on the roster. He didn't play. Just ask yourself the question, why didn't they play? Why didn't they play? Why didn't they play? You guys remember Oscarinin broke his hand? Boof. He broke his hand. You remember this shit? Wunder came back in a month. Was fucking maybe the best top lane in Europe. You remember this shit? I'm not leaking anything. I'm just saying, ask yourself, why didn't these players play, by the way? Why didn't these players play? Ask yourself. But the thing is, you gotta fucking take things out by the root, you know? You gotta take things out by the root if you want to start over. Because it's like, I've been in League of Legends, in European League of Legends, since the beginning, right? Like, Fnatic was an org to look up to, always. But they tarnished that credit and reputation and threw it into the dirt and through the ground. But you need to uproot things. And you need to look at yourself deeply, internally, about what's going on. And I feel bad for the guys that are coming in and trying to pick up the pieces because they're just realizing how much this shit is on fire, right? Because obviously you can do things the right way. You definitely can. But you need to be willing to let go. You gotta be willing to let go. You ask me, guys, what should you change? Bro, like, it depends on what's available, you know? But you need to put yourself in a position where you're flexible, right? What is your ambition? What do you want to do? Do you have players that actually want to be there? Or do you have players that, align? Is there a vision on what you want to achieve? What do you want to actually create here, right? But even then, Dardo wasn't as bad as people make him out to be. I don't know. I think the main issue is just that why do people always leave Fnatic in a bad way? And that's a big no-no. If you have players on roster that don't want to play, that's a big-ass no-no. It's just that you've carried an anchor of the same dynamic now for too many years. You know? Too many years. And the thing is, back in 22, when I worked with Humanoid and Razork, I could see potential issues there, you know? Even then, like, they didn't learn anything new over the last couple of years. So somewhere along the line, I think Fnatic just lost their soul and their magic, you know? They got stuck in places. It's like 2020, 2016, hiring Spirit is fucking ambitious. It didn't work out. They moved on quickly and they slammed LCS rookie Caps. You remember this shit? They slammed the LCS rookie Caps they found. And then they, after Caps went to, of course, G2, they found Nemesis. It's like they kept their ear to the ground and they created, you know, good synergistic teams. And the DNA always carried over. What if you lose Hilly, you lose Whippo, you lose, you know, Nemesis, like what remains? What is the continuity? And that's the toughest part, you know? And the thing is, I have to add, I don't envy the situation. I don't envy the situation that you have in Europe and in Germany specifically. I think it's great that you have great labor laws. But contracts are so ironclad that their teams are going to be held by the balls, right? If you see some players under contract, coaches under contract, there's a chance. What the actual fuck? Are you crazy? I just got 200 gifted subs. If all I need to do to get 200 gifted subs is tell the truth about Fnatic, I can do it. I could do it all day. Damn! 200 gifted subs, you're mad! You are mad! I don't even know how to pronounce your name. 0xit4i. Bro, that sounds like a cryptocurrency or something. But for 200 gifted subs, that's crazy, man. Holy moly. No refunds. It's Sam Matthews. No, it's just that you're in the league. It's time to start over. You gotta start over. Yo, once again, 200 gifted subs is crazy, man. I appreciate that. You're crazy. Shave your heads for 200 subs any day of the week, bro. I can shave my head again if you want to. I can shave my hand if you want to. Nevertheless, this mobility, this flexibility is like Fnatic need to have, of course, their own vision for ambition. And I think that if you are capped out in a top 3, in a top 4, this is when you move on. Like moving on from Humanoid in the middle of the split is bold as all hell. But that's good. Based. Like that means, that to me tells me that the coaching staff at least has some leeway. But then I'm looking at these homies, you know? The homies within the organization. You gotta make a stand. Gax, Duffman, and of course, you know, Duffman, Gax, Grabs. I hope you guys are taking a stand, bro. I hope you guys are taking a stand. Because I know you guys are competent. I know you guys are competent and you're capable. Like, don't let it be. Put yourself on the line, man. Come together and put yourself on the line. Give us ambition again. Recreate that dynamic. Start from scratch. Keep some pieces. You want to keep the ball lane? Cool. Let's get some new names in there. Let's take some bold risks. Why not? You know? Try to find a partnership with an ERL team. Return to form. Return to glory. And that to me is like the underlying issue, you know? Because when I was on Fnatic, I tried to fight against this. I tried to rage against this, but I paid the price in the end, you know? And then they came back to me, which to me will always be funny, you know? But I think if you keep doing the same shit over and over again and expect a different result, nah, bro. There are teams around you that are going to improve and do better, you know? That's all. That's all. And I hope if Grab stays, Duffman stays, Gax stays, I hope they fight to get something that they are proud of, bro. I hope they get to work with something that they are proud of. Because obviously this shit is not fucking working, man. And I don't think, for me, this has nothing to do with Worlds, by the way. I couldn't care less about Worlds. I think the issue is like Fnatic's last couple of years. Because it's just been a downgrade after downgrade after downgrade. Like, what is the ambition? What is the vision, right? I can clearly see the KC vision. I can see the Koi vision, the G2 vision. I can even see the GX vision, right? It's like, there's 10 teams in the league. Some people need to be middle of the table, right? Like what Koi and KC did, they did with players that people were not so interested in, right? Even Rogue managed to build up like a championship winning roster. You just need to, you know, understand what is weighing you down and also understand the pieces that you don't know how to use, because sometimes that's the case too. And I think that there has always been a fear of not being good enough to reach a world championship. There's always been a problem of course, there's always been a problem of not being able to, of course, move on from contracts. That's been a big problem. That's been a massive problem. It just, you didn't really participate in any off-season, you know? Thank you very much for the 1,000 bits. Appreciate that. Sense TV as well. Thank you very much for the Prime. Yo, 0xit4i, thank you very much for the 200 gifted subs. I've never gotten this many gifted subs in one go. I really, really appreciate it, man. This is, it means the world to me. Your legacy will be cemented in, of course, this Fnatic rant video. It's like the form they showed at Worlds, guys. The form they showed at Worlds, I couldn't care less about it. I didn't have any expectations. Oh, I even got, you forgot his message? What was the message from the man? Sorry, I'm pulling it up now. Messages. Hey, my God, lately I've reached financial freedom. I'm going through streamers I spend countless hours listening to in the background while I'm working. I truly appreciate your passion and love for the game. Cheers, Ty. Yo, thank you very much. Thank you. You're so damn kind. It was not necessary. Honestly, if you came in and just wrote that, I would have been so damn happy. And bro, I appreciate you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And also congratulations. Well done. Well done. You know? That's the dream right there. That's the dream. Work hard, listen to me in the background, make it big. You know that if that's gonna be the case, I'm happy. It feels like one of the homies. This is our school, and it feels like one of the homies made it. You know, made it big. So I appreciate that. Thank you very much. You're far too kind. Thank you. But yeah, I believe in the potential of Fnatic. You know, I do. Maybe that's delusional, but I was there. I was there in season 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 when beating Fnatic was a dream. That was like what you wanted to do as a European competitor. It was a dream, and it was an even bigger dream to be a part of Fnatic. But now that's gone. But you have to understand that that's gone, and you need to uproot everything that is holding you back to a past that doesn't exist. You gotta uproot it. You gotta fucking start over. And that's Fnatic rant done, guys. Fnatic rant done. Fnatic rant done, boys. I think the coaching staff, bro. I hope they make their stand, bro. They make their stand. You have leverage. Make your stand. Remove the players you don't believe in. Send them to different teams. They like a player like Razork. I love Razork. He's like my little brother, bro. I love him. You know, I love fucking Razork. But I think it's time for this guy to join a different team, man. And I think that was also part of the fair for Fnatic. They didn't want to give Razork to anybody else. Because Razork was damn insane for many years for this team. But you gotta like reach a point where it needs to make sense, you know? I think whichever team is gonna pick up, like if Razork goes to GX, I think that would be like insane for GX, you know? That would be an insane steal pickup. But you need to like come to terms with that. You really have to come to terms with that, you know? But you need to fight back, man. You need to make a stand. You really need to make a stand, bro. But there it is. You want GX to fail? No. I think Razork just needed to move on, and Fnatic needed to move on from Razork. You know? That's the one. Sincerely. But anyhow. Yo, once again, shout out to 0xit4i. If I may ask, if you're still here, 0x4i, what happened to you? How did you pop off so crazy? How did you become financially independent? How did that happen? Financially independently. All right. He's not saying. Honestly, keep it secret. Keep it secret. It's better. Keep it secret. Keep it secret. It's okay. All right, guys. We're going to do breakdowns of all the matches when it comes closer. I didn't grow like a bamboo in one day, more like a mango, linear over time. I have a business in crypto. I do data analyzing crypto and sell my tools for other people in business who need them. Well, that's fucking sick. That's fucking sick. I think in the end, like understanding where the world is going, understanding where the world is going, and finding a way to be ahead of the curve. Bro, that's the dream right there, man. That's the dream. Well fucking done. That's a huge respect. Huge respect. We have a crypto wizard in the midst. Maybe DM me, brother. I need to ask for some tips. I need some tips. Bro, I need a job. I need a job. Add me on Twitter, brother. I can guide you anytime. All right. I need a job, bro. Oh, is that a Maple Story? You got the Maple Story character? You got the Maple Story character. I see you. I see the Maple Story character. All right, guys. He's going to hire me, and I'm going to quit streaming. It's like that... How about you apply to be a coach for Fnatic coach? Nah, fuck that. Things like I would accept the GM position. That's what I would accept, but nothing else. He also said he wants you to eat spicy noodles. He didn't say that shit. G2 coach, bro. G2's coaching staff is fucking brilliant, bro. They don't need backup, bro. They have everything covered, man. All right. Anyhow. I'll catch you guys in the Philippine flop. I think that if you want me to save Europe, it needs to be in like a GM position. It needs to be in a GM position. I'm at the point in my life where I would want to enable coaches and enable, like, look at everything that is going on in the background and make sure that the culture and the direction of the team works over the span of like 10 years. You know, that would be like a position that I would want to be in. I don't have interest to deal with the day-to-day of a player not wanting to play Hecarim. Like, this is... Okay. Beep, beep, cheerio. All right. Bye-bye, guys.